will not play tonight. He is out with a core injury, lower body injury, not available for the Edmonton Oilers is Troy Stetcher. We go to the line of the game, presented by PlayAlberta.ca, an official gaming partner of the Edmonton Oilers. The Oilers are actually going to flip their top two left wings. Ryan Nugent-Hopkins back with Connor McDavid and Zach Hyman. Warren Foegele moves down and plays with Leon Draisaitl and Dylan Holloway. McDavid, in the two games that Foegele was on his line, had 8 points. It's an interesting decision. Adam Henrique with Matthias Janmark and Connor Brown. We'll hear a little bit later on about just how effective this Oilers third line has been. Derek Ryan with Ryan McLeod and Corey Perry. Matthias Ekholm with Evan Bouchard, Darnell Nurse, and Philip Broberg. They're going to need to elevate the level of their performance. They had some tough moments in Game 5 in Florida. Brett Kulak was Edmonton's best defenseman against the Panthers in Game 5. He's paired with Cody Ceci. Stuart Skinner starts in goal. In this series, he's now up to a .902 save percentage. Sergei Bobrovsky has dropped to an .896 save percentage in the series. In Games 4 through 7 in the postseason, Stuart Skinner is 9-0. A 1.56 goals against average and a .938 save percentage. The Oilers' power play overall in the playoffs is at 30.6%. That's second. They got the best penalty killing. Man, it's been unbelievable. It's a huge storyline for the Oilers. It's at 93.9%. In the playoffs overall, it's number one. In this actual series, Edmonton's power play 3 for 21, albeit all 3 goals in the last 2 games. That's at 14.3%. Penalty killing is at 93.8%, 15 of 16 in the series. They've outscored Florida 2-1 in the series with the PK. Over the last 15 games, the Edmonton Oilers penalty killing has killed off 43 of 44 shorthanded situations and outscored the opposition 3-1. Florida Panthers will make one change. It's further down their lineup. Barkov will be with Verhaeghe and Reinhart as Rodriguez, Bennett, and Tkachuk really got him going in Game 5. Carter Verhaeghe in this series has 1 goal in 5 games and is -7. Anton Lundell's been impressive. He's got 4 points in 5 games. He'll be with Eetu Luostarinen and Vladimir Tarasenko. Kevin Stenlund, they brought Ryan Longberg in last game for Steven Lorentz. Now they're going to bring in Nick Cousins for Kyle Oposo, looking for a little bit more bite in their bottom 6. Gustav Forslund's been terrific for the Panthers. He's playing in this series 24-02. He'll be with Aaron Ekblad. Nico Mikkola with Brandon Montour. Oliver Ekman-Larsson with Dmitry Kulikov. Sergei Bobrovsky started the series through the first 8 periods of the series, stopping 78 out of 80 shots. It's a .975 save percentage. Since then, since Game 3, Period 3, Bob has stopped just 34 of 45 shots. It's a .756 save percentage. That is a complete statistical rundown and look at tonight's game. And that is the line of the game presented by PlayAlberta.ca, an official gaming partner of your Edmonton Oilers. 18 minutes to face off. This is Rogers Game Night on the Oilers Radio Network.
Straining to find the right home? You're going to love this. For a limited time, get back in the game with a free Oiler Fan Cave basement by Coventry Homes. This playoff package includes a free basement, plus an exclusive Oiler Fan Cave, complete with their signature customizable designs and top shelf finishes at no additional cost. Because flexibility is within reach. Coventry Homes, the official builder of the Edmonton Oilers.
Athletes know that to advance your career, you've got to be part of a winning team. So, what about you? Are you working for a winning team? Well, here's your chance to do just that. Brandt is a strong and stable industry leader with career opportunities across Canada. We have hundreds of positions available right now, from parts, sales, positioning technology, heavy-duty mechanics, and more. Be a part of a winning team. Earn your stripes by joining Brandt today. Find out more at BrandtJobs.com.
This is Rogers Game Night on the Oilers Radio Network.
Welcome back, everybody. Rogers Game Night. Here's where I tell you that the Oilers, this is OilCountry Playoffs 50-50, is live for the Stanley Cup Final. The jackpot is currently sitting at $5 million and climbing fast. Buy your tickets now to be eligible for tonight's early bird prizes. 7:30 p.m. for $2,000 from Safeway and 8 p.m. for $25,000 in cash. Tonight's Oilers playoff 50-50 is in support of the Edmonton Oilers Community Foundation, supporting Albertans battling cancer, kids with critical illness, and animal shelters, food security, military personnel, and much more. Well, the last two games, the Oilers have started their third line. Adam Henrique with Matthias Janmark and Connor Brown, and all they've done is score shorthanded goals to get the team going in the first period of both games, and then combine for a terrific 5v5 goal as well. They've been difference makers, and Connor McDavid, who's got 8 points in the last two games, he had this to say about the impact of the Oilers' third line.
Yeah, they've been fantastic. 5-on-5 and on the kill. All three of those guys are big pieces of the kill. The 5-on-5, as you said, they've been doing a great job going out there against whoever. Whether that's the Barkov line or any other line, they've been fantastic, and that's a big part. Even the fourth line's been great as well. I mean, this time of year to win, you need every single person. We've had guys out of the lineup come in and do a great job, and the guys who are out of the lineup are staying ready, when their time is called. So it's really been a total team effort, to get us to this point.
We go to the Pizza 73 out-of-town scoreboard. Of course, the NHL draft is next week. A couple huge trades made on the travel day. A couple days ago, the Calgary Flames moved goaltender Jacob Markstrom for Kevin Ball in a 2025 number 1. And the LA Kings rid themselves of that monstrosity that is the Pierre-Luc Dubois contract, and they get back former Red Deer Rebel Darcy Kemper. In the American Hockey League, the Calder Cup has taken place. They are through 4 games in the series, and the series is tied 2-2 between Coachella Valley, who plays in the Pacific Division, down in Palm Desert, and Hershey, coached by Todd Nelson, who's rumored to be in the mix as a potential coaching candidate with the Columbus Blue Jackets. Game 5 of that series in the AHL goes tomorrow night down in Palm Desert. That is the out-of-town scoreboard presented by Pizza 73, the official pizza of the Edmonton Oilers. The NHL draft is next Friday. Think about that. We go to Legacy Heating and Cooling. Who's hot, who's not? Legacy Heating and Cooling, home and no payments and no interest for a year. Well, is there anybody hotter than Connor McDavid? 8 points in his last 2 games. He has the second most points in Stanley Cup final history. He's 2 points away from Wayne Gretzky. Connor McDavid with 11 points in 5 games so far in the series, plus more. And he has now moved into 4th all-time most points in the postseason. And if you do it by error-adjusted totals, he would be number 1. McDavid with 42 points in these playoffs so far. Wayne Gretzky had 47 back in the 84-85 season, in which Edmonton and Chicago engaged in a 6-game series, which was the highest-scoring series in NHL history. 11 minutes to face off. This is Rogers Game Night on the Oilers Radio Network.
Hey, Paul Brandt here. I've said it before and I'll say it again. I'm proud to call myself an Albertan. After years of touring this great province in my Ford F-150, I've learned the value of driving a tough, capable, smart truck. Whether you're working for the weekend or long hauling it like I am, there's an F-150 for every Albertan, with plenty of options to choose from, like available Pro Power on board. So if you're looking for a new truck, stop by your Alberta Ford dealer and tell them PB sent you.
McDavid trying to come in with speed. Here he comes. McDavid shoots. Top shelf. He scores!
Hey, Edmonton. Rogers wants you to stay connected to your Edmonton Oilers.
Connor McDavid! Fantastic!
Catch every goal on Canada's largest and most reliable 5G network with Rogers 5G mobile plans. To learn more, visit rogers.com/5G. That's rogers.com/5G.
You're listening to Rogers Game Night on the official voice of the Edmonton Oilers, 630 CHAN, and on the Oilers Radio Network.
Kind of hard to point out one thing. I'd love to give you an answer where it's kind of just where it's very simple and now you know the key to success. But it's a byproduct of the experiences that I go through and what I do with them. It's also a byproduct of how my team plays in front of me. These guys have been nothing but be supportive and play good on both ends of the ice, kind of like the first question I answered there. But to be honest, it's what you do when things kind of come your way, and whether it's good, whether it's bad, it's all about how you respond. And I think for myself, it's just trying to give this team a chance to win every night.
That is Stuart Skinner, 9-0, games 4 through 7 in the Stanley Cup playoffs this year. Welcome back, everybody, to Rogers Game Night, courtesy of Rogers, Canada's largest and most reliable 5G network. We're in the Legacy Heating and Cooling broadcast booth. Legacy Heating and Cooling, home and no payments and no interest. And we bring aboard our inside the game analyst, Rob Brown, who's gutting it out. He's hurting a bit tonight. Hello, Rob. How you doing?
I'm doing fantastic, Bob. Big night, game night.
Yeah.
Here it is. This is what everyone's been waiting for.
All right. Well, I mean, the Oilers have a chance to survive and advance to a Game 7. How have they flipped the script in this series that saw the Florida Panthers build up a 3-0 lead?
Well, I don't think they flipped a whole lot, Bob. I think you and I both know that the Oilers were the better team in Game 1 and ran into a fantastic goaltending night. Game 2, Florida was the better team. Both, so it should have been 1-1 after 2 games. And Game 3, the Oilers played well enough to win. They didn't, but they played well enough. So I don't think the Oilers had to do a whole lot different. I think puck luck eventually got on their side. The ones that were going off the crossbar and out for them were now hitting the back of the net in the twine. And the Florida Panthers were now the ones having an open net and putting it off the post. So the hockey gods finally equaled things out. And the Oilers are a good hockey team playing well, getting saved. And at the end of the day, when you get saved and you've got the better of the two specialty teams, you're going to find yourself on the right side of the scoreboard.
Do you have any possible explanation for the fact that Stuart Skinner has wobbled at times, Game 2 against LA, Games 1 and Game 3 against the Vancouver Canucks, but he's been able to survive, and he's now sitting in a situation where he's 9-0 Games 4 through 7 in this year's playoffs?
Well, we just have to look at the other end. The guy at the opposite end, Bobrovsky's got 2 Vezinas. He's up for the Vezina again this year. He's had some bobbles in this series. All goaltenders have off night, just like all players do. I think it's funny. After Game 2 of this series, if you would have said, you know what, after Game 5, the Oilers would have more confidence in their goaltender than the Florida Panthers would in theirs, you would have said, come on, seriously. But it's that way. Right now, Bobrovsky is an X factor because he hasn't had back-to-back good games. Where Stuart Skinner right now, every time he's on the saves coming here, like he's going to swallow it. It can't get past him. There's no rebound. He's got some swagger. So I don't know if there's any other, if you can pinpoint anything other than Stuart Skinner is a very good goaltender that is learning his trade on the job. He was thrust into a situation that he's not supposed to be in. He's still supposed to be the backup. And he's learning as he goes. And what you love about him is the mental toughness that he has. When things went sideways in the Vancouver series, all right, I'll get better. And he did. And he's another big reason the Edmonton Oilers have a chance here to advance to Game 7.
Rob, the players are going to come on the ice in about a minute. That gives us time to do the Ford keys to the game. Ford is the official partner of your Edmonton Oilers, built Ford proud.
Well, I believe physicality. The Oilers are on the home ice, and when you've got a crowd that just wants to explode, hit everybody. I mean, you bump someone, it's going to sound like he just drove someone through the board. So be physical, but in a smart way. And if somehow you can get that first goal, the Florida Panthers, the last thing they want to do is chase another hockey game. So to me, a big save from Skinner and putting the first puck in the back of the net would go a long way in securing a victory and a chance to go back to Florida here in a few days.
That is our Inside the Game analyst, Rob Brown. More with Rob and Reed Wilkins, the end of the roll, first and second intermission. The Edmonton Oilers, Stuart Skinner is about to lead the team on the ice. The Florida Panthers, Sergei Bobrovsky has just come out there. We're going to get after it here. We're going to take you in-house as Stuart Skinner walks to center ice here at Rogers Place. There's nothing better at the start of summer than Game 6 of the Stanley Cup Final. The Edmonton Oilers looking to extend the Stanley Cup Final to a Game 7 with one of the most improbable comebacks, theoretically, dating all the way back to the start of the season, and now this to the Stanley Cup Final in NHL history. Jack Michaels is ready to go. He'll have the call up next. Game 6 Stanley Cup Final. The Oilers Radio Network on 4 dealers. NHL High awaits.
Legacy Heating and Cooling jingle auditions take one for Ryan Nugent-Hopkins and Zach Hyman. Are you ready, guys?
We were born ready. Heck yes, Nuge. Drop the beat. Call Legacy. Call Legacy. We freaking killed it, Nuge. That's what I'm talking about, Zachary Martin Hyman.
Nice guys. We're going to sell a lot of air conditioners.
Hey, doesn't Legacy offer no payments and no interest for a year on those?
Yeah, well, thanks for the assist on the copy points there, Nuge.
It's just what I do.
Legacy Heating and Cooling.
From the biggest stadiums to the coziest holes in the wall. From house parties to porch hangs to pride celebrations. From your favorite fuzz shop to your local Indian spot. From noodle bars to sports bars to salsa bars. There's a Molson with your name on it. Canadian Ultra XL. Molson. Everyone in. Must be legal drinking age.
MIC is a leader in medical imaging and the official medical imaging provider to the Edmonton Oilers. Make MIC your choice. Whether you're a professional athlete or a weekend warrior, the game doesn't stop for injury. MIC's sports medicine imaging specialists can help you get back in the game with a timely and expert diagnosis. Go where the pros go. For a location near you, visit mic.ca.
International Union of Operating Engineers, Local 955, is one of Alberta's largest and most diverse union locals in the province. Members work in everything from construction and maintenance to pipelines, renewables, healthcare, education, municipalities, and more. They are a big part of Alberta's past and will be a big part of Alberta's future. Apprenticeship, jobs, pension. That's IUOE Local 955. Visit joinustoday.ca to learn more, and let's go Oilers.
We welcome you back for tonight's starting lineups, brought to you by our friends at Coventry Homes, the preferred builder of the Edmonton Oilers, who will start Stuart Skinner and Ned Evan Bouchard and Matthias Ekholm on the back end, and the line that's injected a ton of energy in the last two games of this Stanley Cup final. Matthias Janmark and Connor Brown on the wings, Adam Henrique at center. Here's Robert Clark.
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command.
Now, tonight's exclusive NHL broadcast.
There he shoots and scores.
Now it's Draisaitl off to Connor McDavid. Centers Kane for the hat trick. He scores.
All the action called by the voices who know the game inside and out.
This crowd explodes.
Bob Bob Stauffer and Jack Michaels on the Oilers Radio Network.
For someone who grew up in the Cold War, something ironic about chants of Sergei throughout the U.S. national anthem. But that's what makes the city of Edmonton so special. And one of the most special nights in the history of this city is about to unfold. Rogers Place, Game 6, Stanley Cup Final, and we've got it! Alongside Bob Stauffer, I'm Jack Michaels, Reed Wilkins, and Rob Brown, part of our Oilers Radio Network broadcast team. We told you about the starting lineups brought to you by our friends at Coventry Homes. Florida counters with Sam Bennett, Evan Rodriguez, who's been their best 5-on-5 player in this series, and Matthew Tkachuk. Forsling and Ekblad, and the opening puck drop is underway, and so is Game 6. The Panthers control and send it in from right to left. They're in the white with blue pants and red and yellow trim. Here's Rodriguez twisting it in front, stolen away by Matthias Janmark up the right-hand side, and battling hard is Adam Henrique. The Oilers in the blue and orange with a white trim. Matthias Ekholm off to Connor Brown and swiftly through the middle. Evan Bouchard punched ahead by Janmark, and now Adam Henrique, left wing, finds Brown. He's circling, he's waiting, he's being checked by Ekblad, and he thrusts it over to Darnell Nurse, who backhands it in front. Taken control of by Philip Broberg. A shot misses short side, rebound Leon Draisaitl, who promised to be better tonight. He centers, and a quick chance for Warren Foegele, blocked away. Foegele and Nugent Hopkins switching places tonight. So Nugent Hopkins back with McDavid and Hyman, Foegele with Draisaitl and Dylan Holloway. The Panthers turn it over at the Edmonton line. Here's Draisaitl, step shot and a save made by Bobrovsky, and the rebound tugged free by Alexander Barkov. The Florida Panthers lead this best-of-7 Stanley Cup Final 3-2. This is their third crack at claiming the Stanley Cup against Edmonton in this final. Barkov hard on the forecheck. Now Draisaitl pitches it forward to Ekholm, steered right side for Foegele, and a shot slithers wide. Rebound Dylan Holloway on the left half boards, and Oliver Ekman-Larsson up the right-hand side. The Oilers have already become only the second time in 79 years to force a Game 6 when trailing 3-0 in the final. Adam Henrique was on the other team, and that was 2012 New Jersey. McDavid off to Bouchard, whose stick exploded on him. Florida will try to smack it in. Ekman-Larsson off Luos Turinen, and shoveled back by McDavid. Up the right-hand side for Zach Hyman, who leads all Stanley Cup playoff goal scorers with 15. Only Ovechkin and Crosby have matched that total since 1996. Sent in by Florida. And Stuart Skinner in the pipes for Edmonton. 4-0 with a save percentage of .928 in elimination games. Angled up the right-hand side. McLeod threw it down low, and they waved off icing. Forsling had it knocked away by McLeod. Driven back in by Kulak from center ice. And Bobrovsky will knock it down. Bobrovsky is 5-0 as a Florida Panther in Games 6 and 7. The Panthers are guilty of an icing call, so something must give in the goaltending matchup. And with 2:38 having elapsed in the scoreless first period from our Legacy Heating and Cooling broadcast booth, let me introduce you to Bob Stauffer.
Great shot by Connor McDavid, by Leon Draisaitl, but to the glove side on Sergei Bobrovsky. And he tries to sell that glove to you and give it to you. You know where...
High blocker,
right side on Bobrovsky. That's where teams have had success.
McDavid between Nugent Hopkins and Hyman. Connor McDavid coming off back-to-back 4-point games. He's now 5 away from Wayne Gretzky's all-time record of 47 points in a single playoff year. Matthew Tkachuk had a goal and an assist in a losing effort in Game 5, but here he turns it over. And now it's McDavid trying to get around. Gustav Forsling pulls up, had the puck knocked away, a shot, and that was tipped wide by Hyman. Nico Mikkola taken out in the corner, and it snapped cross ice, and the Florida Panthers try to move it back through center. Our referees tonight, Jean Hebert and Chris Rooney, and now I believe we have an offside call against Edmonton as Zach Hyman lingered. Devin Berg and Ryan Daisy are the linesmen, and a face-off Kulikov will come out to center ice with 3 minutes and 7 seconds having elapsed in this scoreless first period. Florida 7-3 on the road in the playoffs. Edmonton is 7-4 at home. But the big story, really, Bob, and how this series turned was Game 3 when the Oilers got 2 in the third period. Since that time, Edmonton has outscored Florida 15-4 in the Stanley Cup Final.
Did they puncture a bit of the air of invincibility on Sergei Bobrovsky?
I don't think there's any question they did. Up the right-hand side, Ekman Larson defending Holloway. Bobrovsky with a handoff. And now Ryan Lomberg up the middle of the ice. Nick Cousins playing his first game since May the 26th. Broberg will shoot it in. Bobrovsky will leave it for Ekman Larson. Sent ahead for Lomberg. And now you've got Dmitry Kulikov. And Cousins makes sure of a clear indeed. Cousins is in his 10th year. Centering pass off the side of the net. So probably unfazed by the 26-day layoff. Kulikov will throw it around the boards. Ekman Larson hammered by Holloway. Loose in the corner. And now wrestled free. Nurse got popped by Lomberg after dropping a man himself. The Panthers come over. Cousins tried to cut it off, but it was relieved off his stick, and Ekman Larson has to cover up.
Lomberg got away with one. Maybe Nurse did before, but Lomberg saw they weren't going to make a call, and he laid a big hit on Darnell.
Carter Verhaeghe, who's been awfully quiet. No points in his last 4 and -7 in the series. Sends it ad for Barkov. He's been reunited with both Barkov and Sam Reinhart. Panthers get it in deep. Kulak forces up the right-hand side. Nico Mikkola crowding as we're scoreless 4.5 minutes in. Cody Ceci tries to squeeze through a sliver of daylight. Can't do it. Mikkola behind the net. Now snap back to the point, and you've got Verhaeghe a shot into a crowd that was blocked by Ceci. He'll chip and tried to move around Verhaeghe, unsuccessful in that endeavor, and played back down low for Sam Reinhart. Florida thought its 5-on-5 game was very good in Game 5. They just struggled on special teams, giving up 2 power play goals and a shorthanded goal in a 5-3 loss. Kulak will send it up the right-hand side. Ceci. Sit free. Here's a lead pass, Brown. Spin move, right circle. Janmark, this crowd just ready to elevate. So anything resembling a scoring chance, Brown did not come close to getting a shot off. Janmark fires in a save made by Bobrovsky up near the clavicle. 14:43 to go in the first period. It's just the 3rd shot on goal in this hockey game. 2 belong to Edmonton. And this crowd, this city, Bob, there is nothing like it. And yes, this is an Edmonton Oilers broadcast, but I'm sorry. As you know, I'm a fan of other teams and different sports. I've been in it. There is nothing like being in it than being in it in Edmonton.
No question about it. And the Oilers want to be on it, so their fans can even be more in it.
Derek Ryan between McLeod and Corey Perry, who scored his first goal of the playoffs, and it turned out to be the game winner in Game 5. And now off the draw, that was very close to a high stick. It was thrown to the side of the net.
Wow.
Bobrovsky was able to cover, but at live speed, I thought Perry...
How do you miss that? And maybe the memo is no calls. Let the teams decide it when the fans...
Oh. Well, at live speed, I thought it was Lundell's stick. There is an outside possibility it was friendly fire, but at live speed, I thought it was Lundell.
I'm with you. I thought it was Lundell as well.
Off the draw, thrown toward the net. Forsling will step up and drive one wide of Skinner. Rebound Tarasenko, top of the right circle. Snapshot, redirected. Backhander off the side of the net from Aaron Ekblad. Rolls back in front and could not get a second shot opportunity on net. Now Ryan, overpowered down low by Lundell. Ryan got back into the play. Tarasenko threw it around the boards. Ekblad will step up. Slide step around Corey Perry. Open Forsling, a shot, and that was blocked in front. And that time was Broberg with a shot block. Nice little spin move by McLeod. Shakes free of traffic, and here's Broberg left to right. Dumping it in from the blue line. Bobrovsky nowhere to move this puck. Finally sends it over to Ekblad. He's in trouble. McDavid's on him. Quickly reverses up to Matthew Tkachuk, and he spilled it successfully to center, where it's immediately wristed down deep by Evan Rodriguez. Florida's outscored Edmonton 7-0 with Rodriguez on the ice, 5-on-5. Here's Ekholm, right-hand side. Nugent Hopkins gliding over the line. Beautiful spin move, but his pass is off target. Hyman will follow up and look for the captain, McDavid. Out to the point, one-timer. And Bouchard had it stopped by Bobrovsky. Rebound, McDavid. Ekholm's open. Now Bouchard again. Slide step to his right. Loads, fires, save, Bobrovsky. And he'll cover with 13:06 to go in the first period. The Oilers have outshot the Panthers 5-1. Thus far, Bobrovsky has kept the Oilers at bay. But coming into this game, he'd given up 11 goals on his last 39 shots over a period of 97 minutes. Edmonton looking to keep those statistics intact and live for another day. That day would be Monday. But right now, we're in Game 6 of the Stanley Cup Final. No score from sold-out Rogers Place. And this is Ford Dealers NHL Hockey. The Oilers Radio Network.
Be a savvy Edmonton hotel shopper. Book through edmontonsbesthotels.com and receive up to $225 in cash rewards. There are over 50 member hotels to choose from offering their best value rates. edmontonsbesthotels.com. Rewards with every booking.
Even though your 20s are behind you, you still get to have firsts. Like the first time your knee hurts after a morning run. Or the first time you felt certain muscles after a workout. Whatever your pain, Advil Liquid Gels are here for these firsts. Advil Liquid Gels provide liquid fast relief for everyday aches and pains. So you can get back to your everyday active life where firsts still happen. When pain says you can't, Advil says you can. Proud partner of the Edmonton Oilers.
Proudly headquartered in Edmonton, Capital Power is powering change by changing power. Be part of the energy and join Capital Power in cheering on our Edmonton Oilers. From Ice District and across OilCountry as they chase another championship banner. Visit capitalpower.com to learn about how they're delivering reliable and affordable power for communities today and creating innovative solutions for a clean electricity future.
Be a savvy Edmonton hotel shopper. Book through edmontonsbesthotels.com and receive up to $225 in cash rewards. There are over 50 member hotels to choose from offering their best value rates. edmontonsbesthotels.com. Rewards with every booking.
You're listening to Oilers Hockey on 630 CHED and on the Radio Player Canada app.
The Edmonton Oilers playing their 5th elimination game of this 2024 postseason. And it's nice, Bob, when you've got Stuart Skinner, who's 4-0 with a save percentage of .928, and Connor McDavid, who, oh, by the way, happens to be the league's all-time leading scorer in elimination games with 23 points in 12. That's comforting when you've got the best offensive player and a goaltender who's come through in the clutch. What are your thoughts on Game 6 coming in?
Well, Florida's brought the physicality and some stuff after the whistles as well, and Evan Rodriguez going after Evan Bouchard. Something we didn't see at all in the Dallas series, but part of Florida's identity is their tenacity and aggressiveness. And, you know, they're a team that plays on the edge. And I think the player that they acquired that kind of changed the complexion of them.
Sam Bennett?
Well, Bennett, and then obviously Matthew Tkachuk. Those two guys coming over from the Calgary Flames.
Well, I was thinking of some of the rough stuff.
Yeah, well.
And Sam Bennett.
He'll back it up, and Tkachuk will drag you into it. And you look, that whole line's got nasty early.
Face off left side of Sergei Bobrovsky. Edmonton a good start. 7 minutes in. The Oilers have permitted just one shot off the draw. The Panthers a chip up the left-hand glass. CC is able to maintain the offensive zone. You've got Foegele, Draisaitl, and Holloway out there. Panthers able to wrestle it free. Forsling right wing lead pass, and that was tipped in by Sam Reinhart. 57 goals during the regular season, but he's kind of cooled here. 1 in his last 7 games. Verhaeghe similarly turned it over. Pass up the seam. Draisaitl centering. One-timer score! Warren Foegele! It's Edmonton! 1, Florida, 0 in Game 6!
Well, a broken play on a turnover, an active stick in the neutral ice area, and it was a slow developing 3-on-2, and everybody wanted the Oilers' Leon Draisaitl to shoot the puck, and instead he found the open man, and that open man was the Edmonton Oilers' Warren Foegele, who fought through the check of Aaron Ekblad and deposits the puck into a yawning cage.
First goal so vital. Florida 9-2 when they get it. Not the same club when they fall behind. Foegele, his 3rd of the Stanley Cup playoffs and his 12th career playoff goal from Draisaitl at 7:27. And Edmonton has the first goal of Game 6. The Oilers in their 14 wins, Bob, and they're a good come-from-behind club, but they've only trailed in 33 minutes combined of their 14 wins. When they've won, they've been front-runners. Off the draw, it's Tarasenko, and Edmonton will have that opportunity here in Game 6. Hyman with a floater through the neutral zone. Montour, lead pass right-hand side. You hear the chants of Sergei reverberating throughout Rogers Place. McDavid able to settle it, and he'll dial it up left to right. Connor McDavid swooping, chipping off the glove of Ekman-Larsson. McDavid blistered one wide. Rebound taken. Ekman-Larsson launched it up the right-hand side. Tkachuk did not get a stick on it, and that's an icing call whistled against Florida. Not that you could ever hope to hear it in this building. Kulak, by the way, will get a second assist on the scoring play. And the crowd letting Edmonton know exactly what it thinks of this start.
Well, Kulak, Jack, we thought he was the Oilers' best defenseman in game number 5, and he stepped up and created the turnover that Draisaitl capitalized on and found an open Fogle.
Off the draw. And we're going to have a whistle and a late hit on Connor Brown as he got belted into the corner.
It's only going to be the one penalty, and it's going to be against the Oilers. And that is, given what we've seen in the first period, that is a relatively soft call from Stripes here.
I think Janmark was the guy they targeted as the...
And they are not going to give Florida a penalty for the late hit on Connor Brown. No chance. Florida's going to get a power play out of this. And they miss a high stick on Corey Perry. Neutral ice slash on Connor McDavid already. And Janmark saying, how's that a penalty?
13 Edmonton minor penalty slashing.
That's a tough call given what hasn't been called.
Florida 1 for 16, however, on the power play in this series. And 1 for 30 over the last 2 Stanley Cup finals.
Sam Bennett comes...
Sam Bennett just steamrolled
after the whistle.
I mean, absolutely pulverized him.
And Janmark, obviously a critical penalty killer for the Oilers.
Face off, right side of Stuart Skinner. Was Janmark with a shorthanded goal and an assist in the first 8 minutes of Game 4 when this series really started to turn. Off the draw, Barkov wins it from Ryan, and here comes Florida's power play with Oliver Ekman-Larsson now in the first unit instead of Brandon Montour. Verhaeghe, who turned it over for the first goal, turns it over again, and right now he's really in a funk. He's -8 in this series. Oilers clear down the ice without Janmark up front. You've got McLeod challenging along with Fogle, Ekholm, and Ceci. It's sent in deep. Panthers swinging around. Verhaeghe left half-board. Steps up. Moves it to the corner. Little spin move. Reinhart interior pass. Missing it. Tkachuk high slot. Shot taken Ekman-Larsson. Redirected right corner. Chasing it Barkov. Held in Verhaeghe. Drag move to the middle. Lost the handle. And cleared by Cody Ceci. One move too many for Verhaeghe. Florida's passing on shots. And sometimes, Bob, you see that when your power play's been struggling. Ekman-Larsson. When Edmonton has had its lulls this year.
Same thing.
Tkachuk in over the line. Left wing, centers. Quick shot. Tarasenko got it back. Ekman-Larsson. Back to Tarasenko, left circle. He'll shoot. And that went off his own man, Rodriguez. Might have caught a piece of Stuart Skinner. Hustling to the middle is Bennett. Tough pass. Tarasenko made a great play to keep it alive in the right circle. Now Bennett lunging with a half minute to go in the man advantage. Blind pass, broken up. Ekman-Larsson kept it alive momentarily, eventually slugged down the ice by Nugent Hopkins. And the Oiler penalty killers, 43 for their last 44. Trying to keep this 1-0 lead intact 10 minutes in. Panthers shoot it in. Bennett had it knocked off his stick. Reinhart. Interior pass. Taking it away. Fogle. And the Oilers come away with it. Ryan McLeod with Edmonton set to go on full strength. The wrist shot. And he missed the net. Rebound taken by Florida's Aaron Ekblad. 9.5 to go. Lead pass, punch forward by Nick Cousins. The Panther power play dies. They're 1 for 17. Here's a clear down the middle, but it's on net. Bobrovsky will hand off to Mikkola. And here's the Bronx cheer from the 18,347 packed into Rogers Place. Bouchard to Kulak. Through the middle, McDavid. Out there with Draisaitl and Hyman off. The successful Napa Auto Parts penalty kill. Drive Bouchard and the save made. Bobrovsky. Rebound McDavid. Knocked off his stick. Here's Luostarinen. Building speed through the neutral zone, and he'll inadvertently put it out of play. 9:02 to go in the first period. Well, Florida head coach Paul Maurice felt like his club was confident, having won a pair of Game 6s, one at home and one in Boston. Well, right now, Edmonton, a different story. This city is different, and maybe the Oilers are a different hockey club. They're up 1-0 and having outshot the Panthers 8-1 through the first 11 minutes of this Game 6 Stanley Cup final, with Edmonton looking to level the series. We're back in a moment with more first period play-by-play. The Oilers Radio Network.
Until June 8th, make the shift to more savings at Fountain Tire and get up to $200 off a set of 4 select tires, plus a bonus $50 off any service of $150 or more. Restrictions apply. Financing available. Book online today. I can tell by the look on your face you're thinking about it.
Discover the epitome of elegance at Alberta Diamond Exchange, dedicated to crafting unforgettable moments with exquisite jewelry collections for over 2 decades. From stunning engagement rings to timeless wedding bands and anniversary treasures, the Alberta Diamond Exchange commitment extends far beyond I do. Your journey with Alberta Diamond Exchange is not just about jewelry, it's about an unparalleled experience. Check out the Aspen Glen Landing Boutique in Southwest Calgary, and for more information, head to abdiamond.ca today.
Honey, I overloaded the washing machine and there's a mini waterfall pouring through the basement roof.
We'll fix it. Don't worry, babe.
And I might have horribly shrunk your lucky jersey.
Oh!
Life happens. Access Insurance can help. The save of the game is brought to you by Access Insurance. When Albertans need it most, they know they can count on the Access Insurance team for a huge save. It's easy to switch and save. Check out their Google reviews.
Visit accessinsurancegroup.com.
Until June 8th, make the shift to more savings at Fountain Tire and get up to $200 off a set of 4 select tires, plus a bonus $50 off any service of $150 or more. Restrictions apply. Financing available. Book online today. I can tell by the look on your face you're thinking about it.
Listen on air, online, and on the Radio Player Canada app. This is the Oilers Radio Network.
Sasha Barkov wins the faceoff in the neutral zone, and it's sent in deep by Nico Mikkola. Philip Broberg up the left-hand side with the Oilers leading 1-0 in Game 6. Warren Foegele from Draisaitl and Kulak 7 minutes in, and once again, Edmonton has the lead. Oilers have scored early in Games 4, 5, and 6, and have not trailed since losing Game 3, 4-3. Edmonton on the move through the neutral zone. Janmark, one-timer Broberg, and he flubbed it off the heel of his stick. Mikkola up the right-hand side. Rodriguez building speed. Drag move to his left, and then sliding it ahead for Barkov. Comes up ice. Reinhart wanted to set a screen, now peels off on a change. Ekman-Larsson put it down low, but Barkov failed to control, and it's golfed out successfully by Foegele with 8 minutes to play in this first period. And the Panthers trailing by a score of 1-0. Tarasenko up the right-hand side for Lundell. You can tell Tarasenko's experience, Bob. He's had a good series. I think he's played really well.
He's a smart player. He's always in the right spots. He's never afraid to shoot.
Foegele will send it in deep. Draisaitl off a clear, able to knock it down. Held onto it a shade too long, and now the Panthers rush over and try to muscle it free. 4 players grappling right at the red line, and it's Ceci who finally jousts it back into the Florida zone. Ekman-Larsson to Tarasenko, backhands it in, and he'll change. 7:25 to go in the first period. Edmonton leading 1-0. Here's Cody Ceci moving in left to right, batted down by Ekblad on a bouncing puck. He'll toss a spinner up through the middle, booted over by Stenlund to Nick Cousins, and he'll backhand it in. 50-50 jackpot, by the way, sitting at $5.6 million right now. Early bird prizing $2,000 at Safeway, $25,000 cash. Here's Hyman on an outlet, button hooking, dropping, Bouchard open, fake the slapper, now let a wrist shot fly, and that was blocked at the last moment. Centering pass, quick shot, snapped off the blocker of Bobrovsky by Nugent Hopkins, but that's where you want him shooting.
High blocker.
Here's McDavid taking a puck down low from Ekholm. He'll roll up top, high slot. McDavid spinning, waiting, shooting, and that was swallowed up top. Nick Cousins, the shot block, and Kevin Stenlund carefully will shoot it in at center, even as he was blasted by Evan Bouchard. Ekholm to recover the puck for the Oilers with 6.5 to go in the first period. Florida has one shot on net. Edmonton has 9. Lead pass up the left-hand side, and that'll be an icing whistled against Edmonton. They'll talk about it, but the officials appear to be emphatically signaling it was indeed icing, and a face-off coming to the right of Stuart Skinner.
Oilers got some calls in Game 5 in Florida. That's given. They haven't had one in this game. A couple of high stick, a reach, didn't get called. Florida got a power play that time. I think Perry thought he touched the puck. Linesmen were right there. Big draw here for Derek Ryan against the former teammate, Sam Bennett.
Two were teammates in Calgary. Ryan wins the face-off. Ekholm up the left-hand side. Corey Perry shovels it in. And after it will be Matthew Tkachuk taking off the puck. Ryan won a battle. Threw it in front, angled out. Broberg a shot, and that was off the blocker of Bobrovsky. Rebound, Nurse slid it wide, and coming off the end boards, the Panthers can't get there. Ryan poked it free. Corey Perry, sharp angle through the crease. Tkachuk, another chance to clear, and finally, it's forked back through the middle. Nurse tried to hit Perry on an outlet, and it eluded Corey Perry, and that turns into an icing call. That's a tough play. Nurse made the right play. I don't think Perry picked it up until late, and that's why the pass was not completed.
Tried to change his angle on his stick. Couldn't knock it down, and now a huge draw back in the Oilers' D-zone. This line has been out here for a while, but Henrique did get on the ice at center. He'll go up against Barkov.
Adam Henrique, solid addition, still has 3 goals and 6 points despite missing a handful of games in the early rounds. And he, along with Brown and Janmark, have been a revelation in terms of a spark plug line, so much so they've kind of elevated themselves in the lineup as a unit. Off the draw, Verhaeghe will maintain for now, but Henrique is able to muster a clear to Perry, who juggled and did not get it up the wall. Reverse to Broberg. He'll put it up to McLeod, and again, it doesn't exit the zone. Broberg still on it. Panthers try to burrow in, but neither Barkov nor Reinhart could make clean contact with a puck. Centering pass, Barkov did. Poke it free. Kulikov, Reinhart. Kulikov swings. Ekman-Larsson, a shot, save Skinner. Rebound. Ekman-Larsson able to hold the zone in the high slot. Ekman-Larsson, tough pass. Verhaeghe has to fall back. But as this series has worn on, it seems like Ekman-Larsson has kind of been elevated, and Brandon Montour has taken a step back.
Wonder if Montour is playing with an injury, Jack.
Absolutely. At this time of year, Bob, it's the first day of summer. Almost everyone's banged up, and certainly that's a valid theory. Draisaitl swooping in, dishing off. Wrist shot, Holloway, and he missed, going high blocker again. Now a dish for Fogle. Absorbs a check, absorbs another. Maintaining right corner. Now we're going to have a penalty. It's going to be a slash. I thought there might have been an initial call there, and indeed, it was made. 2 minutes for slashing, and the Oilers already up 1-0, and having a power play that converted twice in Game 5. We'll get a look at getting a multi-goal lead in the first period of yet another elimination game. Edmonton's 5th, but the Oilers refuse to go quietly into the night. They're up in Game 6. This is Fort Dealers NHL Hockey, the Oilers Radio Network.
Look, I know this is radio, so it's hard to show you how much is on sale during the Big One clearance event at End of the Row Flooring Centers, but it's a lot. Like this flooring, or this one, and all these. Yep, all at clearance pricing for a limited time. Now, you don't need to just imagine what it would look like, though. You can use our visualizer at endoftheroll.com to upload a picture of your room to see the flooring in your actual home. Try it. Find something you love, then get a great deal on it at the Big One clearance event on now at End of the Roll Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring.
When you play the largest 50-50 in sports, everybody wins. Your support makes all of Oil Country a better place. A place of kindness, caring, and compassion. Uplifting those in need, changing lives forever. The largest 50-50 pot in professional sports is currently growing by the second. Get your tickets now at EdmontonOilers.com and help change lives today. Maybe even your own.
AGLC license number 645766.
Pizza 73, the official pizza of your Edmonton Oilers. Loyal to the oil, in Edmonton we trust. Rising to the top like a pizza crust. Down to the crunch, got the flavors to play. The city of champs, going all the way. Let's go Oilers, E-Town unite. Ice District to Jasper, downtown to White. Wearing orange and blue, game on the screen. Make the right call, Pizza 73. Let's go Oilers. 737373, Pizza 73. All games, all season. You're listening to the Oilers Radio Network.
Nugent Hopkins, Draisaitl, Hyman, McDavid, and Bouchard on the Atco Energy power play unit. Draisaitl noticeably with a jump here early in Game 6. Looking for his first power play goal in 15 games. He's still tied for the league lead in the playoffs with 6 with his teammate Zach Hyman. At 5-on-5, Draisaitl has had some extra pop tonight. Here he dishes off to McDavid after a length of the ice clear. McDavid to his left, poke check by Ekblad. Recovered to Nugent Hopkins. Bouchard will give it right back to Nugent Hopkins. Left point in front of the Florida bench. Now it's McDavid on the half wall, pursued by Ekblad. Nugent Hopkins centering pass. Draisaitl lined it up. McDavid back to Draisaitl, right circle. Bouchard. Draisaitl right face-off done. Bouchard, it's like Edmonton sensing Draisaitl might be ready to explode here. McDavid, Hyman. McDavid, top of the left circle, looking for Draisaitl. Saucers it over. Top of the right circle, twisted back. McDavid, back to Draisaitl, right face-off dot. Lingering down low, McDavid. In the high slot, Bouchard. Nugent Hopkins, McDavid, left circle, high slot, Bouchard. Draisaitl one-timer and a scoop save made by Bobrovsky as that was ticketed to lower right corner of the net. 3.5 to go in the first period. 1-0 Edmonton, 54 seconds left in the penalty to Luo Sturinen for slashing.
I think on the Oilers power play, the shot that's there the most, I think he's over pursuing and overplaying Draisaitl. I think he's really great to his left. Nugent Hopkins is
I was going to say, high blocker.
High blocker, and it's got to come off the left hash, which is to the right of Sergei Bobrovsky.
Off the draw, Kulikov to Reinhart. Florida won another faceoff, and it's launched up the right-hand side. And this was so pivotal early in the series for Florida on the PK. They were able to win a ton of faceoffs. Here's Bouchard dropping it off. Draisaitl curls it over to McDavid, in over the line, puts the brakes on top of the right circle, lifts back to Bouchard, and then a poor pass chases Draisaitl out of the zone. 3 minutes to go in the first period. 1-0 Edmonton. Here's a drop by Nugent Hopkins to McDavid. Clubbed off his stick by Barkov. Left it for Kulikov. Did not get out of the zone. Barkov made another steal. And this time he'll do it himself, sending it down the left-hand side. That's superb work by Barkov. Bouchard to Draisaitl. Edmonton in the midst of a change and an offside delivery to McLeod left wing.
Oh, that was onside. I'm surprised they called that offside.
2:43 to play in the first period. Nearly letter perfect for Edmonton. The shot's 11-2. The Panthers have 2 shots.
Just too deselective on the power play, Jack. You got to just put it to the net, create some chaos.
You mean in that opening 40 seconds?
Yeah.
Is that what you're talking about?
Completed 14 passes. Complete 4 or 5, then shoot the puck. Make them work and outgrind you and outbeat you down low. You've got the extra man.
So what you're saying is this is not Gene Hackman's Hickory Huskers. You don't need the extra passes.
No.
Off the draw. Philip Broberg back behind the Edmonton net. Darnell Nurse scooping behind the Florida defense. Matthew Tkachuk, up Ekman Larson. Henrique tracking him. Left wing lead for Evan Rodriguez out of his reach. Darnell Nurse plowed into by Rodriguez, and now the Panthers look to take control, but the Oilers won a battle, and it was Janmark again to Henrique, and he'll shoot it in with 2 minutes to go in the period. And the Florida Panthers still stuck on 2 shots on net. Panthers with Rodriguez being draped by Henry. Kulak forced Bobrovsky to come out and play it with a feed behind the net, and a delivery by Ekman Larson picked up by Sam Bennett and shot off the stick of Ceci. Stuart Skinner shovels it ahead. That's going to be picked off and turned back by Tarasenko behind the net. Luo Starinen just out of the penalty box. Tried to shovel it in front. And now rebound Lundell. Couldn't find it. Cody Ceci. Luo Starinen there. Forced it up the left-hand side. Derek Ryan dashing down the left wing boards. He's going to be cut off. Tarasenko swings it around the boards. Luo Starinen. Shot in by Lundell. Big hop off the end boards. Matthias Ekholm able to grab it for Edmonton and launch it down the middle. This will be an icing call against Edmonton with 1:11 to play in a first period that has seen Edmonton outshoot Florida 11-2. And on Warren Fogel's third goal of the playoffs from Kulak and Draisaitl, the Oilers have the lead in Game 6. The only other teams that have forced a Game 7 down 3-0 in the Cup final, 45 Red Wings who lost, and the 42 Toronto Maple Leafs who beat the Red Wings, and are the only team of the 28 that have fallen behind 3-0 to win the Stanley Cup. Tossed in deep. And the Oilers off the neutral zone draw. Vogel trying to get possession, can't do it. But a steal by Draisaitl. Bouchard over to Ekholm. Left wing blast wide. Rebound ricocheted out in front. And the Panthers, Sam Reinhart, second effort, can't get it out. That's a lazy clear by Reinhart. And he gets bailed out by Barkov, who...
He's bailing everybody. He's played great so far.
I was going to say, Barkov is back on his game. If Draisaitl's back on his game, Barkov most certainly is for Florida. And now the Panthers guilty of an icing call. 36 seconds to go in the first period. The problem is, from Paul Maurice's standpoint, is Barkov's not getting any help. The Panthers have done nothing offensively in this first period. And that's a credit to Edmonton as well.
Kept them outside. Got a little bit of time here, 35 seconds left, got their top line on the ice. Florida's line's been out here for the last 40 seconds or so.
Reinhart against McDavid on the faceoff. Hyman and Nugent-Hopkins, McDavid's wingers. Ekholm and Bouchard, and McDavid wins the draw. Here's Aaron Ekblad rolling over, tried to launch it down the middle. Nugent-Hopkins stole it. Hyman left corner. Reinhart freed it up. Barkov able to shield Nugent-Hopkins from the puck long enough to hit center, and then he coughed it up. Nugent-Hopkins down the middle, and Hyman unable to come up with it cleanly. Absorbed a hip check from Ekblad, and that was a painful delivery. Barkov trying to freeze it with 10 seconds to go. Skip free. McDavid doesn't want any part of it. Here's Bouchard, right wing shot, and that was ricocheted just over the net at the horn. A terrific first period turned in by the Edmonton Oilers on home ice. Outshooting the Florida Panthers 11-2, and in their bid to stay alive for a third consecutive game in a Stanley Cup final. The Oilers, they'd be hard-pressed to play any better than that. They outshoot the Panthers 11-2, and Warren Foegele has put Edmonton on top. 1-0 in Game 6. The Panthers have a propensity to start slow. They're now -6 in the first period in the Stanley Cup playoffs. That may work against some teams. Against Edmonton, at least thus far in the Stanley Cup playoffs, it has not. Alongside Brett Kulak, here's Brendan Escott.
Yeah, Brett, just analysis from your point of view on why you were able to settle down so early in a game that has such big ramifications around it.
Yeah, it's a big game, but you know what? We've been in this situation lots, and we've built for this moment the last couple games, and I thought we just did a good job of settling in. We knew the energy was going to be high, and it was everything we expected, and you know what? We just did a good job staying composed, keeping pucks out of the middle, and we built ourselves a goal there.
What's the key to limiting the shots the way that you guys did there in that opening 20?
Yeah, I think it's good. I think anytime we've had issues this series, it's when we're feeding their offense. So I think it's just a matter of simplifying and just playing a really good, strong, connected game.
Thanks, Brett.
Okay, thanks.
Jack?
Strong, connected, absolutely. Edmonton, a superior first period. The Oilers 4-0 when facing an elimination, and as Chris Knobloch pointed out, they've also been good in closeout games, knocking off L.A. and Dallas and not giving those teams second life. They didn't give Florida any life in that first period, and I thought Brett Kulak is bang on when he says, as long as we don't feed their offense, we'll take our chances.
The only thing I'd say is the power play. They executed a lot of passes. The ice is better here. I know Bobrovsky's good. It kind of looked to me like they were trying to set Leon up instead of maybe just taking what's there. But you're up 1-0. You outshoot a team 11-2 at home. Florida certainly was physical in the first 8 or 9 minutes of that period. I think Edmonton did a good job withstanding that, and obviously capitalizing on the neutral ice giveaway, and Kulak stepping up and picking a pass off, and then Draisaitl going the other way, setting up Warren Foegele's giving Edmonton the lead. They deserve to be up 1-0 in this game, but they got to know that Florida's going to bring more juice as this game wears on.
This city has never seen an opponent raise the Stanley Cup on its ice, and opponents are 0-3 and endeavoring to try to do so. And I would say in that first period, it didn't sound like they had any interest in seeing that streak come to an end. The atmosphere electric.
Yeah, you emphasize the word opponents because, as you know, the bubble a couple of years ago, but they weren't playing the Oilers. It was a Stanley Cup.
And there were no fans.
There was no fans. And I just think of, let's see what Edmonton can do here in period number 2. But Chris Knobloch kind of rolled the lines over, and he got everybody kind of involved. And I think Montour is a guy they're going to have to find a way to target a bit here. To me, he looks labored. He looks compromised. And, he's a pretty special player. He had a 73-point season last year in the back end. So Barkov was terrific for Florida that period.
But outside of that, nothing.
Draisaitl was on it for Edmonton.
And he promised to be so. He was quite accountable. And what did you take away from his comments before the game, Bob, and maybe enlighten some of our listeners who may have missed him?
So Leon, nobody was being hypercritical of him. They just asked him point blank, what do you think of your play? And he goes, well, obviously, I know I can elevate the level of my performance, and I need to get myself going in this series. And if Edmonton can get Draisaitl on a separate line going with Connor McDavid on that'll certainly increase their chances to extend this series and get to a Game 7 with a chance at history. We're not surprised by Leon. We know how accountable he is. He'll never sit there and make excuses, injuries. What did he say earlier when somebody asked him if he was injured? He said everybody's hurt come this time there.
He doesn't want to hear it, and he didn't want to hear it when he had the high ankle 2 years ago either.
So there you go.
Edmonton 1, Florida no score. That's your opening 20 minutes. Reed Wilkins, Rob Brown on the other side. This is Ford Dealers NHL Hockey Game 6 of the Stanley Cup Final. The Oilers Radio Network.
Blue collar work deserves big dollar perks. Get a heavy metal equipment and rentals is hiring heavy equipment technicians, maintenance supervisors, PM servicemen, maintenance coordinators, and pretty much every other position that makes Alberta go. We help move the earth that makes Alberta grow. So why not work for a company that makes your bank account grow too? Visit heavymetalequipment.ca to find your new career. Heavy metal equipment and rentals, helping you move the earth. It's our YEG with 630 Chad.
Accident-prone thespians battle to make it through their final curtain call with hilarious consequences as the Citadel Theatre presents The Play That Goes Wrong, July 6th through August 4th. Enter to win tickets at 630ched.com. Then get revved up for the Western Cup as the Northern Thunder late models hit Grad Torque Raceway for 2 full nights of family fun July 5th and 6th. For your chance to score tickets, visit 630ched.com.
For details on these and more events, visit 630ched.com. At the intermission, brought to you by End of the Row Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring.
Verhaeghe similarly turned it over. Pass up the seam. Draisaitl centering. One-timer score. Warren Foegele. It's Edmonton 1, Florida nothing in Game 6.
Foegele from Draisaitl and Kulak at 7:27 of the first period takes you to the highlight zone for Century Casinos. All in, all games, all season. Century Casinos, 3 great locations, Edmonton, St. Albert, and next to the Edmonton International Airport. Welcome to the winter zone. 1-0 Oilers leading the Panthers after the first period of Game 6. Edmonton out shooting Florida 11-2. Both teams 0 for 1 on the power play. Rob Brown, Reed Wilkins at the intermission for End of the Row Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring. Rob, Leon Draisaitl said this morning, it's time for me to join the series. He was very dangerous, I thought, in that first period.
Yeah, I thought he was the Oilers' best player, and you knew it was coming. Most players, when things aren't going well, want to be invisible. They just don't want anyone to notice. And hopefully they'll find a way out of their little slump or find their way out of where they are, and eventually they'll start playing better. But when you announce to the world, and when Leon talks and you have the Edmonton media there, the world of Oiler Nation will listen. And when Leon says, I haven't been good enough, I'm going to be better, and I'm going to welcome myself to this series, you got a feeling he's going to have a good night. And he had jump in that period and created chances. He had the great one-timer on the power play. But what a wonderful pass that was to Fogle. Puts right on his stick. Fogle's able to get it on and off his stick. You cannot turn the puck over in the neutral zone against the Edmonton Oilers. The Panthers did. Nice play by Kulak. And the Oilers start going north very quickly. But Leon Draisaitl was very good and an incredibly important goal for the Edmonton Oilers.
Rob, shots were 11-2 Edmonton. What were they able to do to carry most of the play? When they were in their defensive zone, and Florida had some zone time, the Oilers were good at keeping everything to the outside. Every time the Florida Panthers had their cycle going and they had their defensemen jumping down, pinching, and they're throwing it behind the net, there was never anything that you were fearful of as an Oiler fan. They just didn't take it to the net. The Oilers kept everything to the outside. They forced them to dump the puck in the corner, going behind the net. As a defensive group, that's what you want. You want them on the outside. You want them on the perimeter. They got nothing going that way. And then offensively, the Oilers got pucks in deep. They won races. They forced turnovers. They were by far the better team. The only thing you would have loved is a second goal, because that was a period that the Oilers were absolutely dominant in. And there's still only one bounce or one shot away from the Panthers. But it was a great first period on home ice in Game 6 and something to build off of. I mentioned both teams 0 for 1 on the power play, Rob. And, I know the Oilers' power play has been better, but watching both the PKs, man, they're good. In Florida on their PK, there's not a lot of teams that can get right on McDavid against the wall like that and force him to make a play under that much pressure. And at the other end, the Oilers' PK just keeps getting the puck and shooting it down the ice. Pretty good work, I thought, by both.
Yeah, 100%. They both play very aggressive. The Oilers' penalty killing unit is giving the Florida Panthers 0. They had no confidence, nothing. The Panthers make 2 passes, and then there's a bobble, and it's down the ice. They are losing momentum every time they get a power play. The Panthers play it a little bit different. They're aggressive, but the Oilers are so talented that the aggressiveness just forces the Oilers to make another play and another pass. And they'll stay in the offensive zone for 45 seconds to a minute. It gets down, then they get it for another 45 seconds to a minute. But with their aggressiveness, it takes away that easy pass where Connor sees he skates around, throws it back door to Leon. There's the one-timer down low. Hyman walks out and takes a look. The aggressiveness takes away the Oilers' time and space. The Oilers with no time and space. Now they've got to think quicker, and they're capable of, and they will get one chance. But when you're passive against the Oilers' power play, you're giving up multiple chances. When you're aggressive, you're giving up 1, maybe 2. So the Oilers have to be just a little more just a little stronger when they do get their chance, that they have to bury those, because there's not a whole lot. Both penalty killing units have been excellent this entire series.
Okay, the Edmonton Oilers Community Foundation 50-50 jackpot is at $5.9 million. The jackpot is the jackpot draw at 11 p.m. following the end of the Stanley Cup final. So hopefully Monday night. There's also a bonus jackpot that's over $6 million. That's going to be drawn on June 26th. Of course, this is all in benefit of the Oilers Community Foundation. It supports Albertans battling cancer, kids with critical illness, animal shelters, food security, military personnel, and much more. There's an early bird draw at 7:30 for $2,000 for Safeway, and at 8 p.m. for $25,000 cash. Oilers leading the Panthers 1-0 after the first period in Game 6. Ford Dealers NHL Hockey on the Oilers Radio Network.
Portage College graduates are incredibly employable. How does Portage know? 99% of employers surveyed said they would hire a Portage grad. Get career ready at Portage College. Learn more by visiting portagecollege.ca.
There's only one line of trucks that's outsold all others for 58 years. Only one with the available Power Boost hybrid engine on select models that delivers performance and efficiency. It's the truck that all others are measured by. You know the one. Tough this smart can only be called F-150. Right now, lease the 2024 F-150 STX with black appearance package at 2.49% APR for up to 24 months with 4,800 down. That's just $228 bi-weekly. Visit your Alberta Ford store or Ford.ca for details.
When the Oilers are on the ice, the big hits are a part of the game. But they shouldn't be a part of your drive. If you've been injured in a car collision, let James H. Brown & Associates and their over 200 years of combined injury law experience help you. Locally owned and proud Edmonton Oiler fans, James H. Brown & Associates is ready to support you with their unrivaled experience, unrivaled results, and unrivaled commitment. When accidents happen, head to jameshbrown.com.
Believing in yourself takes confidence. At Portage College, 93% of grads say their education gave them the skills and knowledge they needed for their careers. That's the kind of confidence that leads to great results. Learn more at portagecollege.ca.
With Global News, I'm Thomas Dias. A justice decided today that an Edmonton man found guilty of second-degree murder in the 2020 death of a 7-year-old girl will not be eligible for parole for 15 years. The Crown had argued for over 20 years. David Michael Moss faced an automatic life sentence for killing Bella Rose DeRosier, the daughter of his high school friend Melissa Francis. 3 motorcycle fatalities this week in the Edmonton area have left the president of the Alberta Motorcycle Safety Society concerned and reminding motorists about safety. Leanna Langlois says 2 of the 3 crashes appear to have been driver error, adding it might be time for the provincial government to consider some basic mandatory training about road sharing. And Alberta NDP leader Rachel Notley is set to give a farewell speech tonight in Calgary, but timing is everything. The party is aiming to have Notley give her speech during the second intermission of tonight's Stanley Cup playoff game between the Oilers and Panthers. News on demand at 630ched.com.
Chemco is building industry across Canada, and now they're on the lookout for civil and electrical project managers, estimators, and superintendents to join their dedicated team. Why Chemco? Because Chemco cares. They put people first, offering top-tier compensation packages and an unwavering commitment to safety. At Chemco, safety isn't just a priority, it's everybody's business. Ready to be part of a team that truly values you? Visit chemco.com/careers today.
Live sky high with remarkable units for rent and for sale at Sky Signature Suites. Currently offering amazing incentives on 1- and 2-bedroom rentals featuring designer finishes, resort-like amenities, and breathtaking views. All of this and more within the heart of Ice District, Edmonton's best address for shopping, dining, entertainment, and fun. Visit SkySignatureSuites.com and make your home high above the ordinary.
At Northern Lakes College, students work, raise their family, and complete their certificate, diploma, or partnership degree. With NLC's supported distance learning model, you can do it all in a flexible online classroom. Programs in academic upgrading, business, health, human services, resource technology, university studies, and more, including a wide range of courses available through continuing education. Skate into your new career in a learning environment that works for you. NorthernLakesCollege.ca. Everywhere you need them to be.
At the intermission, brought to you by End of the Row Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring.
Time to update the scoreboard, presented by Pizza 73, official pizza of the Edmonton Oilers. Rough ride for the Blue Jays tonight, trailing the Guardians 7-1 in the 7th inning. CFL, BC leading Winnipeg 16-7, about 2.5 minutes into the second quarter. Tomorrow on 6:30, Ched, countdown to kickoff at 3:30, game at 5, Elks at Argos. International soccer to tell you about at Euro. Ukraine beat Slovakia 2-1, Austria beat Poland 3-1, and Netherlands and France playing to a 0-0 draw. Copa America tonight, it's going to be Peru against Chile. All right, Warren Fogle has the game's only goal. The Oilers are coming out for the second period of Game 6 of the Stanley Cup Final with a 1-0 lead on the Florida Panthers. Jack and Bob are coming up for Dealers NHL Hockey on the Oilers Radio Network.
At the Intermission has been brought to you by End of the Roll Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring.
The Brick and the Edmonton Oilers both started right here in Edmonton back in the 70s. And we know nothing is more exciting than playoff hockey. We're next to you in the stands, painted blue and orange, cheering our hearts out. And when we're not there, we're in our stores, making sure you have everything you need to cheer them on in your home. We're proud of this city and its rich sports history. The Brick, supporting the Edmonton Oilers and fans right from the beginning. Let's go, Oilers.
McDavid trying to come in with speed. Here he comes. McDavid shoots. Top shelf. He scores!
Hey, Rogers customers and hockey fans. Rogers wants you to win big this Stanley Cup playoffs.
Connor McDavid! Fantastic!
You could win a VIP trip to the Stanley Cup Final, plus hundreds of prizes, courtesy of Rogers Beyond the Sea. For your chance to win, visit rogers.com/Stanley Cup. That's rogers.com/Stanley Cup.
Celebrating 70 years in the signage industry, William Huff Advertising is the most recognized name in the game. An in-house, one-stop shop for all of your design, print, and installation needs. William Huff provides quality graphic solutions for everyone. Here in our City of Champions and throughout the nation, they're the preferred signage partner entrusted by many of the biggest corporations, pro sports teams, and organizations to bring their identity to life. Recognize the name, get in the game. WilliamHuff.com.
You're listening to Oilers Hockey on 630 CHED and on the Radio Player Canada app.
Dominant first period turned in by the Edmonton Oilers, who throttled Florida's attack. And I put that in quotation marks. Just 2 first-period shots for the slow-starting Panthers, who've gotten themselves into trouble in games 4 and 5, giving up shorthanded goals. Florida got behind 3-0 in game 5, obviously belted around the building in an 8-1 loss in game 4, and now 1-0 Edmonton as we start the second period. We're underway. Adam Henrique winning the opening face-off. Jack Michaels, Bob Stauffer with you from our Legacy Heating and Cooling broadcast booth high atop Rogers Place. Sold out, of course, for this game 6 of the final as Edmonton looks to make history. Janmark will chip it inside the Florida blue line. Ekblad to Gustav Forsling. The only first period goal scored by Fogle, 7.5 minutes in. Assists to Draisaitl and Kulak. Both teams 0 for 1 on the power play. And again, the Panthers mustered just 2 shots on net. Ekholm works it up the right-hand side. Connor Brown reverses right back to Ekholm. He'll club it up the left-hand side. Waiting for it is Janmark, driving into the net. Centering pass, reach shot, score! 2-0 Edmonton. What a finish! Adam Henrique puts it away. And the Oilers go up by 2 in game 6.
Very similar to Edmonton's second goal against Florida in game number 4. A hard rim around the boards, and the Oilers stretched the offside winger, and that was Matthias Janmark who straddled the blue line. It's going to be Ekholm, hard rim around the boards, the exact same combination on the scoring. Henrique with the goal from Janmark and Ekholm as Janmark stayed on side, and it's 2-0 Oilers.
Henrique's 4th, and once again, the Henrique, Janmark, Brown line give Edmonton a spark. And the crowd just as revved up as ever. First minute, second period, Oilers go up 2-0. Here's the Panthers on the counterattack, and a rebound score for Sasha Barkov quiets the crowd. And Florida does what it did in Game 5, a quick response. Henrique scores 46 seconds into the period, and Barkov comes right back, funneling in his own rebound just 10 seconds later, 2-1.
I think it was a turnover there by Broberg in the neutralized area, and then Edmonton got chasing, and Verhaeghe swept it in front. And they double-team the Oilers in front of the goal, and Barkov, who's been terrific. Now, what's going on here? Are they looking at a potential offside? I don't think so. I think that plays onside. Long discussion here. Don't think so. It's a good goal. and not a good sequence for Edmonton. Can't have that happen 2 games in a row, and it just did.
And 3 times combined. Because the Panthers got a couple quick ones, and now they are going to look at it.
Edmonton is challenging the play to determine if it was offside prior to the goal.
It looked like they were going to restart there, but now we will have a coach's challenge.
And we're at the mercy here, Jack, because we don't have all the camera angles.
Barkov from Verhaeghe. Chris Knobloch this year on challenges 4 out of 6. Now, if this is an unsuccessful challenge, not only does the goal count, but Florida goes on the power play with a chance to tie the game. 2-0 lead remains intact. It's Reinhardt.
That's onside. That's going to be a good goal. Unless they're saying the puck went outside the line. To me, that's a good... He's onside. To me, he's onside.
I don't know. It came back. Did it graze the blue line after it came back in?
This is really tight. I think this goal's going to count, and I think Florida's going to get a power play. And
if it counts, it's Barkov from Verhaeghe. Oh, boy, that is tight. I mean, there's a freeze frame from along the blue line where Barkov's stick is obstructing the puck, and therefore you can't see white. On the overhead, as Bob mentioned, it is so airtight. This is where you need the combination of angles, and we don't have that.
We don't have that. My initial gut feel all along was this was a good goal.
Oh, boy, that is so tight.
Ugh. This is now a long delay here.
Yeah, they're having trouble. And again, it was called a goal on the ice. Here we go, Chris Rooney.
After video review, at 19:09, the play was offside, no goal.
Wow. Wow. That is as close could be. Noah Siegel, part of the Oilers coaching staff, Jack, along with Mike Finelli. He's the video coordinator, and they get it right. And the Oilers dodge a bullet. And now a chance to deal with what's happened here.
Well, what's happened is an offside. I mean, you don't have to deal with anything.
But you got yourself a 2-0 lead and a reprieve with them gaining some momentum. Back.
However, briefly, McDavid between Nugent Hopkins and Hyman. And Florida has to be somewhat deflated after that. Off the draw, Ekholm from Bouchard. I mean, that was really tight, and you needed to overturn it, and they did. Bouchard will swing it around the boards. Dmitry Kulikov in the corner. Ekman Larson snatched away. Zach Hyman rolls up top, shoots, and a block shot. And the Panthers send it up the right-hand boards for Tarasenko. He'll rifle it in. Bouchard reverses back to Ekholm up the right-hand side. You've got Hyman. He got checked by Forsling, and now McDavid is off and running. Driving in, and a good play by Lundell to stifle McDavid's momentum. He was basically playing defense there and was able to poke check it off McDavid's stick. Funneled back in by Hyman and recovered by Lundell, and the Panthers left to right. Forsling up the gut. Shoveled in by Carter Verhaeghe, who turned it over on Edmonton's first goal. Fogle from Draisaitl. Kulak had a hand in that goal and sends it up for Dylan Holloway. He'll shoot it in. Bobrovsky turned it over. Fogle. Draisaitl spins, and that centering pass is off target. And here comes Carter Verhaeghe. In over the line, right wing. Waits for a teammate. Moves it. Shot. Saves Skinner. And the rebound covered. He stopped Gustav Forsling and was able to control the rebound. 17:49 to go in the second period. Edmonton's 2-0 lead remains intact as the Oilers look to even this Stanley Cup final at 3 games apiece.
Oilers got caught reaching there a little bit defensively after Leon Draisaitl tried to reverse behind the back pass from behind the goal. Don't beat yourself. They started the transition the other way for the Florida Panthers, and they got a good look out of it.
Bennett between Tkachuk and Rodriguez. Face off to Skinner's right-hand side. And off the draw, it's won cleanly. Lifted down the left-hand side. Derek Ryan won the draw. He makes a steal and then coughed it up in the neutral zone. Panthers charge back in, right-hand side, Rodriguez. Put it behind the net. Cutting it off is Mikkola. Down low, Tkachuk. Disrupted an outlet pass, and now the Panthers look to tug it free. Oilers eventually work it back to center. Brandon Montour to Sam Bennett. And Rodriguez will carry it into the zone. From the right half board, snapped it across. Long pass for Kulikov. Not in a shooting position. And it's swung back to Montour. Behind the net, Matthew Tkachuk looked in front, elected not to move the puck to Lomberg, and instead out to Montour. Now Sam Bennett with Lomberg in the slot. Shoots high and wide, and Skinner will lay the leather to it with 3 minutes gone by in this second period. And it's 2-0 for Edmonton, and after they review, they'll take the shot they just credited Florida with off the board. That was nowhere near the net. Skinner wanted to put it away, and he did. And now some pushing and shoving, and we're going to have Tkachuk sent off again, him and Janmark. And in my mind, Bob, that doesn't help the Florida Panthers. I'm not saying Janmark isn't a good player for Edmonton, but Matthew Tkachuk is supposed to be what you would term a driver for this Florida Panthers squad, and him being in the penalty box for 2 minutes doesn't help Florida.
Janmark won't back down from Matthew Tkachuk. Janmark has fought Max Domi this season, who can flat out fight, and did quite fine.
Florida 19, Edmonton 13.
And who did he open up the windmill on? Tkachuk or Janmark?
Trying to remember. He surprised us.
Yeah, he threw like 8 right hands in a row and just won a fight convincingly. And it wasn't just a guy. 3 minutes gone by, second period. Edmonton up 2-0. And we'll saw it off and skate 4-on-4. If Game 7 is required, it'll be played Monday night. Bob and I will have it for you from Amerant Bank Arena. Monday night, 6:20 Mountain Time. It's always a 6:20 Mountain Time start for the Stanley Cup Final.
This is interesting here. The Oilers have not elected to put McDavid and Draisaitl together. Draisaitl against Reinhart and Barkov.
Kulak and Ceci defensively. Hyman is Draisaitl's sidecar here, which means we may see McDavid and Nugent-Hopkins. Here's a puck poked free into the slot and knocked away from Reinhart. Draisaitl trying to chase it down. Reinhart was drafted ahead of Leon Draisaitl. Lead pass right wing side, and now taking it hard to the net is Zach Hyman. Reinhart drafted second overall by Buffalo in 2014. Draisaitl went one pick later. Here's a shot by Draisaitl, high slot to save Bobrovsky. The rebound sitting there and scooted by Barkov over to Ekblad, who was the first overall pick of that 2014 draft. Sam Bennett went fourth. Here's Reinhart shooting wide, attacking Stuart Skinner from the left side. He'll swing it around the boards. Oliver Ekman-Larsson. 4 minutes gone by in this second period. 2-0 Edmonton in Game 6. Reinhart a shot. That did not make its way through. A block shot by Bouchard ahead to Connor McDavid. He'll challenge Montour. Bobrovsky fumbled the puck away. It remains free for a moment. Ekman-Larsson pinned McDavid against the end boards, and here's Montour to Reinhart. Back to Montour at the Edmonton line. A shot and glove save Skinner, and he'll freeze it.
That was a trip.
4.5 gone by in the second period. 2-0 Edmonton. You're talking about Montour on McDavid.
Yeah. Leon trying to fight through a check of Ekblad. And then a long-range bomber and looking for a deflection and fighting it off was Bobrovsky.
And Forsling almost kicked it into his own net as he was engaged with Hyman in front. They have put Florida's fourth shot on board. Of course, that was the one Skinner just stopped. Lundell will take the draw against McDavid to Skinner's left. 42 seconds left in the 4-on-4. Tkachuk and Janmark in the box. Off the draw, Here's Verhaeghe taking it behind the Edmonton net, trying to protect, rolled it out. Forsling sent it down low. That'll be gobbled up off the end boards and ushered up the left-hand side by Broberg. Held in by Ekblad. Broberg able to regain the puck behind the net, off to Nertz. Hesitated for a moment, got it through Ekblad, and this will sail just wide of the net and turn into an icing call against Edmonton as Bobrovsky let it clip the side of the goal. And Florida will get an offensive zone draw here with 16 seconds left in the 4-on-4. The Oilers lead the Panthers 2-0, 5 minutes into the second period of Game 6.
Now Bennett, an important draw against Connor McDavid. And the guy that got out there with him, Rodriguez, he's been terrific in this series.
By far Florida's best player. 4 goals, 6 points, plus 7 coming in. But the Panthers haven't done much offensively of anything here in Game 6. Off the draw, Sam Bennett. Top of the left circle against Nugent Hopkins. Now Rodriguez to Mikkola. Juggled. Gave it back to Bennett. Dragged around McDavid. Tried to center. That went off Broberg's skate and sailed down the ice. Edmonton will change. Penalties are over. 5-on-5. Here's Montour in over the line. And offside will be whistled against Florida with 14:42 to go in the second period. And the Oilers leading the Panthers 2-0 in Game 6. Again, a series recap. Florida shut out Edmonton 3-0 in Game 1, followed it up with a 4-1 decision on home ice in Game 2. Came to Edmonton, beat the Oilers 4-3, led 4-1 entering the third period. Edmonton got 2 on Bobrovsky, and that appeared to turn the tide because Edmonton came out, pounded Florida 8-1 in Game 4, and followed it up with a 5-3 victory in Sunrise on Tuesday night, bringing us to Friday's Game 6. Monday will be Game 7. Oilers neutral zone draw, Kulak to Ceci. As Edmonton looks to become the second team in the history of the game to rally from 3-0 down in the Stanley Cup Final, and only the 5th team ever in any round. Here's Corey Perry. Sent in deep. Perry against Kevin Stanley. Moves it to Ryan McLeod. Out to Kulak. Took his eye off on it. And this will sail into the corner. Stuart Skinner to handle it for the Oilers. Snapped it up to McLeod. Turned it over. Then regained Ryan Lomberg. In on McLeod with Stenlund alongside. Kulak able to take it and move for Cody Ceci. Center ice, Brown protecting against first Lomberg and now Barkov bearing down on Connor Brown. Kulak launches one down the middle, fielded on one bounce flawlessly by Forsling. Reinhart to Barkov, who thought he had scored earlier in this second period, only to see it taken off the board for an offside. Shot Forsling left point, that was blocked. And the Oilers break out. Here's Janmark in over the line, offside, Connor Brown left wing. 6 1/2 gone by in this second period. More than 26 minutes having been played in Game 6. And the Oilers, known for their high-octane offense, have limited the Florida Panthers to a grand total of 4 shots on net. As a result, it's Edmonton 2. Florida 0. This is Game 6 of the Stanley Cup Final at Ford Dealers NHL Hockey, the Oilers Radio Network.
Hey parents, do you work in downtown Edmonton? Childcare is hard to find, but at Kepler Academy, inside Sun Life Place, we still have some space for children 12 months to 6 years old. Located at 101 23 Hull Street, Kepler Academy Sun Life Place is an award-winning early learning and childcare provider, voted Edmonton's top choice for 4 years in a row. Visit KeplerAcademy.ca. Mention this ad and your registration fees will be waived.
Did you know that there are 9 Napa Auto Parts stores serving the greater Edmonton area and have been doing so for more than 50 years? Since Napa first opened in Edmonton, the community has grown and vehicles have changed, but you can always trust Napa Auto Parts to provide you with the expert know-how and the best vehicle parts. And if that isn't enough, every time you visit a Napa Auto Parts store when you present your AMA card, you receive an additional 10% discount on all retail parts and accessories. Visit your local Napa Auto Parts store for more offers and expert know-how. Napa Auto Parts is a proud fan of the Edmonton Oilers. Hockey fans, with a spotless reputation, Scandinavian Building Services is responsible for keeping over 70 million square feet of space clean and safe every day. With over 65 years in the industry, no cleaning challenge is too big or too small. From national retailers and commercial spaces to small offices and entertainment centers like Rogers Place, let Scandinavian take the worry off your cleaning program. Visit Scandinavian.ca to learn more. Scandinavian Building Services. Our reputation is spotless.
Listen on air, online, and on the Radio Player Canada app. This is the Oilers Radio Network.
2-0 hockey game in favor of the Edmonton Oilers. 6 1/2 gone by in this second period. Warren Foegele now with 2 goals, 4 points in his last 4 games. Opened the scoring 7.5 minutes into the hockey game. And then inside the first minute of this second period, Adam Henrique tacked on another one. It's Edmonton 2. It's Florida 0 in Game 6. Draisaitl moved off the face-off dot, replaced by Holloway. Neutral zone draw, and Holloway wins it for Edmonton. The big story is the Oilers just suffocating Florida's offense. Fired in by Ekholm. Draisaitl shovels down low. Montour unable to get it out. Protecting in the corner and dropping is Holloway for Ekholm. Tried to slither it through traffic. Tarasenko broke it up the right-hand side. Luostarinen could not dance around Ekholm. Here's Leon Draisaitl. Puts it in deep. After it is Mikkola. Right side, you've got Luostarinen. Digging after it and forced back the other way by Foegele. Up the left-hand side, Draisaitl. And that went through Holloway. And the Panthers able to roll up ice with it. Tarasenko, Luostarinen. And he'll bang it down low for Tarasenko. Barkov with the puck for Florida. Forsling across to Ekblad. A shot. And that sailed wide of Stuart Skinner. Rebound Bouchard. Up the middle, Forsling snapped it right into the waiting glove of Skinner. And now we have Draisaitl slightly hobbled on the ice. They whistled it dead as a result. They check him. He appears to be okay.
He got hit hard twice in that shift. Tried to gain the zone entry, and they took his feet from under him. And then he got belted as Bouchard flipped the puck up the middle of the ice.
But he didn't look too much the worse for wear coming off, Bob. Face off to Skinner's right-hand side. Foegele and Henrique with the goals, and Edmonton leading by 2 with Derek Ryan opposite Alexander Barkov on the face-off dot to the right of Stuart Skinner. Ryan off the draw. Henrique comes into crowd. It's forced back behind the net. Darnell Nurse lobs it down the ice. Did he put too much air on it? Forsling turned, trying to draw the icing call. It was not awarded. Up the left-hand side, an attempted clear. Verhaeghe gave it away. Janmark wraparounds, tried to set up Connor Brown, and that was broken up. Boy, Carter Verhaeghe looks like a shell of himself right now. He's just got nothing going on for Florida. Sam Reinhart up the right-hand side. He's probably in that group as well. Ekblad gets it back from Forsling. Right side for Reinhart. Brushed in deep. Here's Skinner. Turned it over. Reinhart tried to catch him napping, but missed the net. Mikkola put it behind looking for Bennett. He collided with Nurse, went down in a heap. Now Verhaeghe tried to free it up into the slot, but Nugent Hopkins was there to gather. He'll skate away from Nico Mikkola. Mikkola got right into Nugent Hopkins, forced to give away. Rodriguez gave it up, and a quick shot sent wide by Matthew Tkachuk. Another shot deflected wide by Rodriguez. I was surprised Rodriguez did not pull the trigger there. Here's Sam Bennett to Rodriguez. But when you're struggling offensively, perhaps you do get a little overly selective. Nugent Hopkins over the line. Tried to nudge it ahead for McDavid. Too much traffic there. Got it back to him eventually behind the net, but McDavid erased by Kulikov. Sam Bennett dashing over, and a nice play to keep it in by Nugent Hopkins. Now McDavid, another centering pass. This one intercepted and snapped off the boards and out by Brandon Montour. Here's Matthew Tkachuk. They'll shovel it down row. Rodriguez trying to locate that puck, and it was play with a high stick. So, with 10:38 to go in the second period, obviously, with Florida having played it, it'll come outside the zone. Ekholm's protesting here.
What a play by Mikkel on Nugent Hopkins, and he almost got a look there from Matthew Tkachuk.
Yeah, Ekholm saying, my stick wasn't high, but they're going to rule it was. And as a result, face off to Skinner's left. You're allowed to hand pass in your own end, but you can't play with the puck with a high stick. So Kevin Stanley will take the draw, and he'll do so against Leon Draisaitl to Skinner's left. 10:38 to play in the second period. Draisaitl having assisted on the first goal. 31 points now in the postseason. Third in the league and on the team. Off the draw, shot by Ekman-Larsson. Juicy rebound. Skinner gave it up, and then it was shot over the net by Lomberg. And the Oilers able to clear. McLeod to Corey Perry. And Lomberg just healed that over the net. He looked like he had the top half available.
Might have been the best look they've had.
Cousins will send it in deep. Started with an Ekman-Larsson drive, and Lomberg, perhaps a little overly excited, put it over everything. He hasn't played much. In fact, his last goal, he's only had 1 point since February 17th. Panthers with control after an Oiler clear. Lou Ostarinen dropped it off for Aaron Ekblad. Left to right, Nick Cousins. He'll shoot it behind the Edmonton net. Skinner cut it off brilliantly for Kulak. And then laid ahead by Derek Ryan. Fogle to the middle of the ice. CC up to center, and he'll shoot it in. Forsling with 9.5 to go. Cut off by Holloway. Held in for the moment by Derek Ryan. Fogle centering pass, and that ricocheted off the back of the net. Barkov moved it up the right-hand side. Crowd in unison, urging the Oilers on. Trying to ensure that Edmonton will force a Game 7 back in Sunrise Monday night. We'll have it for you at 6:20 Mountain. Here's a turnover. Reinhart to the front of the net. We got a penalty coming against Edmonton, and probably a good one to take there. A turnover, Nurse to Broberg, and Skinner was kind of rolled into at the end. Barkov was taken out and plowed right into him. But Skinner does not look like he's going to have to really do much other than shake this one out a little bit.
Broberg's got to make a better play there, Jack, as we go to break.
Reinhart the saucer, Barkov taken out, Connor McDavid the penalty, and the Florida Panthers will be on the power play when we come back. This is Game 6 of the Stanley Cup Final with Edmonton leading 2-0. 9 minutes to play in period 2. The Oilers Radio Network.
International Union of Operating Engineers, Local 955, is one of Alberta's largest and most diverse union locals in the province. Members work in everything from construction and maintenance to pipelines, renewables, healthcare, education, municipalities, and more. They are a big part of Alberta's past and will be a big part of Alberta's future. Apprenticeship, jobs, pension. That's IUOE Local 955. Visit joinustoday.ca to learn more, and let's go Oilers.
When you play the largest 50-50 in sports, everybody wins. Your support makes all of OilCountry a better place. A place of kindness, caring, and compassion. Uplifting those in need, changing lives forever. The largest 50-50 pot in professional sports is currently growing by the second. Get your tickets now at EdmontonOilers.com and help change lives today. Maybe even your own.
AGLC license number 645766.
Proudly headquartered in Edmonton, Capital Power is powering change by changing power. Be part of the energy and join Capital Power in cheering on our Edmonton Oilers. From Ice District and across OilCountry as they chase another championship banner. Visit capitalpower.com to learn about how they're delivering reliable and affordable power for communities today and creating innovative solutions for a clean electricity future.
All games, all seasons. You're listening to the Oilers Radio Network.
Edmonton trying to create arguably the biggest game in the history of the Stanley Cup. Oilers leading the Florida Panthers 2-0 in Game 6. A face-off won by Barkov, played back inside the blue line. An Edmonton win, and the Oilers will have evened the series after being down 3-0. And if they do, a big reason why is the penalty kill as Derek Ryan calmly delivers the length of the ice clear. McDavid in the box. The Oiler penalty kill, just remarkable. 44 of 45 over their last 16 games. And 94% in the Stanley Cup playoffs. That would be a record. Shoveled up the right-hand side. Reinhart had it knocked off a stick, and Edmonton's making it look easy. Connor Brown clears. I'm not sure two players have better chemistry right now than Connor Brown and Matthias Janmark. Yep. Panthers left to right. Ekman Larsson, a good play there to shake Verhaeghe loose, and he'll take it back behind the net. Matthew Tkachuk, Verhaeghe, Ekman Larsson. He'll move it. And loading up is Barkov, trying to funnel it to the front of the net. There's Reinhart, there's Tkachuk. Nice play by Ekman Larsson. Dishing off for Hagee, a snapshot and a save made by Stuart Skinner. Rebound down to one knee, and it's tossed down the ice by Ryan McLeod. I'll say this, Ekman Larsson, that's a good change by Paul Maurice. Ekman Larsson looks a lot smoother than Montour.
They had 2 shots in the first period. He had both of them.
Here's Sam Bennett up the left-hand side. Cody Ceci back behind the net. I guess I'm master of the obvious. Connor Brown locates the puck off a dump-in, and he clears. And the Panthers running out of time. 23 seconds left in the hook to Connor McDavid. Montour left to right trying to get Florida on the board. He'll shoot it around the boards. Tarasenko, hard rim. It's Lundell, gets it right back from Montour, juggles and then fires, save. Skinner pinned it underneath his left armpit, and now just 6 seconds remain in this Napa Auto Parts penalty kill. 2-0 Edmonton, 7:09 to go in the second period. And you know what? The Oilers are going to take that all day. Nothing against Lundell, but your goaltender's going to stop that from 25 feet every time with a clean look. Face-off coming to Skinner's left. Now, Florida does get an extra draw here with McDavid in the box. And, of course, because we're in the second period, McDavid has that much further to skate and join the play.
They also have to be aware if Edmonton wins the draw.
Nope. Stenlund wins the face-off. Forsling, wrist shot, missed short side. Now Cousins nudged it in front. It was sitting there for a moment and then lobbed up ice, and there it is. But Florida was ready for it as Forsling had drifted back to defend McDavid. So, Bob, you may have said that too loud. Panthers were ready for McDavid to come out of the box, and Florida's able to bang it in deep. But once again, another failed power play. The Panthers are 1 for 18 in the series. Stenlund has it stripped by McDavid on the ice with Draisaitl and Hyman following the successful Napa Auto Parts penalty kill. But Ekblad trying to catch Edmonton in transition with a clear to Cousins. In over the line, Luo Sturinen. Now Nick Cousins will swing it behind the net. Luo Sturinen looking to protect against his fellow number 27, Brett Kulak. Chipped up the left-hand side. Draisaitl down to one knee. That puck exited the zone offside Florida. And a face-off will come out to neutral ice. And Ekholm didn't like the last shot taken by Nico Mikkola and gave him a shot of his own. Shots on goal are 13-10 in this hockey game in favor of Edmonton. But the score is 2-0 thanks to goals by Foegele and Adam Henrique. What do you think, Bob, psychologically? How much is there an advantage? Do you think this is weighing on Florida?
I think they're too good of a team for it to weigh on them, and we know how good they are in third periods, John. Oilers got a lot of work to do here yet.
Florida -6 in the first period, +6 in the second period, and +13 in the third in terms of goal differential. Nugent Hopkins wins the faceoff. Brett Kulak up to center. He'll dump it in. No, they're not going to give him center. That was very close.
Kulak thinks they touched the puck.
Kulak, well, he was 2 strides short. And yes, I think Kulak's argument is that he thought someone knocked the stick out of play. 20 consecutive kills at home for Edmonton and 45 out of 46 overall. Florida in the last 2 Stanley Cup Finals, Bob, 1 for 32 on the power play. They took an 0-for against Vegas last year and falling in 5 games. Off the draw, chipped up the left-hand boards. Janmark won't get there. Nico Mikkola. Connor Brown forced it back inside the Florida line. Mikkola to Montour, and that shot redirected toward the net. Skinner paddled it over to Bouchard. Nice play by Janmark to set Nugent Hopkins loose. In over the line, a shot sent wide, just out of the reach of Connor Brown. Janmark poked it free, then whacked at it a second time, and now it's going to be covered by goaltender Sergei Bobrovsky. It's hard to believe that Edmonton and Jay Woodcroft sent down Matthias Janmark to the minors. And Matthias Janmark emerging as one of Edmonton's top players in this Stanley Cup final. He has an assist on Adam Henrique's second period goal. The Oilers in command in Game 6, looking to tie this Stanley Cup final. It's Edmonton 2, Florida nothing. More live play-by-play coming next from Rogers, the Oilers Radio Network.
Portage College graduates are incredibly employable. How does Portage know? 99% of employers surveyed said they would hire a Portage grad. Get career ready at Portage College. Learn more by visiting portagecollege.ca.
From the biggest stadiums to the coziest holes in the wall. From house parties to porch hangs to pride celebrations. From your favorite fuzz shop to your local Indian spot. From noodle bars to sports bars to salsa bars. There's a Molson with your name on it. Canadian Ultra XL. Molson. Everyone in. Must be legal drinking age.
Athletes know that to advance your career, you've got to be part of a winning team. So, what about you? Are you working for a winning team? Well, here's your chance to do just that. Brandt is a strong and stable industry leader with career opportunities across Canada. We have hundreds of positions available right now, from parts, sales, positioning technology, heavy-duty mechanics, and more. Be a part of a winning team. Earn your stripes by joining Brandt today. Find out more at BrandtJobs.com.
Believing in yourself takes confidence. At Portage College, 93% of grads say their education gave them the skills and knowledge they needed for their careers. That's the kind of confidence that leads to great results. Learn more at portagecollege.ca.
You're listening to Oilers Hockey on 630 CHED and on the Radio Player Canada app.
Face off to Bobrovsky's right-hand side. McDavid, Nugent Hopkins, and Hyman in the offensive zone. With Ekholm and Bouchard. Draw won by McDavid with 5.5 to go. Here's Ekholm to the net, and he snapped one that caught a piece of Bobrovsky and sailed out of play. 5:32 left, second period. The Oilers 2-0 over Florida. Fogle in the first, Henrique in the second. Barkov tried to answer 10 seconds after Henrique's goal, but the play was whistled offside by an eyelash. A gutty challenge turned in by Noah Siegel and the Edmonton coaching staff. Siegel's the head video guy. Face-off win for McDavid, winding and firing as Ekholm and a blocker save made by Bobrovsky. Hyman comes off the left half boards, moves to McDavid, little spin move inside, kicks it back. Ekholm swung it to Bouchard. His shot sails wide of Sergei Bobrovsky. And Florida's Sam Bennett will pull it up to center ice for the Panthers. Bennett, lifetime in the postseason, excellent numbers, 25 goals, 56 points in 82 games. So that's the equivalent of a full season, and he's never surpassed 49 points in an actual regular season. Bennett around the boards, kind of a modern-day Claude Lemieux. Big hit on Nugent Hopkins, laid by Kulikov. Verhaeghe will kick it back, and now Forsling. Kulikov trading the puck, looking up ice. Barkov hacked at it, couldn't find it, but it was turned over. Barkov steps up, right circle, step shot to save Skinner. Rebound Verhaeghe. Winding it around for Sam Reinhart. Verhaeghe let it go through to Ekman-Larsson. That's a big save by Skinner. And then Ekman-Larsson, who turned it over, then watched Dylan Holloway overrun the play. So he got it back into the zone for Barkov, but it was taken away by Fogle. And now Draisaitl and Holloway up ice 2-on-2. Trailer is Bouchard, and Draisaitl can't get it to him. Carter Verhaeghe misses badly on a pass intended for Reinhart. And now Kulak up the left-hand side, flipped in by Holloway. Mikkola back to get it against Draisaitl. Poor execution on both sides. There could have been 2 or 3 scoring chances there, and neither club converted. I don't blame Barkov for shooting, though. Verhaeghe's had nothing going. Here's Montour up the right-hand side. Center ice, in over the line is Nick Cousins. Backhands it in front. Lomberg unable to redirect. Perry laid it behind. Lomberg came thundering into Kulak, quickly to Perry, and he'll launch it back up ice. Corey Perry playing his 214th Stanley Cup playoff game. That's top 20 of all time, and he scored his 54th career goal in the Stanley Cup playoffs on Tuesday night. Perry off a dump in to McLeod. One-timer and getting a little excited. Adam Henrique.
What a
He's
chance.
been money from that spot about 6 feet away of Bobrovsky, and he just missed the net. He clubbed it wide of the right goalpost. Trying to put it top right corner. Oilers put it up the right-hand side, and that turns into an icing call against Edmonton with 2:49 to go in this second period. The Oilers have mustered just 3 shots on net in this second period, and they won't get a better chance than the one Henrique just got from Ryan McLeod, and he just drilled it high and wide.
Huge draw here for Henrique.
What a look that was for Adam Henrique, who's been money point blank ever since he joined the club at the trading deadline. As you pointed out, Bob, I mean, 90% of his goals as an Oilers have been on tips or redirects right in front of the opposing goal. He's done a great job of finishing. Scored off the rush tonight, a different looking goal than he scored as an Oiler, but a beautiful setup from Janmark. And now Henrique on the draw against Eetu Luostarinen.
Drop the puck.
Face off to Skinner's right-hand side. Now express instructions. And Henrique wins the draw. Swept around the left-hand side. A big hit. Again, Kulikov. And a physical last couple of shifts for him. Oilers were able to work it up the left-hand side. Janmark, who was the recipient of that hit, then laid one on Kulikov. Shaken free to Lundell. And now up the left-hand side, Ekman Larsson. Redirected and grabbed by Janmark. Could not snake his way through traffic, however. Luostarinen threw it across. Broberg able to clear with ease. And now a swing by Luostarinen. Last 3 games, that could have been a penalty, and I can't believe it wasn't. Janmark took down Sam Bennett right in front.
Oilers got to manage the puck better. Broberg had lots of time to make a play, and he turned it over. Edmonton was lucky they didn't get called there, Jay.
Evan Rodriguez shovels it in. Jabbed at by Skinner up the right-hand side. A finishing hit. Bennett out to Forsling. His wrist shot saves Skinner. Rebound. Forsling fired again. Block shot. It's going to be a breakaway. Zach Hyman in on Bobrovsky. Scores! 3-0 Edmonton. Hyman's 16th goal of the playoffs.
Zach Hyman has just surpassed Sidney Crosby and Alexander Ovechkin at 15 goals. He has the most goals in a single playoffs since Joe Sakic 28 years ago in 1996.
And he has the most goals by an Oiler since Craig Simpson, who had 16 back in 1990. Beating Bobrovsky 5-hole. They call him Shaq Hyman. And he's got 16, and that's his 30th as an Oiler in 52 Stanley Cup playoff games. Off the draw, here's Dylan Holloway, weaving his way in. Ceci, shot redirected in front of Bobrovsky. And it's Sam Reinhart back on the puck. Steele, Draisaitl. Crowd in an uproar. Barkov mishandling. Draisaitl kicks it back to Ceci. The chants of Sergei have risen up one more time at Rogers Place. Florida with the puck in its own end. Deafening in here. Lundell slid it wide of the Oiler net with a minute to go in this second period. And the Panthers have to be disheartened as Edmonton has scored 2 more goals in the second period on just 4 shots. Nugent Hopkins will get his second point of the series on the Hyman goal. Here's Lundell, sharp angle, and a save made by Stuart Skinner. Lundell back on the rebound. Checked off the puck by Evan Bouchard, and he's able to lift it back through center. Kulikov darts back. He's on the puck for Florida. Tried to whip it off Henrique and maybe create a too-many-men call against Edmonton. That didn't pan out. The Oilers were able to force it back in. Kulikov to center ice. 10 seconds to go. Stenlin, left-hand side. Luo Starinen, nowhere to move it. Threw it back behind the net. Crowd on its feet. Electric atmosphere. McDavid, an extra pop from Lomberg. Hyman thunders into him. Wrestling match. Period over. Oilers 20 minutes away from creating a Game 7 after being down 3-0 in the Stanley Cup Final. You're listening to history, potentially, at Rogers Place. And this crowd, cognizant of its team's effort to go 5-0 in elimination games. And, Bob, they're 20 minutes away from doing exactly that.
At some point, all this after-the-whistle BS with Florida has to be penalized. Stripes has to take control here. Ekblad's sitting there. He's working over Janmark. I mean, it's every whistle. They got their meat out there. They get Cousins back in the lineup. Not exactly. And Janmark, once in a while, there's a penalty here.
Janmark, by the way, the guy we were trying to think of was Blake Coleman when Janmark blasted him with about 7 or 8 unanswered shots earlier in this regular season.
They started that whole sequence. McDavid had the puck with 2 seconds left, was killing the clock. I'm going to assume it's coincidentals, and Florida will be lucky if it's coincidentals because they started the whole melee. And Ekblad got some shots in, so we'll have to wait and see. I can't see Edmonton being shorthanded on this, Jack.
3-0 Edmonton. The shots 15-13, and the Oilers very much in command of this game. Despite a pedestrian 4 shots on net in the second period, the Oilers were able to score on half of them. And the Florida Panthers, like Edmonton in the first 3 games, haven't been able to figure out Stuart Skinner, who's 9-0 in games 4 through 7 in this postseason, and he's played to a save percentage of just under 94 and exceeding 94, including tonight's numbers where he's been perfect thus far on 13 shots. The shots were 11-4 Florida in the second period. Skinner's answered the bell. The Oilers' depth has once again answered the bell. And I look at, again, 2 crucial penalty kills and the contributions of guys like Janmark and Brown and Henrique. That line, Bob,
has swung the series.
Absolutely. And remember where it was in the Stanley Cup playoffs. At the beginning, they were like the 4th unit.
Well, Henrique started the playoffs on the left wing with Connor McDavid. And then he got nicked up at the end of the LA series.
And when he came back, he was a 4th-line guy.
Brown was a healthy scratch in the first round of the playoffs. He's become critical. Skinner clearly gets better as the series goes on. Guess who else gets better as the series goes on? The coach. The coach figures stuff out as the series have gone on, and he seems to press the right buttons. Chris Knobloch and Paul Coffey. And the Oilers had some skittery moments, including Philip Broberg. They need to settle him down, but that was a mammoth goal at the end of the second period.
And Janmark, for me, is, what is he, the Oilers' 6th best forward right now?
Jack, I'm just going to throw something else at you here. Okay, game 1, the 2 guys that had breakaways were Henrique and Ryan Nugent-Hopkins. They're both left shots. They cut from the left and went to the glove side left of Sergei Bobrovsky.
And now you've got Brown and Hyman, both righties.
Both righties. And when they
it's a good call by you.
It's rare when I have those.
No, that's outstanding work. I'm glad you brought something to the table for Game 6.
It rarely happens, as you know.
20 minutes away from Game 7, partner.
Well, I got some work to do here. Can't sit back. It's, we've seen a little bit of tilting of the ice in that period. For me, Jack, it comes down to one thing. Manage the puck. Philip Broberg, he's been stellar since coming in.
How about Noah Siegel tonight? That's a mammoth challenge.
That is a mammoth, and you have to be right.
Because that building was quiet, and it could have been 2-1. Now, let's just not even say, if you don't challenge, it's 2-1, and no one would have blamed him for not challenging.
It was a gutsy call. You have to have belief in what your group does.
And that's, I just want to augment. I'm not saying Chris Knobloch doesn't deserve credit, but he's got a support staff that he empowers.
Paul Coffey, speaking of empowered, keeps playing defensemen even when they make mistakes. Play your way through mistakes. Brobert's had a case of, I think this is the roughest performance he's had. So we'll see what happens here in the third period. You know the Panthers are going to drag it into the alley. It's part of who they are.
$7.5 million. Your Oilers 50-50 right now. And, well, you just missed out on the $25,000 cash at early bird pricing. But for every $100 you purchase in 50-50 tickets, you get $25 at Boston Pizza and a $25 sports bet for Play Alberta. That's EdmontonOilers.com/50-50. And, oh, by the way, the jackpot right now sitting at a healthy $7.5 million. Speaking of healthy, how about the Oilers' fortunes in this Stanley Cup final? They have never been healthier, and they're 20 minutes away from tying the series. It's Edmonton 3, Florida nothing. 40 minutes complete, 20 to go. 20 separating Edmonton from, again, arguably the most important game in the history of the Stanley Cup final. It'd be Game 7, Monday night in Sunrise. That's still 20 minutes away. But the Oilers looking to make history, not just in hockey, but in the entirety of professional sports. Reed and Rob will have their say on the other side. This is Ford Dealers NHL Hockey. The Oilers Radio Network.
When the Oilers are on the ice, the big hits are a part of the game. But they shouldn't be a part of your drive. If you've been injured in a car collision, let James H. Brown & Associates and their over 200 years of combined injury law experience help you. Locally owned and proud Edmonton Oilers fans, James H. Brown & Associates is ready to support you with their unrivaled experience, unrivaled results, and unrivaled commitment. When accidents happen, head to jameshbrown.com.
Stay connected with your community and enjoy the latest updates and exclusive access to concerts and events by becoming a 630 CHED Insider. Don't miss out on a single moment.
Sign up now at 630ched.com
and click on CHED Insider Newsletter to become a vital part of Edmonton's premier news and talk community. 630 CHED, Edmonton's news, today's talk.
Where Edmonton stays informed and entertained.
Today and every day. At the intermission, brought to you by End of the Row Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring.
Bennett out to Forsling. His wrist shot saves Skinner. Rebound. Forsling fired again. Block shot. It's going to be a breakaway. Zach Hyman in on Bobrovsky. Scores. 3-0 Edmonton.
Zach Hyman's 16th goal of the playoffs. Nugent Hopkins blocking the shot, the puck drifting into the neutral zone. Hyman gets there first, goes to the backhand on Bobrovsky with 1:40 left in the second period. That is your look into the highlight zone for Century Casinos. All in, all games, all season. Century Casinos, 3 great locations, Edmonton, St. Albert, and next to the Edmonton International Airport. Welcome to the winner zone. It is 3-0 Edmonton after 2 periods in Game 6 as Rob Brown checks in. Well, Rob, Hyman, just a remarkable season. Front to back, up to 16 goals in the playoffs. And there he does it again. The speed, the hustle, and the finish.
Well, the finish was just fantastic. At the beginning of the series, the Oilers had a number of breakaways, especially in Game 1, that they weren't able to finish. And everyone's talking about, you can't deke Bobrovsky, you can't deke him, you got to shoot. Now that we've seen the last couple of games, we've seen, yeah, you can deke him. You just got to make the right move, and Hyman did. Now, I could be wrong, but my brother texted me and said that was the 70th goal of the season for Zach Hyman, which would tie him with Austin Matthews for goals on the year. This is a pretty amazing year that Zach Hyman has had. And Reed, if you're looking for things to excite you about being an Edmonton Oilers fan, the Edmonton Oilers are fighting themselves back into this series and well on their way to tying at 3-3. And throughout this final series, they've done most of it with both 2 of their star players being a little bit quiet, Leon and Hyman. Well, they both showed up tonight. Leon was exceptional through 40 minutes. He set up the first goal. Hyman gets a breakaway. If they get those players going, the Florida Panthers right now are just hanging on, and they're now starting to see what the Edmonton Oilers are capable of doing when they get top to bottom. It was a great first. Florida pushed in the second, but the Oilers got the opportunities, and when they got them, they finished. Now the Oilers are one solid period away from forcing the unthinkable, Game 7.
We'll talk about the video review because I'm sure people are tuning in for that. But the Oilers scored 46 seconds into the period, Rob. Henrique with his fourth from Janmark and Ekholm. Again, that line involved with, smart play by Ekholm to get it up to Janmark. He stays onside, and then he finds Henrique for the goal.
Well, so many times in the past, you and I have done the Edmonton Oilers playoffs, and Connor and Leon have been great, and Nugent Hopkins has had a good playoff. But the depth struggled, and eventually they didn't have enough good depth players to move on to the next round. Well, this third line that they put together for the Edmonton Oilers, think of where they would be in these final series. The Oilers probably aren't still playing if it wasn't for the play of the third line. The contributions they're getting shorthanded from Brown and Janmark and Henrique, what they've done 5-on-5 against the best players for the Florida Panthers, and their contributions offensively, they've been excellent. And I think in this game, and you could argue on it, I think the Oilers' third line, the Henrique line, has been the Oilers' best line. And that's on a team with Hyman and McDavid and Nuge and Leon. But that's how good they have been, how noticeable they have been. And when you look at the Florida Panthers, they came into this series and depth was supposed to be their strength, and they are. They got a very good, deep team. But look what the third line has done for the Edmonton Oilers, and compare that to the depth players of the Florida Panthers. The Oilers are winning that battle.
Yeah, they're just showing that goal on the big screen. And Ekholm, a no look, he just wrapped it around off the board. So that's knowing, that's a plan that winger is going to go up the wall and you can slam it up there. Rob, and there was an answer to that goal by Florida. 10 seconds later, Barkov scored. The Oilers challenged for video review. Man, oh man, it does appear to be offside. I put on Twitter by about 1/20th of the puck. It looked like there was just a crescent, a small little piece of the puck still on the blue line when the other player's skate went over.
Well, it is absolutely amazing that you can catch that, first of all. And then it's a gutsy call when you get into your headphones, say, hey, coach, yep, that's offside. You sure? Yep. And then the coach looks at it on the iPad like, ooh, that's really close. I hope you're right, kid, because this is going to be a big part of this hockey game. Because if they're wrong on that one, it's 2-1, and the Florida Panthers have a power play. Having said that, power play has done nothing. It was close, and it shows you how good the referees or the linesmen are, because it's something that close that you need for them to have missed it. But that was a big moment in the game. Video replay is a huge part of the game nowadays. The Edmonton Oilers got it right, and really changed. That deflated the Florida Panthers and frustrated the Florida Panthers. So that's a good call by Chris Knobloch on the review, and it went the Oilers' way. We've had too many here in Edmonton over the years that haven't gone the Oilers' way.
So 3-0 Edmonton after 2 periods in Game 6, the final game of the 23-24 season here at Rogers Place. And the Oilers hoping to make it a victory and go to Sunrise for Game 7 on Monday. We'll check your out-of-town scoreboard in a couple of minutes. Ford Dealers NHL Hockey on the Oilers Radio Network.
There's only one line of trucks that's outsold all others for 58 years. Only one with the available Power Boost hybrid engine on select models that delivers performance and efficiency. It's the truck that all others are measured by. You know the one. Tough this smart can only be called F-150. Right now, lease the 2024 F-150 STX with black appearance package at 2.49% APR for up to 24 months with $4,800 down. That's just $228 bi-weekly. Visit your Alberta Ford store or Ford.ca for details. From your home to the ice rink, ATCO Energy is there. As the official energy provider of Rogers Place, we're also proud partners of the Edmonton Oilers. ATCO Energy, powering your place. Customers are free to purchase natural gas services or electricity services from a retailer of their choice. For a list of retailers, visit ucahelps.alberta.ca or call 310-4822.
Celebrating 70 years in the signage industry, William Huff Advertising is the most recognized name in the game. An in-house, one-stop shop for all of your design, print, and installation needs. William Huff provides quality graphic solutions for everyone. Here in our City of Champions and throughout the nation, they are the preferred signage partner entrusted by many of the biggest corporations, pro sports teams, and organizations to bring their identity to life. Recognize the name, get in the game. WilliamHuff.com.
With Global News, I'm Thomas Dias. The murder conspiracy trial of two men has heard that rifles, body armor, and buckets full of ammunition were found in a home near the 2022 border blockade at Coots in southern Alberta. Chris Carbert and Anthony Olenek are on trial charged with conspiracy to commit murder of police officers. They were arrested after police raided the modular home and travel trailers on private property in the village. Constable Daniel Sauvé testified 2 rifles and cans of ammunition were found throughout the home. Calgary Mayor Jyoti Gondek is promising a wide-ranging examination of the city's underground infrastructure 3 weeks after a catastrophic pipeline break led to ongoing water restrictions for the city. Officials remain confident the repair work will be completed by the start of the Calgary Stampede. And weather records were shattered across Atlantic Canada this week as a 3-day heat wave took hold in New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, Newfoundland, and Labrador. Meantime, several U.S. cities are expected to see record-breaking temperatures this weekend. News on demand at 630ched.com.
Be a savvy Edmonton hotel shopper. Look through edmontonsbesthotels.com and receive up to $225 in cash rewards. There are over 50 member hotels to choose from offering their best value rates. edmontonsbesthotels.com. Rewards with every booking.
Get ready to live sky high. Sky Signature Suites offers remarkable units for rent featuring sophisticated floor plans, designer finishes, and breathtaking views. Experience resort-like amenities including a full-time concierge, yoga and fitness studios, golf simulator, plus indoor and outdoor lounges for you to live your best life. Visit SkySignatureSuites.com and make your home high above the ordinary.
Experience the exciting casino action at 3 Century Casino locations: Edmonton, St. Albert, and next to the Edmonton Airport. Dine at one of their amazing restaurants featuring daily specials. Check out the best in live entertainment at any amazing location. Plus, you can always enjoy a great selection of casino gaming options or try your luck at off-track betting. And now you can feel the thrill of live horse racing at Century Mile Racetrack. Century Casino has it all. Come for the action, stay for the fun.
Be a savvy Edmonton hotel shopper. Book through edmontonsbesthotels.com and receive up to $225 in cash rewards. There are over 50 member hotels to choose from offering their best value rates. edmontonsbesthotels.com. Rewards with every booking.
At the intermission, brought to you by End of the Row Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring.
He'll club it up the left-hand side, waiting for it as the Mark driving into the net. Centering pass, reach shot, score! 2-0 Edmonton. What a finish! Adam Henrique puts it away, and the Oilers go up by 2 in Game 6.
That goal early in the second period as we check the scoreboard for Pizza 73, official pizza of the Edmonton Oilers CFL tonight, midway through the third quarter. BC leading Winnipeg 27. Blue Jays lost 7-1 at Cleveland. Oilers up 3-0 going to the third in Game 6. Jack and Bob next. Fort Dealers NHL Hockey on the Oilers Radio Network.
At the intermission has been brought to you by End of the Row Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring.
Straining to find the right home? You're going to love this. For a limited time, get back in the game with a free Oiler Fan Cave basement by Coventry Homes. This playoff package includes a free basement, plus an exclusive Oiler Fan Cave, complete with their signature customizable designs and top-shelf finishes at no additional cost, because flexibility is within reach. Coventry Homes, the official builder of the Edmonton Oilers.
MIC is a leader in medical imaging and the official medical imaging provider to the Edmonton Oilers. Make MIC your choice. Whether you're a professional athlete or a weekend warrior, the game doesn't stop for injury. MIC's sports medicine imaging specialists can help you get back in the game with a timely and expert diagnosis. Go where the pros go. For a location near you, visit mic.ca.
McDavid trying to come in with speed. Here he comes. McDavid shoots. Top shelf. He scores!
Hey, Edmonton. Rogers wants you to stay connected to your Edmonton Oilers.
Connor McDavid! Fantastic!
Catch every goal on Canada's largest and most reliable 5G network with Rogers 5G mobile plans. To learn more, visit rogers.com/5G. That's rogers.com/5G.
Listen on air, online, and on the Radio Player Canada app.
This is the Oilers Radio Network.
Heading into Game 4, Edmonton had been outscored 13-1 in the third period of its previous 9 games. But since that point, the Oilers have outscored Florida by a healthy 5-1 in each of the last 3 games. And so the Panthers, while a dangerous third-period club, have only one win in this Stanley Cup playoff run when trailing after 2 periods. It's 3-0 Edmonton, McDavid and Bennett, and we're underway in the third period as the puck is dropped and Bennett will kick it back. The Oilers got 2 in the second after 1 in the first. Warren Foegele opened the scoring. Adam Henrique and Zach Hyman with second period goals. Matthew Tkachuk up the right-hand side. 1 in the first minute, and that was scored by Henrique, and then Hyman converted a breakaway with $1:20 left in the second. And now the third period starts with a Forsling steal on Ekholm and a pass led for Matthew Tkachuk that missed him. And now with 32 seconds having elapsed in the third period, we bring it back into the Florida zone. And Sergei Bobrovsky has now given up 14 goals on the last 54 shots he faced. And when you consider the scenario where Bobrovsky was nearly unbeatable in the first 2 games and 2 periods of this series, it's hard to believe that he's struggling to the degree he is. 74% over that stretch. That's the save percentage. Here's Sam Bennett off the draw from Forsling, flipping it into the right-hand corner, and Nurse just ran right through Vladimir Tarasenko. The Oilers left to right with a 3-0 lead, trying to force a Game 7 on Monday night. Now, why am I saying it's arguably the biggest game in the history of the Stanley Cup Final? Here's a beautiful move. Montour snapped it high and wide on Stuart Skinner. Well, in 1942, the world was at war. Here's a steal and a shot by Lundell that's deflected out of play. So as a result, Bob, I don't think the attention to the 1942 Stanley Cup Final would begin to approach what we'll have on Monday night in Sunrise.
I think that's a pretty fair statement.
And I chuckle, but we were talking about a world war.
Yeah, people were playing for a little bit bigger things.
Yes. Toronto came from a 3-0 deficit to beat the Detroit Red Wings. It's the only time it's happened in the history of the Stanley Cup Final. It's only happened in 3 other playoff series. 1975, up the right-hand side off the draw, an icing call. We whistled on Cody Ceci. It was a breakthrough series win for the New York Islanders as they rallied past the Pittsburgh Penguins. Then they almost did it again in the very next round.
That's Flyers.
Yeah, and the Flyers beat them in Game 7. And then the recent ones, of course, were 2010 Philadelphia beating Boston, and they were down 3-0 and 3-0 in Game 7 and rallied to win. Off the draw, here's Barkov rolling to the net, shoots and scores, and Florida's right back in the game. It's 3-1, so put a hold on Game 7 as a turnover by the Oilers in their own end. Verhaeghe to Barkov, beautiful dangle move around Skinner, and this one will count. He had one in the second period taken off the board, also set up by Verhaeghe.
Well, Barkov's a terrific player, but that time Foegele was in defensive support, and then Kulak down and out. The Oilers didn't get the puck up the boards and out. And unfortunately, that's been a reoccurring theme for the Draisaitl line. Oilers need to dig in here. What a great goal from Barkov. He's a terrific player.
Well, and he's probably understandably feeling, he earned that one. He had one taken away by the tiniest of margins in the second period. And he and the Panthers are on the board. Verhaeghe, the primary assist on Barkov's 8th of the Stanley Cup playoffs. So it's 3-1. Nick Cousins shovels it down low. Lomberg in pursuit. Cousins tried to slide it in front just to finish the other series, of course, 2014. And that was L.A. rallying past San Jose. McLeod takes an outlet pass, blistered one off the pads, up Bobrovsky. And here comes Nico Mikkola for the Florida Panthers, right to left. He'll send it in deep. Bouchard over to Ekholm, smacked around the boards. Panthers, Matthew Tkachuk desperately trying to hold it in, can't do it. Perry stays onside. McLeod a shot off the rush. Again, high to the blocker on Bobrovsky, makes the save. Panthers have 17 minutes and 40 seconds to get 2 more goals. Sam Bennett in over the line. Tkachuk, a shot, that was stumped. Forced it back behind the net. Darnell Nurse is there for Edmonton. Laid it off glass, settled by Ekblad and wired back in. That went off the referee. Here's Darnell Nurse up the left-hand side. Nurse a second time. Sam Bennett shovels it back down low. Matthew Tkachuk tried to dish off. Poke checked away by Zach Hyman. He's through Forsling. Driving down the right-hand side. And cut off from behind by Matthew Tkachuk. Oilers will keep the cycle moving. Nugent Hopkins to Ceci. Driven down low. Tipped away from Hyman. And speared by Bobrovsky before McDavid can get there. And Sam Bennett, who had a chokehold on Bouchard earlier in this series, tried to do the same thing to McDavid.
Well, they had an opportunity in the second period to send Florida a message there. And a good play by McLeod off the rush. Just a low shot. And frankly, that
juicy rebound from Bobrovsky.
Derek Ryan was almost there for a tap-in.
3-1 our score. Edmonton on top. Barkov from Verhaeghe. And then ends Stuart Skinner's bid for a shutout. But he still has a chance to go a perfect 10-0 in games 4 through 7 thus far in the Stanley Cup playoffs. Oilers looking to win an elimination game for the 5th time in this postseason. Twice against Vancouver and twice against Florida. Here's Montour in over the line. Shot taken from the top of the right circle, deflected behind the net, eventually located by Reinhart. But when he tried to center for Verhaeghe, was broken up. Montour briefly held it in and backhanded safely out by Cody Ceci.
Oilers are playing a little tepid right now, Jack.
Ekman Larsson will get it back from Barkov. He'll snap it in from center. Somewhat understandable with a 3-0 lead. We saw Florida do it with a 4-1 lead in Game 3 in this building. Draisaitl felt like he was high-sticked. A wrist shot on net and a save made by Stuart Skinner as the crowd tries to revive Edmonton. Draisaitl up the left-hand side, hacked at by Foegele, and that'll chase all the way back in his own zone Anton Lundell for the Panthers. 4 minutes gone in the third. Lundell through one man, through Foegele. And then poke checked away at the last second by Bouchard before Lundell can line up a shot. He'll wind it down low. Luos Sterainen tried to jam play. And then Tarasenko back to the point for Kulikov. He'll quickly swing back behind the net. Ekholm up the left-hand side. Florida's calling for a delay of game, but it clipped the glass.
Yeah. Right away, that was the call there.
15:35 left third period. Face-off will be on the face-off dot to the left of Stuart Skinner. And the Florida Panthers now trail by 2. That's why Hyman's goal just massive and really getting 2 goals in a shot where you only manage 4 on net.
Edmonton looks a little tight right now here, Jack, after building up that 3-0.
Like they're trying to nurse one home?
Don't nurse one home.
McDavid with Nugent Hopkins and Hyman. Connor McDavid not on the score sheet tonight. 42 points, though, in the Stanley Cup playoffs, and 11 in the final. That's 2 shy of a league record. Gretzky in 88. That was a short series. Chipped out towards center. Here's Gustav Forsling. Bennett. In that total, they actually count the game that was wiped out as a result of the power failure inside the Boston Garden. Wristed down deep by Forsling. Here's Ekholm up the left-hand side. So that was essentially a 4-game series, but it was 5 games with 1 no contest. stripped by Florida. Ekblad, right point shot, redirected, save, Skinner rebound, and Bennett was just steamrolled by Nugent Hopkins. And that's playing power hockey down low.
Yeah.
Nugent Hopkins probably saved a goal there. Evan Rodriguez dropped it off for Forsling.
Edmonton's got to get moving their feet here, Jack.
I think if Nugent Hopkins doesn't take Bennett down there, it's 3-2. He appeared for a moment to have a wide open net. Verhaeghe driving in from the left-hand side. Tried to slide it in front, well defended by Broberg. Verhaeghe able to snatch it back. Panthers sense the time is now. Nurse able to disrupt the cycle down low, up the right-hand side, quickly advance through by Connor Brown, and Ekman-Larsson has to regroup with 14 minutes and 15 seconds left in the third period. 3-1 Edmonton. Ekman-Larsson mishandled at center. Henrique, a high toss. Bobrovsky will leave it. And now it's Ekman-Larsson looking up ice, directing one Montour. They'll give him the red line, and he fires it in deep. Ryan Lomberg in on the forecheck against Ceci. Pitchfork safely out by Ryan McLeod. And now a steal by Derek Ryan. Driving out, and he's drawn a hooking call against the Florida Panthers.
I think it's against Derek Ryan, Jack.
I thought the stick got parallel. Oh, Derek Ryan on the backslide hit him in the face with a stick. Tie sticking on Derek Ryan.
Yeah.
And Ryan's saying, I was hooked. And this is going to be Florida's third power play of the night. Derek Ryan saying, I was hooked, and in an attempt to shake his stick free, he absolutely clubbed Nick Cousins.
And he knows how to sell a call, Nick Cousins.
So Ryan to the box, Florida the power play. The Oiler penalty kill has held sway, 45 for its last 46. It's a 3-1 game for Edmonton. Panther power play next on the Oilers Radio Network.
Blue-collar work deserves big-dollar perks. Get a heavy wallet with Heavy Metal Equipment and Rentals. Heavy Metal Equipment and Rentals is hiring heavy equipment technicians, maintenance supervisors, PM servicemen, maintenance coordinators, and pretty much every other position that makes Alberta go. We help move the earth that makes Alberta grow. So why not work for a company that makes your bank account grow too? Visit heavymetalequipment.ca to find your new career. Heavy Metal Equipment and Rentals, helping you move the earth.
I'm Ryan Nugent-Hopkins. And I'm Zach Hyman. And when we're not making juicy, sweet passes or having my goals disallowed, we're working for Legacy Heating and Cooling. You know, guys used to call me a plumber. And now they call you an AC repairman.
Nice. Hey, guys, you're not here to fix air conditioners. You're here to sing the jingle.
Oh.
Well.
Okay.
Call Legacy. Call Legacy. No payments and no interest for 1 year from qualified installers. Legacy Heating and Cooling.
From the biggest stadiums to the coziest holes in the wall. From house parties to porch hangs to pride celebrations. From your favorite fuzz shop to your local Indian spot. From noodle bars to sports bars to salsa bars. There's a Molson with your name on it. Canadian Ultra XL. Molson. Everyone in. Must be legal drinking age.
All games, all seasons. You're listening to the Oilers Radio Network.
3-1 hockey game, and now Edmonton on the penalty kill, and off the draw, it's driven down the ice by Adam Henrique out there with Ryan Nugent-Hopkins, Cody Ceci, and Matthias Ekholm. Oiler penalty killers, 20 straight at home. Here's Barkov, right to left. He'll move it to Matthew Tkachuk. Sent out to Ekman-Larsson. Wrist shot, missed the net, off the end boards, and the Panthers can't come up with it. Ceci trying to free it up against Carter Verhaeghe. Second effort, Nugent-Hopkins digs in, and Ekman-Larsson late to the puck. Adam Henrique is not, and he clears it down the ice. 13 minutes left in regulation. Edmonton 3, Florida 1 in Game 6. We're high atop Rogers Place in our Legacy Heating and Cooling broadcast booth. Carter Verhaeghe mishandled the puck. And it was stolen and cleared by Connor Brown. Ekman Larson caught a blast by Janmark. Stopped up around the mask by Bobrovsky. Brown kicks it back to Nurse. Rolled it over to Broberg and shot down the ice. 12:40 to play in the third period. There's your answer. Yep. Paul Coffey sending Philip Broberg out for an all-important penalty kill. For the Oilers up 2 goals. Panthers rush in. Evan Rodriguez centered around the boards. Tarasenko trying to crowd Ryan McLeod. Bennett late getting there. Fogle digs it out of the corner. And Montour has to dash back to pick it up. Florida power play, 1 for 18 in the series. Here's Montour shooting, and that was deflected high up on the plexi. Panthers desperate, but Ekholm's first on the puck. Second effort, Fogle ran into his own man. Bennett found the puck for a moment, but then Fogle disrupted, and McLeod kept his feet moving and punched it back to center. Tarasenko rolls back in, moves it to Lundell. A shot, glove save, Skinner. 6 seconds left on the PK. 11:50 remaining in the third period, and the Nap Auto Parts penalty kill continues to come through in the clutch for the Edmonton Oilers, not only in the Stanley Cup final, but the entirety of the playoffs. They're better than 94%.
Tell you, Janmark with some high heat on that rip job. Went high blocker, almost pegged Bobrovsky in the head.
Face off right side of Skinner. Kevin Stenlund beaten off the draw by Henrique. And that's hammered up the boards and out by Cody Ceci. Bobrovsky will leave it. And Florida has seen another power play go by the boards. Forsling will shoot it in. He was not at center, not even close to it. And a rare mistake by Forsling does indeed lead to an icing call. 11:36 to go in the third, and you can hear the crowd. Face off right side of Bobrovsky. McDavid out there with Draisaitl and Hyman following the successful kill. Edmonton gets its 3 top offensive players in terms of goal scoring out there. A big hit laid on Bouchard after a Florida face-off win and a clear. And the Panthers seemingly, especially Stenlund, I can't remember him losing a draw in this series, Bob. Sent in deep. Panthers come away with it. Driving to the net, and a wrist shot thrust high and wide by Sam Reinhart, who continues to struggle around the net. Reinhart, 1 goal in his last 7 coming in. Kachuk, 1 goal in his last 10. That was in Tuesday's Game 5. Here's Barkov. He picked up a goal, his second in his last 9. That put the Panthers on the board. Florida gets it in deep. Holloway and Nugent Hopkins as Sergei Bobrovsky continues to hear the haunting chants from the 18,000 plus crammed into this building. Fogle back inside the Florida line. Verhaeghe on tour, went up the gut. Reinhart didn't get much on it. Holloway will drop it off for Brett Kulak. Behind the net, he'll send it up the boards. Mikkola had to elude him. A rolling puck will be gathered by Montour. Back in his own zone, Mikkola. Up the left-hand side, Sam Bennett. Put it around the boards, Matthew Tkachuk. He'll shovel it behind the net. Evan Rodriguez, left circle wrist shot. That was blocked. Rebound, Matthias Janmark. A clear up the left-hand side. Ekman Larson rolls over to make a playoff.
That hurt Broberg, Jack, that shot.
Left wing board, Sam Bennett. Wrist shot, a save made on Rodriguez by Skinner.
Too much backing in for Edmonton right now.
Rodriguez to Ekman Larson. Shot from the point. Another save, Skinner. Rebound gobbled up by Connor Brown. Panthers a furious rally in this third period, as was the case on Tuesday night, but is it too little too late? Panthers got behind 3-0 in that game as well. Steal by Forsling. Tried to angle one toward the net. It was blocked by Ceci. Luo Storinen won a battle. Looked for a centering pass from Tkachuk. It was deflected right to McDavid, and the Oilers come out of the zone. McDavid to McLeod, and Hyman is able to snap it in deep. Taken against the boards by Forsling, and a big hit administered by Ekblad. Calling for the puck is Forsling from Tarasenko. He'll give it back to him at center ice. Tarasenko in over the line. Stripped by McLeod. Ekholm looks up ice, fires a pass intended for Hyman too far. Bobrovsky's going to handle this puck and drop it off for Forsling. And now Luo Storinen able to spill it in deep. I think the crowd wanted Bobrovsky called for playing it outside the trapezoid there. Shot in deep by Warren Fogle. Montour against Holloway. Behind the net a second time. Lomberg comes away. Crowd in a frenzy. 8.5 to play in the hockey game, and a penalty is coming. And it's an interference call against the Florida Panthers. Paul Maurice furious. Nurse and Mikula come together. And Edmonton will be on the power play when we come back with a chance to maybe put this game away and assure the need for a Game 7 Monday night in Sunrise. Jean Hebert has the call. Florida to the box. It'll be Kevin Stenlund trudging to the sin bin. And with 8.5 to go, Stenlund in for interference, and Edmonton in position to put a wrap on Game 6. This is the Stanley Cup Final live from Rogers, the Oilers Radio Network.
Hey, Paul Brandt here. You know what I'm a fan of? Alberta. The wide open spaces, the highways and byways, and a rugged, beautiful terrain that I'm proud to call home. Maybe that's why I'm also a fan of my Ford F-150. It's tough, capable, and smart, which makes it a natural fit for roads like these. So if it's a new truck you're looking for, look no further than the truck Albertans love to drive, F-150. Head into your Alberta Ford dealer and tell them PB sent you.
Ready to score big on your outdoor space? It's game time with Park Landscaping. Transform your backyard into a winning arena with Park Landscaping's expert team. From design to maintenance of lush lawns and state-of-the-art synthetic turf to inviting pools and captivating water features, Park Landscaping will make your outdoor space the MVP. Don't sit on the sidelines. Get in the game with Park Landscaping. Call 780-486-2744 today or email info@parklandscaping.ca.
Pizza 73, the official pizza of your Edmonton Oilers. Loyal to the oil, in Edmonton we trust. Rising to the top like a pizza crust. Down to the crunch, got the flavors to play. The city of champs, going all the way. Let's go Oilers, E-Town unite. Ice District to Jasper, downtown to White. Wearing orange and blue, game on the stream. Make the right call, Pizza 73. Let's go Oilers. 737373, Pizza 73.
You're listening to Oilers Hockey on 630 CHED and on the Radio Player Canada app.
8.5 to go, third period. The shots have been evenly split in this game at 18 apiece, but the Edmonton Oilers built a 3-0 lead. They still own a 3-1 advantage with 8 minutes and 30 seconds to play in Game 6, and now we're on the Atco power play for the second time tonight. Draisaitl, McDavid, Nugent Hopkins, Hyman, and Bouchard, and a face-off win for Edmonton. Nugent Hopkins pinned against the boards by Barkov. The Panthers trying to power it out. It's held in by Draisaitl to Hyman to McDavid. Back to Draisaitl, backhander from one knee, and it was blocked. Hyman back to Bouchard, and he could not hold the puck in the zone. Stenlund's in the box for interference.
What a chance for Edmonton there.
Here's McDavid, and it was set up by Draisaitl, keeping the puck in. McDavid tried to chip and charge, and Florida, Ekblad got a piece of McDavid, and Luo Storinen dashed back to make a length of the ice clear. Minute 20 on the Atco power play. Atco Energy, your trusted Alberta retailer. Edmonton left to right. Jack Michaels, Bob Stauffer with you. Legacy Heating and Cooling broadcast booth. Draisaitl crowded in the corner of the offensive zone. Snapped up to the point, but held in by Bouchard. Flipped back the other way by Draisaitl, and now Hyman trying to create space behind the net. Luostarinen came over, took the puck. He's on his backhand. He nudges it free to Mikkola. He gets through Nugent-Hopkins, but not Bouchard. Played back behind the net. Kulikov will have a chance for a hard rim, and it's kept in by Draisaitl. Second time he's kept the puck in the zone. Bobrovsky angles one. Luostarinen this time a backhand lift through center, and a good play made at the red line by Kulikov, who's had a strong game tonight, to keep it away from Edmonton, get it back from Sam Bennett, over to Forsling, wired back in, and the Oilers have to change up here. Corey Perry and Ryan McLeod have come on to join Bouchard and Draisaitl. Here's Bouchard with a turnover at center. Following it up is McLeod, who'll get through Ekblad, hitting for the net. Wrist shot off the mask of Sergei Bobrovsky. Makes the save with 10 seconds left on the Edmonton power play. Ekblad, a miscommunication with Forsling. Sam Bennett is there to cover it up. Forsling fires one down the middle that's intercepted by Ekholm, who takes a peek at the clock. The play is onside. Ekholm to the net. On his backhand, he'll protect, and with Florida back to full strength, he'll just wind it around back to Darnell Nurse, all the way in the Edmonton zone. Verhaeghe came over, took the puck from Nurse, tried to center and whiffed. And that was fortunate for Darnell Nurse. Barkov tried to center. Ekholm down the middle. A lunging Henrique did not make contact with the puck. And it's an icing call whistled against Edmonton with 6:05 to go in the third period. And the Oilers catch another break as Verhaeghe, having made the play to just power his way right through Darnell Nurse, whiffed on a centering pass that very well could have given Florida a terrific look.
A real important draw here, Adam Henrique. 6 minutes left in the game.
Against Barkov, 3-1 Oilers.
He's been head and shoulders Florida's best player.
Henrique wins the face-off. Nurse up the left-hand side. Montour angled out. And no icing called on the play as Oliver Ekman-Larsson comes over to grab the puck. Crowd trying to urge the Oilers home here. Game 7 Monday night in Florida. We'll have it for you, 6:20 Mountain. Oilers still have 5.5 minutes to negotiate. Armed with a 2-goal lead at Sam Reinhart. Crowding in the corner but can't maintain the zone. Connor Brown with a clear. Montour over to Ekman-Larsson. From center ice, it's shot in by Sam Reinhart. Around the boards, you've got Connor McDavid. Played it. CC able to shield his man for the puck. Now Connor Brown. Checked by Ekman-Larsson. Brown on the puck for Edmonton. Left-hand side. Kulak will shoot it in. Oilers with 1 in the first, 2 in the second. Barkov has Florida's only goal. It came here early in the third. But the score remains 3-1 as the Oilers are offside, coming over the line left to right. 5:05 remaining in the third period. When we come back, you'll hear 18,000 try to bring Edmonton all the way back to South Florida for a 7th and deciding game Monday night to crown a Stanley Cup champion. Edmonton 3, Florida 1. This is Game 6 of the Stanley Cup Final. The Oilers Radio Network.
Going back to school can be as scary as taking the winning shot, but it doesn't have to be. Score a great future with Northern Lakes College and supported distance learning. NLC knows that students need attention, support, and the synergy between instructors and peers to keep motivated and connected. They are here to help you meet all your goals and cheer you on. Because at Northern Lakes College, they count their success one student at a time. northernlakescollege.ca.
Did you know that there are 9 Napa Auto Parts stores serving the greater Edmonton area and have been doing so for more than 50 years? Since Napa first opened in Edmonton, the community has grown and vehicles have changed, but you can always trust Napa Auto Parts to provide you with the expert know-how and the best vehicle parts. And if that isn't enough, every time you visit a Napa Auto Parts store when you present your AMA card, you receive an additional 10% discount on all retail parts and accessories. Visit your local Napa Auto Parts store for more offers and expert know-how. Napa Auto Parts is a proud fan of the Edmonton Oilers.
Look, I know this is radio, so it's hard to show you how much is on sale during the Big One clearance event at End of the Row Flooring Centers, but it's a lot. Like this flooring, or this one, and all these. Yep, all at clearance pricing for a limited time. Now, you don't need to just imagine what it would look like, though. You can use our visualizer at endoftheroll.com to upload a picture of your room to see the flooring in your actual home. Try it. Find something you love, then get a great deal on it at the Big One clearance event on now at End of the Roll Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring.
Listen on air, online, and on the Radio Player Canada app. This is the Oilers Radio Network.
We got a 3-1 hockey game in favor of Edmonton. 5:05 left third period, and a face-off win for Adam Henrique. Belted in by Bouchard, and offside whistled against Edmonton.
Bouchard's leaning down, and it's the Forest lane. I think he meant to hit him.
Or did that go out of play? Yeah, sorry. It went out of play, so the face-off will remain in the Florida zone. And, yeah, that's exactly what Bouchard was doing, making sure he knew he was just trying to hammer it in there. And now Henrique will be chased out of the circle, replaced by Connor Brown. Matthias Janmark, the other member of this line, off the draw. Bouchard tried to serve one toward the front of the net, and that did not pan out. Forsling locates Sasha Barkov, 3-on-2 Florida. Right wing, a shot by Reinhart, deflected wide. Barkov in front, Reinhart denied. Stuart Skinner, a magnificent save. His best of the night, and Reinhart's best look. And then when he tried to tug it back in front, the pass rolled through everyone. Bobrovsky to Ekblad. Reinhart, 57 during the regular season. And 9 more in this run to the Stanley Cup final, but he's robbed by Stuart Skinner. Lead pass left wing. Panthers back into the zone. Rodriguez short side, tried to tuck it in there on Skinner's right skate, but he's able to make the save and preserve Edmonton's 3-1 lead with 4:12 remaining in the third. What a creation by Barkov in front, but Sam Reinhart put it right back into Stuart Skinner's right pad. Skinner's best stop of the night.
The Oilers' gap has been poor here in the third period, and they look a little panicked when Mr. Barkov's on the ice making plays. 4:12 left. Got to figure by the 3-minute mark, Bobrovsky's going to be out of the net.
Shots are 20 apiece. Since the first period, the Panthers have outshot the Oilers 18-9. Part of that has to do with the fact they fell behind 3-0 for a second consecutive game. And Florida's been slow out of the gates against Edmonton. And they paid for it dearly. Again, we remind you, in the Oilers' prior 14 wins coming into tonight in the Stanley Cup playoffs, they've only been behind for a total of 33 minutes. Luostarinen off the draw. Oilers are a plus 27 combined in the first and second periods of the Stanley Cup playoffs. Off the draw, Ekholm with a clear. Shoveled back in by Montour. Panthers tag back onside, and now you've got the sellout crowd calling for Ekholm to take his time. And the Panthers are going to have to give chase here, and Luostarinen finally does. So Ekholm scoots it up the left-hand side. It's popped back into the zone by McDavid, and Florida has to go the full 200. Mikko Mikkola up through center. He'll shoot it in. Panthers pour back in. Bobrovsky to the bench. 3.5 to go. Third period. Steele Fogle. Grabbed by Florida and held in from the high slot. Funneled down low, but stolen. Barkov had it, lost it. We've got an empty net. Ryan McLeod to seal it. Backhander, score! There will be a Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Final. Monday night at Sunrise. Edmonton 4, Florida 1.
Leon Draisaitl talked about needing to step up tonight and elevate his level of play. He won a puck battle deep in the Oilers zone on the right side boards, and then it was swept by Ward Fogle, and Ryan McLeod is his third goal of the Stanley Cup Final, and it's 4-1 Edmonton. This place is lit.
What a night. City of Edmonton coming through. Some would suggest home ice can be a fallacy in the Stanley Cup playoffs. Well, if home ice ever existed, it was going to exist tonight. Draw one by Barkov. Bobrovsky to the bench. A shot. Skinner stopped it. It was behind him. Fired toward the empty net. Bullseye. From distance. 5-1. Edmonton. And if it hadn't been sealed, well, Darnell Nurse made certain of it from about 170 feet. Skinner made an awkward-looking save, spun it loose, and coming down low to make the steal and the length of the ice delivery. Second empty netter in a span of 12 seconds, Darnell Nurse.
Jack, now the Oilers will probably roll over their third and fourth line guys. You know Florida's going to be looking to stir the proverbial you-know-what.
McLeod and Nurse with the back-to-back empty netters to seal the deal. That's We Want the Cup. Will fire it in. I wish everyone listening could be in the building. There's nothing like it. Shot in by Derek Ryan. Panthers looking to locate. And grabbed eventually by Lomberg. Nurse watches as Cousins enters the zone carefully. Poke checked immediately away. Skinner, by the way, will get the assist on Nurse's goal. Fogle, the assist on the empty netter registered by Ryan McLeod that really put this one away. So 5-1, the two empty netters. The lead pass, Luostarinen for Ekman-Larsson. They're going to wave off icing. The crowd's going to take you home for much of the final 100 seconds. Ekman-Larsson left circle. Rifles one high to the glove side of Skinner. It's wide. Rebound Ekblad. That's speared by Skinner. And he'll freeze it. And this best-of-7 Stanley Cup final is now going to be 3 games apiece. Skinner will freeze the puck with 94 seconds to go. The Oilers are now a +6 in goal differential, which means if Florida somehow recovers and wins Game 7 on Monday night, they'll be only the 4th team in the history of the Stanley Cup to win it despite being outscored in the final. Blues were the last to accomplish the feat in 2019 against the Boston Bruins. Penguins did it against the Red Wings in 2009. Lomberg at center after an Oiler clear. I never thought I wanted to hear 18,000 sing Living on a Prayer, and then I moved to Edmonton. Puck deflected out of play with 1:14 to go in the third. Bob, you've lived in this city all your life. I don't know how to quite capture it. I'm supposed to, but I don't quite know how.
What I would say to you is, guys that grew up watching the Oilers of the 80s, we took for granted what we saw. Bit of a fluke run in 06, not sustainable once Pronger requested the trade. This team has been building and building, and this fan base knows how awesome this is, and they are letting her rip, Jack. They are letting her rip.
Mikko Mikkola from center ice, shooting it in. Now 18,000 are singing one of Shania Twain's ballads. Here's a shot by Kulikov and a blocker save made by Skinner. Broberg crowded in the corner. Final minute of regulation. We won't need overtime, but we are going to need a 7th game in Sunrise, and Bob and I will have it for you at 6:20 Mountain Time on Monday night. And now, as promised, I've got 18,347 analysts to bring you home. Icing against Florida. McLeod side of Bobrovsky. Panthers a quick clear down the middle, final 20 seconds.
There's Lomberg. He is.
Lomberg,
how does he not
wrestling match, and
cross-check McLeod right in the face? He cross-check. He got the cross-check up on him. Carson Soucy got suspended for that.
Whistle with 8.5 seconds to go. And Lomberg's night is over, and so are the Panthers.
Well, it's part of Lomberg and Florida's identity when he's in there. And he is a legitimately tough, undersized player. He cross-checked him right in the throat.
8.5 seconds to go. And I think they're going to keep it 5-on-5 for whatever reason. Thought I saw the signal. And really, with the outcome long since decided, it doesn't matter. We're going to have a Game 7 for you Monday night, and the biggest game in the history of the Stanley Cup Final is about to be played. Edmonton, Florida, Monday night, 6:20 Mountain. The Oilers will look to do what only one other team has done, and that's all she wrote. One final face-off.
What a night.
Wasn't that close?
No, but you live for nights like this. In a support role like ours, watching your team rally all season long, team that you cover. Everybody wrote them off down 3-0.
Everyone wrote them off at 2-9-1 and 5-12-1 and down 3-2 against Vancouver and down 2-1 and 2-0 in Game 4 against Dallas.
I was here, obviously, for Game 6 against Carolina in 06. Listen to this crowd. Players acknowledge it. This crowd helped pick Edmonton up.
The Oilers are going to be on a plane tomorrow. The Panthers knew they'd be on a plane. But for the third consecutive game, they won't have the coveted chalice accompanying them. And now, the cup will be in the building for both teams. Monday night, Game 7. The biggest 60 minutes in the history of the Stanley Cup Final about to unfold. And we'll have it for you on 630 CHED and the Oilers Radio Network. Let's go ringside with our own Brendan Escott.
Yeah, I got Ryan Nugent-Hopkins alongside. And Ryan, I got to ask the same thing that I asked at the first intermission. And that is simply like, why was the moment not too big for this group here on home ice? Why were you able to come away with the victory today?
I mean, we say it, nobody believes us, but we believe in each other in here, and it doesn't really matter the situation. In these situations, you just have to win one at a time, and we believe that if we play our best on any given night, we can win. So, yeah, I mean, obviously, job's not done. Got a big one. It's going to be the hardest one. So, we've clawed our way back, and we've got a lot of work.
A big push by them once again in the second period, and a pretty big momentum swing on that called back goal. Just talk to me about standing up to the push that they did bring in the second half of that game in particular.
Yeah, I mean, huge. Obviously, nice echoes our way. Yeah, I mean, they're going to have a push. We know that, but it's about being able to maintain and not give them anything too big. And obviously, they made a nice play there, but obviously a big call and then a call back and some big ones from Stu.
Got one game left here in the season, regardless of outcome. I mean, what's going through your mind here? Just take us inside Ryan Nugent-Hopkins' head.
I mean, just hell of an opportunity here. This is what we play for. This is why we work, and comes down to 3 days from now, and I mean, I couldn't be more excited.
Dragged them back to Alberta. Now you drag them to Game 7. Nuge, congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
Guys?
Thank you, Brendan. I mean, the Edmonton Oilers 13-2 in their last two home games against the Florida Panthers. An aggregate of 20-5 over the last 10 periods.
It's crazy.
And Sergei Bobrovsky all of a sudden looks human. as he has stopped just 44 of the last 58 shots to come his way. Stuart Skinner has outplayed him. Stopped 20 of 21. He's now 5-0 in elimination games in this Stanley Cup playoffs and 10-0 in games 4 through 7. And now we arrive at Game 7 for the second time in the Stanley Cup playoffs. Game 7 against Vancouver, Edmonton was a favorite. And based on the way this series has turned, I expect Edmonton to be the betting favorite in Game 7 on Monday night. So, Bob, what decides Monday in your view?
Well, I think the start is everything based on how the last 3 games have gone. Because Florida has been dealing with a deficit from the get-go.
And they haven't been able to dig their way out of it.
No, they've not. And so in Edmonton's case, they need another real good start. They need to get going, and their penalty killing is just off the charts. It's ridiculous. I didn't like Edmonton's first power play. Forget about the second one. You're up 3-1 in that game. It's more important just to let the 2 minutes ride.
Kill the 2 minutes.
Kill the 2 minutes.
And they did. They got it down to a 6 minutes.
You know what? This team has come from behind all season long. You know, again, you and me sat there after losing to San Jose 2-9-1, and Jay Woodcroft, you know, was 1 game early, and this might be it after that loss that night. And I don't know if we thought 2-9-1 we'd be sitting watching the Oilers, having the privilege of broadcasting the game on June the 24th, 3 days before the NHL draft. But Jack, we're going to be broadcasting a game 3 days before the NHL draft, already in the summer, and nobody would have thought when the Oilers were down 3-0. Well, you know what? Truth is, I think you and me deep down inside said, well, if anybody could do it, this group could do it. Look what they've come from behind, down, 3-9-1 out of the gate, 2-9-1 out of the gate, then 5-12-1 at 18 games. Chris Knobloch starts 2-3 as a head coach. The team won 24 of their next 27 games. Think of 3-game losing streak for Knobloch, 8-game winning streak. 3-game losing streak for Knobloch, 16-game winning streak. 3-game losing streak with an overtime/shootout loss, 5-game winning streak. 3-game losing streak against Florida, and now they've tied at 3-3, and it's going to be awesome in Game 7. So it's been a chance for history. And there is one.
I'm not talking. I don't even think this is NHL history. I think, you look at the American League Championship Series in 2004, and there was a bit of a curse there, and 2 long-standing antagonists, the Yankees and the Red Sox. I think this series is probably second in the history of professional sports. I mean, that's what's on the line Monday night. I don't know what other series you'd put ahead of it in terms of a comeback. I mean, no one in the NBA has ever done it in any round. And only one team has done it from 3-1, and that was Cleveland over Golden State. And that was kind of a one-off because Golden State came back and won it the very next year. This is seismic, not only in the world of the National Hockey League, but around major professional sports. You do not come back from 3 games to none down. Well, the Oilers are 60 minutes away from winning the most memorable Stanley Cup final in the history of this game.
Jack, there is one more thing that happened tonight. The Oilers Connor McDavid didn't need a 4-point performance tonight. And
he wasn't on the score sheet.
Wasn't on the score sheet in tonight's game. And we know this about Connor McDavid. It's rare that he's held off the score sheet 2 games in a row. He's going to be...
You think he'll be around for Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Final?
I can guarantee you. I thought there were some guys with Edmonton as the game wore on. There were some jittery moments, but they survived it. And, sometimes... You take a look at the courage and the conviction that the coaching staff collectively took to make that call. 2-0 up 2-0 in the game on the offside, and that was a tight call. I'm not sure if the spirit of the law was in place to call that goal back when they initially put the call in. But that takes balls to go for it in that situation because you got a 2-0 lead. It's a 2-1 game. If you just give them the goal, you know what? They're not on the penalty kill. If you lose that call, it's a 2-1 game and they're on the power play.
And there might be a handful of head coaches in this league that might not have challenged.
So who's the pressure on Game 7?
Well, I'm sorry. I still think it resides with the Florida Panthers. Of course, the Oilers would be devastated to lose a Game 7 in which, as you pointed out, they've worked so hard all season to get this point. They're going to play game number 107 of their season on Monday night. But the trophy has now, it's now middle ground. It's not Florida's. The odds are not in Florida's favor at all. I don't think home ice has anything to do with what will happen in Game 7 on Monday night. I think it's the team that's playing better. And for me, I'd rather have the club that's outscored the other team 20-5 in the last 10 periods than the reverse of that. There's nothing to suggest that Florida can push back, even though the Panthers haven't lost 4 in a row. Bob, none of their guys are going, with the exception of one.
Barkov was brilliant tonight.
Alexander Barkov, but he was the only guy who came to play.
Yeah, and what's happening right now with the Oilers is their support guys are scoring.
And they're outplaying the Florida support guys. You and I talked on the plane heading down to Florida, and we said, you know what, at this point, like guys like Lundell and Luos-Turinen are having a greater impact. Tarasenko having a greater impact than Edmonton's depth. That's no longer the case. Even in the games where McDavid got the 8 points, it was started by Janmark and Connor Brown. They were the guys that breathed life into the game for Edmonton, and they were the guys to do it again tonight.
Who got the game-winning goal in tonight's game?
Adam Henrique
on a setup
from Janmark.
From Janmark again on that wide stretch with Ekholm and Janmark. You talked about it. This guy was sent down to the minors when Jay Woodcroft was. Now, to Jay's defense, he got back up and he ended up getting double-digit goals.
Oh, absolutely.
And he was a big.
I'm not saying it was Jay's fault. No. Janmark put himself in that situation.
But the reality is, in Janmark's case, the Oilers, he got hurt last year. He's never got the lower body injury early in the playoff series against LA. That affected them against Vegas. And the Oilers.
We're talking about a guy with a Game 7 hat trick on his resume.
Well,
Matthias Janmark knows how to play.
He's a smart guy. And
would you take another Game 7 hat trick from Matthias Janmark?
I would block slap shots in the nude if Matthias Janmark got a hat trick on Monday night.
As long as you allow me to film it, let's do it.
All right. I don't think that's a visual anybody sees. It truly be a flavalanche. It's been an avalanche here for the Edmonton Oilers over the last 3 games. Offensively, you worry a little about it, but the reality of the situation is there's no question. Games 4, 5, and 6, the Oilers have had the better goaltending. They've had the better special teams. They've been the better team. And, you know, this is going to be something on Monday night. I mean, hey.
Bob, I'm going to put you on the spot. As a lifelong Edmontonian, you've got 1.2 million in the greater metro area. What would you say on their behalf in terms of what this night meant to everyone who lives and treats their city as their home?
In terms of finding a way to even up the series?
And just the city as your home.
Yeah, this is, I think that...
Civic pride. That's what I'm asking.
The way if you're listening in the States right now, the way I would sort of say this is imagine the Green Bay Packers, or imagine maybe at a college football level, the Alabama Crimson Tide, where, you know, in Green Bay, they're the biggest team in Wisconsin, and in Alabama, with all due respect to Auburn, you know, the Crimson Tide are the definitive program. Well, it's been a while, and the Edmonton Oilers, they're actually bigger. They're in a bigger city than those two cities, and there's only one team. There's only one team, and that team is the Edmonton Oilers, and it is generational. And for guys like me in our 50s, we got to watch, we got to meet and know some of those great Oilers, Hall of Famers of the 80s. Again, the 2006 run, and I was there, Jack, for Games 5 and Game 7 in Carolina. And Chris Pronger was brilliant. Edmonton was a way better team by the end of the year than they were at the start of the year. But at the end of the day, you know, once Pronger had made the decision that he was going to leave, we knew it was only going to be a one-year thing. This has been building and building and building. And because you've had it once before in this market, it just makes it that much more special. Tonight, there's going to be one hell of a... And people say, don't party... No, let her rip. Go after it. It's 3-3. It is going to be...
You have license from Bob to celebrate on the weekend.
It is going to be... stoked, pumped, and jacked up around town. Jack, I'll see you tomorrow on the plane, and I may just be coming direct from one of the establishments that I'm going to be going to. I already packed, Jack, just so you know. Now, truth be known, grabbed a little extra myself today, but thank you very much, because you know how superstitious I am in certain things. Jack, this has been an incredible ride. We're going to look back, regardless of what happens on Monday, and think we were privileged to watch one of the greatest seasons in the history of the NHL. But I know this. The Oilers have difference makers at the top of the food chain. Those guys have the ability to answer. And right now, the signs are pointing positively in what Edmonton could be capable of doing. It's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to have fun. We're going to have a Saturday night in Fort Lauderdale, a Sunday in Fort Lauderdale. It's a little bit of a practice day. And then it's biggest game. It's the biggest game in the NHL. You've got the biggest star in the league in Connor McDavid with a team on the precipice of pulling off, you know.
I think it's the biggest game in the history of the National Hockey League.
Do you?
Considering the circumstances of this Stanley Cup final, absolutely. 3 games to none.
All I know is tonight Edmonton repped itself beautifully. That's going to be the talk all over the sporting world on Monday on those shows that we love to watch, PTI as an example.
I mean, at the highest level, it's never happened in the World Series. It's never happened in the National Basketball Association.
And
you can make
has
an argument in terms of a championship final. You're talking about one of the biggest games in the history of major professional sports.
And it has a chance to happen with a generational superstar player. And if he pulls this off, it will already cement him as one of the greatest players of all time. Well, which you and me know he is. We know he is. He's the most advanced player to ever play.
Having said all that, one of the most famous coaches in the history of major professional sports says Monday will be the biggest day of your life, but only if you win it.
There you go.
That will be true for the Edmonton Oilers and the Florida Panthers, who've played 6 games over 2 weeks and settled nothing. It's 3 games apiece as Edmonton beats Florida 5-1 in Game 6. Stuart Skinner the win with 20 saves. Sergei Bobrovsky charged with a loss. It's his first in either a Game 6 or a Game 7 with the Florida Panthers. He's now 15-8 in the postseason. Skinner is 14-8. Bobrovsky faced 19 shots and was only able to turn aside 16 for the Oilers. You've got Warren Fogle with a goal and an assist. Adam Henrique, the eventual game winner, as Bob noted. Zach Hyman, and then Ryan McLeod and Darnell Nurse turning out the lights with empty netters 12 seconds apart in the waning moments of the third period. Barkov, the only man to beat Stuart Skinner for Florida, and the Panthers' 3-0 lead, it's all gone. And now all that remains is Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Final, Monday night, 6:20 Mountain. Until then, for Bob Stauffer, Reed Wilkins, Rob Brown, this is Jack Michaels on one of the most memorable nights in the history of the National Hockey League and the city of Edmonton. The Oilers have evened the final. They win it, and they do so convincingly by a count of 5-1. We'll talk to you on Monday night. Ladies and gentlemen, the pleasure was all ours. The Rogers Postgame Show starts right now.
Exclusive live interviews, expert analysis, and game highlights. This is the Rogers Postgame Show. Once again, here's Bob Stauffer on the Oilers Radio Network.
Bennett out to Forsling. His wrist shot saves Skinner. Rebound. Forsling fired again. Block shot. It's going to be a breakaway. Zach Hyman in on Bobrovsky. Scores. 3-0 Edmonton.
There you go. That's the highlight zone. Century Casinos, all in, all games, all season. Century Casinos, 3 great locations. Edmonton, St. Albert, and next to the Edmonton International Airport at Century Mile. Welcome to the winner's zone. Zach Hyman with 1:40 left in the second period. 3-0 Edmonton. Florida got a great individual effort early, less than 2 minutes into period 3 from Sasha Barkov. But McLeod and Nurse with the empty netters. Edmonton beats the Panthers 5-1. We're going to Game 7. Going the distance. This is the Rogers Postgame Show on the Oilers Radio Network.
Until June 8th, make the shift to more savings at Fountain Tire and get up to $200 off a set of 4 select tires. Plus, a bonus $50 off any service of $150 or more. Restrictions apply. Financing available. Book online today. I can tell by the look on your face you're thinking about it.
Get ready to live sky high. Sky Signature Suites offers remarkable units for rent, featuring sophisticated floor plans, designer finishes, resort-like amenities, and breathtaking views. Situated in the heart of Ice District, Sky is the address for socializing, dining, entertainment, and fun. A building like no other in a location like no other. Visit SkySignatureSuites.com and make your home high above the ordinary.
Until June 8th, make the shift to more savings at Fountain Tire and get up to $200 off a set of 4 select tires. Plus, a bonus $50 off any service of $150 or more. Restrictions apply. Financing available. Book online today. I can tell by the look on your face you're thinking about it.
You're tuned in to the Rogers Postgame Show on the official voice of the Edmonton Oilers, 630 Jam, and on the Oilers Radio Network.
A shot by Reinhart, deflected by Barkov in front. Reinhart denied. Stuart Skinner, a magnificent save. His best of the night. And Reinhart's best look.
There you go. That is the Save of the Game, brought to you by Access Insurance. Alberta oil field and construction contractors can count on huge saves when they need it the most. Visit accessinsurancegroup.com. I'm Bob Stauffer. Jack Michaels at the call of tonight's game. Cam Moon, Rob Brown, Reed Wilkins, Brendan Escott, all part of the Oilers radio network from the Legacy Heating and Cooling broadcast booth. Legacy Heating and Cooling, home and no interest and no payments for a year. We're in the Rogers postgame show. Rogers is Canada's largest and most reliable 5G network. 5-1, the Oilers win. They've now outscored the Florida Panthers in the last 3 games in this series, 18-4. Let's bring aboard Inside the Game analyst, 18-5. Our Inside the Game analyst, Rob Brown. Rob, what are your thoughts on tonight?
Well, I thought it was a well-played game by the Edmonton Oilers. They're again, role players stepping up in big moments. A strong goaltending effort, as we've seen over the last couple of games. The Oilers came to play. The first period, I know that you and Jack were just talking about it. I don't know if the Florida Panthers can win a game in this series without getting the lead. They keep having to chase. And when they chase, it gets away from their strength of being a strong forechecking team, and that opens up the game for them, and that allows the Oilers to counter-strike. So a great game by a team that is looking to create history and fun for all the fans, and now we get to look forward to one more game. We now know when the Edmonton Oilers season is ending. Now it's just a matter of whether or not they're holding the cup when it does.
16:40 time on ice for Leon Draisaitl, 18:58 for Connor McDavid. With the Oilers having the game home and cooled in the final 3 minutes, they didn't see the ice. They got 2 days off in between the game. Connor did not score, and Edmonton won this game 5-1. Didn't have a point in tonight's game. You talked about the support players. Fogle on the setup from Draisaitl. Fogle was terrific tonight. He's been pretty good in this series, and it's going to help his cause in terms of getting a contract somewhere next year, possibly with the Oilers. And then the one line, Henrique, Janmark, and Brown. Again, they built up the 2-0 lead for Edmonton, and those guys are all involved in the penalty kill. They were huge, Rob.
You know, we talk about Connor McDavid and how great he was in games 4 and 5, and he was. But do the Oilers make it to game 7 without the third line? The contributions, you know, the shorthanded goals, the 5-on-5 goal, the penalty killing. I don't know if they can. Connor's always going to be great, and he's been great every other playoff series, yet the Oilers haven't gotten to this point. They didn't have the depth players that can contribute in big moments. The third line, I don't know if the Oilers are playing in Game 7 on Monday night
100%.
If that line wasn't put together.
How big were the you-know-what collectively of the coaching staff on that? I mean, that was a tight call on what should have been, easily could have been, a 2-1 goal that would have 10 seconds after Edmonton went up 2-0, and instead Noah Siegel, Mike Finale, the video coach and video coordinator from the team, they communicate with the coaching staff, and they had the courage and conviction to go with it.
Good on them. It was a great call, but honestly, I don't think it's that hard a call.
No?
The Oilers penalty killing is so good. If we're wrong, no, so what? They're not going to score on us. I think that is a confidence right now that Chris Knobloch has with his penalty killing unit. You know what? It's close. We feel it's going to go our way, but if it doesn't, our killers are going to get the job done. So I think it was easier for Chris Knobloch because their penalty killing has been through the roof. Again, the third line and the penalty killing has been so good in these playoffs and then into the finals that you can have a night where you're facing elimination and your 2 best players combine for 1 assist and you still find a way to win a hockey game. So yes, the call was great, but it was made because they know if it went the wrong way for them, our penalty killing will get the job done, just like it has this entire playoff series.
Rob, both teams have the pressure on them on Monday night. Who's got more pressure?
Well, Florida does. I mean, they'll become a trivia question. We've been talking over the last, a week, which team has come back from 0-3 in the National Hockey League history. We're seeing all the stats being put up about the NBA, about Major League Baseball, teams that have come back. Well, if the Florida Panthers lose, they become that trivia question. Which team gave up an 0-3 league? Well, there was two. It happened in 42, and again, it happened in 2024. So the pressure's on them. Now, I do believe Florida's going to come out and have a good game, but they cannot win if they do not get the lead, and they cannot win if they do not score a power play goal. And I know what you and Jack were talking about with the players. Barkov was fantastic in this game.
He's best player of the race.
Oh, it was incredible, but I didn't notice Kachuk. I didn't notice Reinhardt. And I noticed Verhaeghe a lot, but it was for the wrong reasons, turning the puck over time and time again. I noticed a lot of Oiler players. The Florida Panthers don't have enough depth scoring that we've seen thus far in the playoffs that they can have their best players take nights off. And in this series, we're gone through 6 games right now. Matthew Tkachuk, who is a very good hockey player, fantastic hockey player, I've noticed him once in 6 games. That's not going to get it done for the Florida Panthers. So I believe Florida has more pressure on them, but it's one game, and it is going to be so much fun for all the hockey fans, but for the people here in Edmonton who have been supporting this team all year long. Giddy up. Here we go. Monday night, Game 7.
Good job playing hurt, Rob. Thanks.
Thank you.
Smart Play of the Night's brought to you by Cutelli Smart Pasta with all natural ingredients. It's a smart move for your next meal. Look for the box the next time you shop. It's simple, man. The coaching staff making the call. Rob thought it was an easy call. I thought it was a tough call. Whatever the case, it was the right call. And the Oilers league took the goal offside on Florida, kept the game at 2-0, then Hyman made it 3-0. And despite a brilliant individual effort for Barkov early in the third, Oilers win 5-1 with a pair of empty netters. This is the Rogers Postgame Show on the Oilers Radio Network.
Hey parents, do you work in downtown Edmonton? Childcare is hard to find, but at Kepler Academy, inside Sun Life Place, we still have some space for children 12 months to 6 years old. Located at 101 23 Hull Street, Kepler Academy Sun Life Place is an award-winning early learning and childcare provider, voted Edmonton's top choice for 4 years in a row. Visit KeplerAcademy.ca. Mention this ad and your registration fees will be waived.
Hockey fans, with a spotless reputation, Scandinavian Building Services is responsible for keeping over 70 million square feet of space clean and safe every day. With over 65 years in the industry, no cleaning challenge is too big or too small. From national retailers and commercial spaces to small offices and entertainment centers like Rogers Place, let Scandinavian take the worry off your cleaning program. Visit Scandinavian.ca to learn more. Scandinavian Building Services. Our reputation is spotless.
When you play the largest 50-50 in sports, everybody wins. Your support makes all of OilCountry a better place. A place of kindness, caring, and compassion. Uplifting those in need, changing lives forever. The largest 50-50 pot in professional sports is currently growing by the second. Get your tickets now at EdmontonOilers.com and help change lives today. Maybe even your own.
AGLC license number 645766.
This is the Rogers Postgame Show on the Oilers Radio Network.
Welcome back, everybody. Out of town scoreboard for Pizza 73, the official pizza of the Edmonton Oilers. Well, the NHL Stanley Cup Final goes to Game 7 Monday. The AHL Calder Cup Final is tied 2-2 between Coachella Valley and Hershey, who are coached by Todd Nelson, former Oilers head coach. Series tied 2-2, Game 5 in Coachella Valley. They go 2-3-2, so Hershey's got Game 6 and Game 7 coming up. Game 5 goes tomorrow night. Here at Rogers Place, the Edmonton Oilers force Game 7 by virtue of a convincing 5-1 home ice victory over the Florida Panthers. The Oilers have outscored the Panthers now to the tune of 18-5 in the last 3 games. This is the Rogers Postgame Show on the Oilers Radio Network.
Chemco is building industry across Canada, and now they're on the lookout for civil and electrical project managers, estimators, and superintendents to join their dedicated team. Why Chemco? Because Chemco cares. They put people first, offering top-tier compensation packages and an unwavering commitment to safety. At Chemco, safety isn't just a priority, it's everybody's business. Ready to be part of a team that truly values you? Visit chemco.com/careers today.
The Brick and the Edmonton Oilers both started right here in Edmonton back in the 70s. And we know nothing is more exciting than playoff hockey. We're next to you in the stands, painted blue and orange, cheering our hearts out. And when we're not there, we're in our stores, making sure you have everything you need to cheer them on in your home. We're proud of this city and its rich sports history. The Brick, supporting the Edmonton Oilers and fans right from the beginning. Let's go, Oilers.
Let's go to Molson Cup. 3 stars presented by Molson. Whether it's Canadian Ultra Export or Excellers of Molson with your name on it, Stuart Skinner improves to 10-0 during this year's Stanley Cup playoffs games 4 through 7 by virtue of a 20-save performance. He's tonight's 3rd star. The 2nd star with a goal tonight was Zach Hyman. Hyman becomes the highest goal-scoring player in a single playoffs in the last 28 years. Scored on a breakaway that really gave the Oilers the insurance they needed late in the second period with the 16th of the year. Warren Fogle got Edmonton started with a goal on a setup from Leon Draisaitl early in the first period, and then assisted the empty netter to Ryan McLeod that made it 4-1. He is tonight's 1st star. The Rogers postgame show is heard following each of our NHL broadcasts. The Edmonton Oilers return to action. Game 7 coming up Monday night. The Stanley Cup final. All the marbles. What a comeback by the comeback kids. Oilers and Panthers on Monday night. So long, everybody, from the Oilers Radio Network.
The Rogers Postgame Show is heard following each of our NHL broadcasts. Portions of this exclusive broadcast are brought to you by Ford, official partner of the Edmonton Oilers. Built Ford proud. Molson, whether it's Canadian, Ultra, Export, or Excel, there's a Molson with your name on it. And Rogers, Canada's largest and most reliable 5G network.
To the net, backhander score!
This live play-by-play broadcast is intended for the private entertainment of our audience. Any rebroadcast without the expressed written consent of the Oilers Entertainment Group is strictly prohibited. All games, all season. Exclusively on the Oilers Radio Network. The game is over when the horn sounds. The analysis ends when you say it does. This is Overtime Open Line. Oilers hockey is brought to you by the Butcher Shop at Friesen Brothers. And now, the Heartland Ford Overtime Open Line. Here's Reed Wilkins on the official voice of your Edmonton Oilers. 630 CHED.
Florida and held in from the high slot. Funneled down low, but stolen. Barkov had it, lost it. We've got an empty net. Ryan McLeod to seal it. Backhander score. There will be a Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Final Monday night at Sunrise.
Well, the Stanley Cup Final Series has become the Stanley Cup Championship game. That'll be played Monday night in Sunrise, Florida, as the Edmonton Oilers have become just the 10th team in NHL history to force a 7th game after trailing a series 3-0. You probably know the deal. Only 4 teams have successfully done it, coming all the way back, and the only team to do it in the Stanley Cup Final, the 1942 Toronto Maple Leafs. Tonight, in front of a boisterous and electric crowd at Rogers Place, and just a small slice of the energy around OilCountry, the Oilers won Game 6, 5-1 over the Florida Panthers. Warren Fogle scored in the first period. Henrique and Hyman in the second period. Barkov gave Florida life early in the third. And then McLeod and Nurse with empty netters 12 seconds apart in the third to put it away. So 5-1 is your final. How about this? The Japanese Village goal light is on 630ched.com. You can head there now and print up a coupon for a free appetizer at Japanese Village. Now open for lunch at Edmonton South and West Edmonton Mall. An afternoon celebration for the senses. Visit jvedmonton.ca. We turn that on whenever the Oilers score 5 or more in a game. They get there tonight with Connor McDavid being held off the score sheet after having consecutive 4-point games. Leon Draisaitl had a pretty good game. He got an assist on the game's opening goal. Warren Fogle wound up with a goal and an assist, the only Oiler with multiple points tonight. Stuart Skinner gets the win in net. He stopped 20 out of 21. Bobrovsky for Florida stopped 16 out of 19. And, of course, the 2 empty netters. Well, how you doing? It's Friday night. It's 9:30. The Oilers are trying to make history as this series is now tied 3-3. I am inside Studio 99, which is packed which is loud. And why wouldn't it be, given what the Oilers are trying to accomplish here? Rob Brown, unfortunately, unable to be here in person tonight. He's checking in remotely. Rob, I wish you could be here. But the Oilers got it done. Good first period, and then did enough along the way to secure this Game 6 victory.
They did. When you're playing a team that is known for its forechecking and tenacity, and wearing you down, the best thing to do is get a lead on them, force them to play a different style of game. And the Oilers have done that in the last few games, where the Florida Panthers don't get to get their forechecking going and just slow the game down because they're chasing. And when they chase, they have to open it up a bit, and they open themselves up to counter strikes. So the Oilers got it done. They came out strong, had a very good first period. They got the saves they needed from Stuart Skinner. Their penalty killing was excellent once again, and their role players. What can you say? The role players continue to be a factor. This is a game that tonight, the two superstars of the Oilers, Leon and Connor, had one assist in an elimination game. And the Edmonton Oilers win 5-1 because role players stepped up tonight. This is a very good hockey club, deep from top to bottom, and deserve it of going to Game 7 in a couple of days.
Well, and Rob, that line of Henrique, Janmark, and Brown that got put together after Henrique returned from injuries, and I mean, that's the crazy thing. The playoffs are so long. Henrique missed like 3 weeks with an injury and played before and after. But that line has been exceptional. They now start the game, and we always told that story that Dave Tippett said in an interview with us when we had him on when we were broadcasting that Montreal-Tampa Bay series a few years ago, that he said in Game 7 of Boston and St. Louis in 2019, both teams started their fourth lines in Game 7. I think that's the Oilers' third line. I would expect them to start Game 7. And, I mean, Janmark sets up Henrique tonight for a goal. Brown didn't get a point this evening, but I thought he had another excellent game.
He did. The entire line did. There's a few reasons why you start that line. One, you have complete trust in them, and you should, the way they're playing. So if you put them on the ice, you know that it's going to be a positive shift. Two, when you put them on the ice, now the Florida Panthers, when you're playing in Edmonton, okay, who's coming out next? Where do we put Barkov? Where do we put Forsling? And it just confuses the opposition. On Monday night, when that line starts, okay, we're going to start these guys, and now you're looking down the bench. Okay, do I have Barkov going out next? If Connor starts, you know who you're starting against them. If Leon starts, you know who you're starting against them. But when you start that line, you put a little bit of confusion to start a hockey game for Paul Maurice. But they're deserving of starting these games, too. They've been so good. They're tenacious. They're good on the forecheck. They're solid in their own zone, and they're contributing offensively. And I think that's the biggest thing that the Oilers have missed in years gone by. Contributions from players in the third and fourth line roles. The Oilers never got that. And one of the reasons they never moved on to the Stanley Cup Finals, they're getting it this year.
So 5-1 the final here at Rogers Place, as we'll go to a Game 7 in the Stanley Cup Final for the 18th time in league history. The home team has gone 12-5 in the previous 17 games. St. Louis on the road won the last Game 7 in 2019. It'll be Edmonton's third appearance in Game 7 of the Cup Final. They lost in 2006, beat Philadelphia back in 1987. Should we just give the fourth star to that whole line, Rob? We can divide it up to Henrique, Janmark, and Brown for Jandel Homes, Alberta's premier modular home retailer. Skinner, the third star. Hyman scored on a breakaway. Second star. Fogle had 2 points, as I mentioned. He's the first star. And Rob Skinner, very good. Just very good again. Just looking solid and comfortable in the net.
Well, we go back to what we talked about a few days ago. After Game 2, if we would have been saying that Stuart Skinner would be the most consistent and the most confident of the two goaltenders as this series moves on, you would be like, oh, okay, that can't be true, because we saw how good Bobrovsky was in the first two games. And Skinner was okay, but not at the same level as the guy on the opposite end. But Skinner he's very tough mentally. He continued to get better as the series went on. And to me now, I believe he's frustrating the Florida Panthers. He's making all the right saves, all the big saves. And he gives the Oilers solid goaltending on a nightly basis. And we've taken so many calls over the years, the last couple of years, that the Oilers cannot win a Stanley Cup with Stuart Skinner. Well, Stuart Skinner is one win away from proving a lot of those people wrong.
All right, so 5-1, the Oilers beat the Panthers in Game 6 of the Stanley Cup Final. As I'm right in the middle of the party here in Studio 99. Tell you what, let's go down to the Oilers dressing room. At the mic for Avalon Foundation Repairs, Western Canada's leading foundation repair company for over 50 years and home of the lifetime warranty. Here is Oilers forward Zach Hyman.
Zach, what do you think you guys did sort of managing the moment? Why did you do so well, you think, managing after the big moments?
We've been in it a bunch. I mean, obviously the moment gets bigger every game you go further, but it's just another elimination game, right, where our backs are against the wall. Obviously, the crowd was unbelievable and getting it started, but we're comfortable playing in these games. I think we've proven we can play in them, and we've played in a bunch of them.
Zach, can you kind of talk about the team's defensive performance along with Stuart Skinner?
Yeah, I mean, all starts with Stu, obviously, making the big saves at the right times. And then I think just defensively, we're buying in. I mean, we're playing mature hockey. We're not giving them much off of our mistakes. We're limiting turnovers, and we're playing fast. We're playing forward, and we're playing well with the lead.
What did you feel like in that moment that you saw?
Sorry.
What does that feel like in that moment that you saw? Is that a moment that it starts to feel real? This is when it's happening.
Obviously it's a huge goal. Like, it's 2-0, and that next goal, whoever scores it's either a 1-goal game or a 3-goal game. So it's, especially at the end of the period, obviously you're a lot closer when you get that one. Still a lot of hockey to play. They're a really good team. So we didn't think we had it in the bag or anything like that. We had to come out strong in the third, and they obviously got one. And it was a good buffer to have, and we were able to kind of just manage the game after that.
Zach, the job's not done obviously yet, but to give this moment to this fan base, this home game of the season, to give that to this, what does that mean?
I mean, you said it. The job's not done, right? I think it's a great story, but you need to finish it. Like, everybody will forget if you don't finish it. That's the key, is everybody remembers the winners, right? So it's great to give them a moment like that, but I think they're waiting for a bigger moment.
Zach, you've been part of a team that's seen a big lead evaporate in the past. What's the feeling in that room right now? What does it feel like when the team is pushing like you guys are pushing?
I mean, we have experience. I think just answering the question, like, we've been in these positions before. You try your best not to sit back. You try your best to push. I thought we did a good job of that in the third.
How about that review? Like, we saw a bunch of them. That was close.
Yeah.
Sort of to have the gumption to make that call to review that. I mean, that was a pretty critical turning point.
Yeah, I mean, unbelievable job by Noah and the guys to relay that to the coaching staff and on the bench, and huge moment in the game, obviously. Like, just a massive, we score literally like maybe 10 seconds later or less than that, they score, and then that gets called back and it stays 2-0, so huge.
Zach, you were sitting right beside Leon this morning when he kind of called himself out, is the right phrase, but he took accountability, wanted to be better. What did you think of the way he started the game, kind of took control over you guys?
I mean, you just knew he was going to respond. I don't think he's playing poorly or anything like that, like, at all. Like, I think he's playing well. Leo puts such a high standard on himself, and he's a huge driver of this team, so he's his biggest critic, and I think he obviously showed. I hope he feels good about his game, because I think everybody else does, and he got us started with an unbelievable play, and I thought he was just solid the whole night.
Zach, it was an awfully long skate by you. You showed awful good legs there. You had to skate a long way from that breakaway. You had a long time to think about what you were going to do. Well, did you know, or were you just playing the goalie?
I don't know, to be honest. I think I was just in the moment. It didn't feel so long in the moment, and you just kind of raced the puck, and then I got it. I didn't have much time when I got it. I think it was at the hash marks, and then obviously settled it and made my move and beat him. Cool. Okay,
thank you. Coming up here, Zach, how fun is that game going to be playing? I mean, this is what you play for.
Yeah. Play to be in the Stanley Cup Finals, and then, I mean, you play. There's no better game in sports than a Game 7, and I mean, it's in the Stanley Cup final. You can't ask for a bigger opportunity as a player, and I'm sure as a fan of hockey, everybody is excited to watch it.
Yeah, pretty special. That's Zach Hyman scored on a breakaway. As Rob, we've seen now a couple of times here, Bobrovsky looked so unbeatable for the first 8 periods of this series. Holloway had a goal, went to the backhand, got it under the arm and over the pad. Brown had a breakaway, went to the backhand, got it to go in off the skate. And then as Hyman was doing that, they're showing replays here at Studio 99, and his breakaway goal under the arm, hits the underside of the arm, goes over the pad, and goes in. And you made a great point about deking versus shooting and some of the questions we had earlier in the series on Bobrovsky.
Well, you go with what you think is your best move. Everyone says, okay, you can't deke Bobrovsky, you can't beat him, you got to shoot. Well, if you got a move that is your go-to on a breakaway, go to it. Believe you got confidence in yourself that you can beat the goaltender. Bobrovsky was all-world in the first couple games, but I think his save percentage was .970 or something like that, which is incredible but unattainable. And Bobrovsky now is the team in front of him has made mistakes, and he's been hung out to dry a few times with a number of breakaways, and the others are capitalized. Eventually, the law of averages say that when you have a ton of skilled players that are getting breakaway after breakaway, some of them are going to find their way into the back of the net. That was a great move by Hyman. A big move at a big moment in the hockey game. That one's not on Bobrovsky. That's on Montour for firing a puck at shin pads and getting caught going backwards. But as far as when you get a breakaway, you go with what your strength is. And if your strength's a deke, challenge the goaltender, and Hyman did tonight.
All right, 5-1, the Oilers take it. We have plenty more postgame reaction coming, including Matthias Janmark, who continues to excel. And we're going to talk about that very close offside challenge. And we're going to go down to the media room. Here's Oilers head coach Chris Knobloch.
Hey, Chris. It's rare to see a penalty kill dominate the way you guys are doing right now. What are you seeing in it? And it just looks like the guys are taking so much pride going out there. I don't want to say you can't wait to take a penalty, but they're going out there with so much pride and so much confidence right now.
Well, yeah, they have. One, they're prepared. They know what they do, and I think that we have a good system for the group that we have. But confidence is an amazing thing where you see with one player who gets on a roll, scoring goals or whatever it is. But now we've got 6 or 7 forwards. 4 or 5 defensemen having that same confidence and being able to work together for the penalty kill. And then, we do have breakdowns. There are things that don't go perfectly. That's where your goaltender has come up big, and Stewie's been outstanding.
In that same role, Mike?
Chris, most of the decisions that you've made, we've talked about this throughout the playoffs. You seem to have pushed the right buttons. That video review is a very close play. If it goes against you, not only you give up a goal, but they go to the power play. Can you take us through what went through your thinking as that video review went through?
Our process is it starts with our video coaches. Noah and Mike are the ones who look at it. They headset Stewie, Mark Stewart, and then we talk about it on the bench. Obviously, we can see it down by our feet, and I actually didn't think it was that close. We were going to call it right away, and wait a little more time to review it, and we're like, okay. The only hesitation was maybe there wasn't the right video. Like, in my mind, it was definitely offside. But I guess you never know. But it was something we wanted to challenge almost immediately when we saw it.
Left side, front row, Daniel.
Chris, for the last few days, it seems like all we've been doing is talking about Connor and his offensive exploits. To get big contributions from Leon Draisaitl, Zach Hyman, what does that mean to the group, and what would you say kind of about the way they've started to step up in this series?
Yeah, no, they've been, Zach's got, I believe, 2 goals in the last 2 games. Not that early in the series he was playing bad, they just weren't going in. Same with Leon. Leon's first 2 shifts, he almost scored on the first shift off the wrist shot just inside the blue line, and then beautiful pass to set up Fogle. Yeah, those two have been really good. Maybe they're not showing up as much on the score sheet throughout the series as they usually do, as you just get accustomed to. But their contributions to the team have been huge.
In that same row, Josh?
Chris, just, you guys were dead and buried for most people, 10 days ago. What have the last 10 days been like for you and watching this turn the way it has?
That's been fun. It has been stressful. It has been, we're just playing. And I know we've surprised a lot of people, but I don't think we've surprised anybody in the room. We felt that we could do this, and we put on winning streaks before. We felt early in the series down 3. We felt that, we could have won 2 of those, in our opinion. We thought we played well enough to win those, and they just didn't go our way. And now we're just playing and backs up against the wall. We've been written off many times throughout the season, so I don't know. We've been a pretty loose group. It's nice to be around this team because I think they're having the time of their lives right now. And that, not right now, only not because we're just going to Game 7. I think we were having a great time even when we were down 3 games.
Right side, front row, Ryan.
Chris, you normally don't tweak a winning lineup. Just a very subtle tweak tonight. You flip-flop Nugent, Hopkins, and Fogle there. I mean, Fogle ends up getting the goal. Why did you decide to make that change for this game?
I don't know. Probably we write up our lineup every day, and I don't know. Probably got the numbers mixed up. I don't know.
Come on now.
Third row, left side, Greg.
Chris, on the coaches challenge, the successful coaches challenge, you guys are rolling at that point, right? They scored 10 seconds after your second goal. That could be an emotional pivot point in the game. How big was that to maintain the momentum that you had in the game?
Yeah, no, it's nice having a 2-goal lead. You think about the game, and there's a couple opportunities to have momentum shifts. One was, in the second period when they scored on the offside play, make it 2-1 instead of 2-0. That's a time that could change the flow of the game. And the other one was we got a 3-0 lead, and there's a play, and they score, and make it 3-1 with about 17 minutes left in the third period. That could have been a momentum change, but I thought our guys handled it really well. I think we spent more time in the defensive zone, but I don't think we gave up very much on the chances. I thought we played a pretty solid defensive style of play that we need to do. But so
we'll take 2 more. Right side, third row, Corey.
Chris, if the last 2 games were about your captain kind of putting the team on his back, this game, you guys shut things down in the first period defensively, only allowed 2 shots, 11 different guys get points. How big was it to kind of see everybody kind of get involved tonight and lead to the win?
Yeah, we've talked. We can't rely on a couple guys to play well, and through the first 2 wins, we're getting grade A performances from Connor McDavid and Stuart Skinner. Those 2 are, I think got a lot of the headlines, and they were probably the 2 best players that we had. We had a lot of good players, but I think they really excelled. To have success long term, you need other guys stepping up. But I think tonight was a pretty good team effort. I think we've had quite a few of those during the playoffs, but tonight was another one.
Last one, far left in the back.
Coach, it's easy for you and your players to talk about having belief after Game 3, being down 3-0, having belief in being able to come back. How proud are you of your players for actually getting back to this point?
I've been proud of them all season. Even if we fell short and didn't get to Game 7, they showed a lot of perseverance, hard work and character. Very, very proud to be part of this team. There's a lot of good guys, and it's unfortunately with the business it is, it's tomorrow or Game 7 is going to be my last game coaching this group. So people are going to be moving on, and there's that's just the nature of the business, which is it's going to be hard, but just spend the time coaching this group. It's been a real pleasure for me.
Thanks a lot, Chris.
Chris Knobloch, head coach of your Edmonton Oilers, after they score a 5-1 home ice win over the Florida Panthers to even the Stanley Cup final at 3 wins each. We'll bring Rob Brown back in a couple minutes. Plenty more coming from the Oilers dressing room. Reid Wilkins live in Studio 99, maybe the happiest place on earth right now. Sorry, Disneyland. This is Heartland Ford Overtime Open Line.
Sarah from Buford loves Wilhauk beef jerky.
My husband is an expressive fan, prone to waving his arms about, which is unfortunate for those next to him and the snacks. Do you know how hard it is to get salsa out of carpet? It was a miracle when I found Wilhauk beef jerky.
On the plate, the Oilers have earned that right to have a chance at history. Stewart.
You're playing. It's just
Players have gone in and out of the lineup, but there's depth, and that depth again showed well here tonight. So it's important to have it. You're not going to get this far without it, and the Edmonton Oilers saw it again this evening. Just that, you get a goal from Warren Foegele, you get an empty netter from Ryan McLeod. Like these are players stepping up when they absolutely need them.
All right, let's go downstairs into the Oilers dressing room with Zachary Martin Hyman standing by with the media now.
What do you think you guys did sort of managing the moment? Why did you do so well, you think, managing that moment?
we've been in it a bunch. I mean, obviously the moment gets bigger every game you go further, but it's just another elimination game, right? Where our backs are against the wall. Obviously, the crowd was unbelievable and getting it started, and but we're comfortable playing in these games. I think we've proven we can play in them, and we've played in a bunch of them.
Zach, can you kind of talk about the team's defensive performance along with Stuart Skinner?
Yeah, I mean, it all starts with Stu, obviously, making the big saves at the right times. And then I think just defensively, we're buying in. I mean, we're playing mature hockey. We're not giving them much off of our mistakes. We're limiting turnovers, and we're playing fast. We're playing forward, and we're playing well with the lead.
What did you feel like in that moment that you saw?
Sorry.
What does that feel like? Is that a moment that it starts to feel real? This is 27.
Obviously it's a huge goal. Like, it's 2-0, and that next goal, whoever scores it, it's either a 1-goal game or a 3-goal game. So it's, especially at the end of the period, obviously you're a lot closer when you get that one. Still a lot of hockey to play. They're a really good team. So we didn't think we had it in the bag or anything like that. We had to come out strong in the third, and they obviously got one. And it was a good buffer to have, and we were able to kind of just manage the game after that.
Zach, the job's not done obviously yet, but to give this moment to this fan base, last home game of the season, to give that to them, what does that mean?
I mean, you said it. The job's not done, right? I think it's a great story, but you need to finish it. Like, everybody will forget if you don't finish it. That's the key, is everybody remembers the winners, right? So it's great to give them a moment like that, but I think they're waiting for a bigger moment.
Zach, you've been part of a team that's seen a big lead evaporate in the past. What's the feeling in that room right now? What does it feel like when the team is pushing, like you guys are pushing?
I mean, we have experience. I think just answering the question, like, we've been in these positions before. You try your best not to sit back. You try your best to push. I thought we did a good job of that in the third.
How about that review? Like, we saw a bunch of them. That was close.
Yeah.
Sort of to have the gumption to make that call to review that. I mean, that was a pretty critical turning point.
Yeah, I mean, unbelievable job by Noah and the guys to relay that to the coaching staff and on the bench, and huge moment in the game. Obviously, like, just a massive. We score literally like maybe 10 seconds later or less than that. They score, and then that gets called back, and it stays 2-0. So huge.
Zach, you were sitting right beside Leon this morning when he kind of called himself out, is the right phrase, but he took accountability, wanted to be better. What did you think of the way he started the game? Kind of took control of it, guys.
I mean, you just knew he was going to respond. I don't think he's playing poorly or anything like that, like, at all. Like, I think he's playing well. Leo puts such a high standard on himself, and he's a huge driver of this team. So he's his biggest critic, and I think he obviously showed I hope he feels good about his game, because I think everybody else does, and he got us started with an unbelievable play, and I thought he was just solid the whole night.
Zach, it was an awfully long skate by you. You showed your awful good legs there. You had to skate a long way from that breakaway. You had a long time to think about what you were going to do. Well, did you know, or were you just playing the goalie?
I don't know, to be honest. I think I was just in the moment. It didn't feel so long in the moment, and you just kind of raced the puck, and then I got it. I didn't have much time when I got it. I think it was at the hash marks, and then obviously settled it and made my move and beat him. Cool. Okay, thank you.
Coming up here, Zach, how fun is that game going to be playing? And this is what you play for.
Yeah. Play to be in the Stanley Cup Finals, and then, I mean, you play. There's no better game in sports than a Game 7, and I mean, it's in the Stanley Cup Final. You can't ask for a bigger opportunity.
Board when they're that close. Having said that, that's the rule. The Oilers video guys found it. They talked to the Oilers bench. To me, it was an easy call for Chris Knobloch. It really is. Even if you weren't positive that it was going to be taken back, the simple fact that the Oilers penalty killing unit has been so dominant, you're taking that chance. 100% taking that chance. Even if you fail and it's 2-1, you know you're killing off the power play the Florida Panthers we're going to get out of it. So to me, it was an easy call for Chris Knobloch, and one that worked out terrifically for the Edmonton Oilers, because that just took so much away from the Florida Panthers. There was a huge deflate on the Panthers bench when that one got turned over.
All right, Rob, I want to ask you this. Now, the Oilers are 5-0 when facing elimination in these playoffs. The 2 games against Vancouver, now 3 in this series. One thing we have discussed in our years together is that sometimes in an individual game, a team is down 3 or 4 goals, they tie it, and then they can't take the lead because there's so much energy just to tie the game. The Oilers, so much of it has been, one game at a time, get to Game 7. I don't think it's going to be a problem for them personally, but I want to ask you about that. I mean, there's so much effort expended now just to get to Game 7. How does it feel now for these 2 teams going into it?
Well, you got one team that's completely confident, and one team right now is trying not to become a trivia question. So the Oilers are going in feeling really good about themselves. There's no fatigue in a hockey game. It's 60 minutes, and you're playing consistently, and you're working and working and working, trying to come back in a game, and you get so close, and all of a sudden you get the elation of tying the game, but the opposition, you wasted so much energy to get there that the opposition gets their one chance, and that breaks your heart. This is a series, and a series is different. And the way that the playoffs are set up right now, this series sets up so well for the Edmonton Oilers because their star players get so much rest between these games. The Oilers could go out and play the best game ever in Game 7 and come away without a victory because goaltending can win a game by themselves. The Oilers right now are getting good puck luck. They didn't in Games 1 and 2. The Oilers have probably been the better team in 3, if not 4 of the games of this series. This series probably could be over in the Oilers' favor. The puck luck wasn't on their side, and Bobrovsky was all world. Game 7 is a one-game thing where anything can happen. But going into the game, the Edmonton Oilers are going in with an incredible amount of confidence. And the Florida Panthers, there's going to be self-doubt. For the next 3 days, they're going to be sitting there thinking the one thing is, what went wrong? We were 60 minutes away from holding a Stanley Cup, a lifelong dream. And the flight back tonight, they're going to be, wow, how did it go wrong so quickly for us? So the Oilers going into this will have momentum, but one game, so many different things could happen. A bad penalty, a bad reffing night, a great goaltending night, but the Edmonton Oilers will have the most confidence going into Game 7.
Hopefully that's getting through. The "We Want the Cup" chant is going here in Studio 99. We'll have Game 7 on Monday, tomorrow at 3:30. Countdown to kickoff. Game at 5. We got the Elks and the Argos in the CFL tonight. BC beat Winnipeg 26-24. Scoreboard for Advantage Trailer Rentals, your one-stop source for commercial trailer rentals. Visit AdvantageTrailerRentals.com. Quick news and weather update, very quick. We'll have Matthias Janmark postgame coming up. More with Rob Brown, of course. Oilers are going to Game 7, 5-1 win tonight. It's Heartland Ford Overtime Open Line.
This is Global News. It's 10 o'clock.
As a player, and I'm sure as a fan of hockey.
Enough, like there's stall. We're not just waiting. Somebody will show up. Somebody's height to the Brian and
Time to break today.
Nugent Hopkins downstairs with the media now.
I think they had a tough time generating some good offense. Obviously, they had some good looks where Stu stepped up and made some big saves. The offside call. I mean, it's a nice break to go our way for sure. But I thought we just stuck with it and believed in ourselves and made it tough on them.
How many times were you sitting on the bench watching it? What was your sense? Did you think it was counting, not counting?
We saw it right away, and it was very close, but the one angle we saw was definitely still touching the blue when he was his skate was over. So we had a good feeling. It's just kind of it still makes me nervous about whether they're seeing it, if it's conclusive. But yeah, I think we had a good feeling about that one.
That's a big call for Chris to make. What to say about his confidence and the belief that he has in the confidence in everybody else.
Yeah, I think he saw it right away too, and we were all sitting there. We saw it. The other coaches, same thing. So at the end of the day, he's got to make the call. So I know it's probably a little stressful to make that call at that time of game, but made the right decision, of course.
Ryan, the job's not done yet, but what's it like to give this crowd in the last game of the season here that kind of a send-off?
Yeah, I mean, it was awesome. It was amazing. These fans have been behind us. I mean, since I've been here, and the season's been incredible. And to be able to do a job tonight in front of them, and it was really special. We know the job's not done, and they know the job's not done. So we're excited for the opportunity.
But what's the preparation for Game 7 in the Stanley Cup Final going to be like for this team?
I mean, our focus is going to be on the start. We know what we can do and how we need to play to get the result we need, but it's going to come down to a good start and play with confidence.
Ryan, this is year 13. You made the playoffs once in your first 8 years, some real lean years, and now you're one game from winning the Stanley Cup. Kind of take us through the journey and what that Monday night game is going to mean to you.
Yeah, it's 13 years sounds like a lot. In some ways, it's flown by, but this is what we've all played for our whole lives. So an opportunity like this, I'm excited. I want to get it going for sure and just get on the ice Monday. But yeah, I mean it's certainly what we play for, and dream come true to be in this position, and couldn't be more proud to do it with this group.
After speaking of journeys, this is the journey you guys have been on for the last 7 to 10 days. Can you just take us inside this room? What's it been like?
Yeah, it's. I mean, you know, you get down 0-3. It's easy to fold, but I think we've truly believed in each other this whole season and throughout the whole playoffs. And you're in the Stanley Cup final, so I mean, it's a lot of fun. This is what we play for. So nobody's going to give up. Nobody's going to turn on each other, and we've shown that belief and the character that we have in this group.
Ryan, there's one thing about talking about having belief in your team and belief as a group. What's it been like to have that actualized in front of you guys here?
Yeah, it's nice to obviously see it. I think that first game where we kind of poured it on in Game 4 after going down 0-3, it was a big one. I mean, it's nice to step up and be able to put some in when really we hadn't in the series a whole lot, and I think that kind of got us going. I think you need a moment or a few moments to rally and get the confidence built up, and I think parts of that game, especially in the first period, kind of started us, and we've kind of gone from there.
After seeing what McDavid did the last 2 days, how satisfying is it to have 11 guys get a point and he's not even one of them and still win?
Yeah, I mean, we've so many guys in this room that can step up at any time. He's our leader on and off the ice. We know what he's capable of doing. He's showed it his whole career really, and all series. And but I think this is what makes great teams great, is the ability for other guys to step up in big moments.
What do you think of the fans chanting we want the cup?
It's
they should.
We're obviously one away here. We know it's going to be the hardest one, and but they've been behind us this whole way, and it was a ton of fun to be able to get Game 6 in front of them.
You said with Zach Hyman, 16 goals, Paddlebury and Joe Sakic, the only guys with that many in the last 30 years, 70 goals this season.
Yeah, I know. It's unbelievable. He doesn't take a night off, and he gets to the dirty areas, but he also can score in many different ways. So he's been a horse for us all season, and tonight was obviously probably the biggest one he's had for us this whole year since he's been here.
Ryan, is he fast as people go? I mean, he had to skate a long way.
Yeah, well, I think we all think he's fast. I don't know, you guys not?
I guess compared to Connor and Leon's third round.
Yeah, I mean, he's extremely powerful, so I think he can get out of the blocks fast, and he's determined. So I think that also plays a big part, where you want to beat that guy to the puck and be strong on it. So, but he's a strong guy, and he sure can skate, and he showed it tonight.
When his puck goes in, what does that feel like?
It's exciting for sure. I mean, I'm kind of behind him, waiting to see if it gets past him, and just kind of elation in the moment, and crowd erupts. So you don't doubt it too much with him. He's shown that ability to score all season and all his career. So it was a big one for us.
What the save that Stu made after the first empty netter, and then you guys going to see a goalie get mobbed after an empty netter?
Yeah, I don't even know how he made the save, to be honest. I'll have to take a look, but pretty special save to make in that moment, and he's stepped up at big times, and obviously we're going to need him Monday.
You've been there for 13 years. Can you describe the journey to get to this point?
Yeah, it's. I've been extremely lucky to be able to have been here my whole career, and not too many guys have made it 13 years, and so I've been extremely fortunate. But we've built something in here, and we have an unbelievable opportunity before us.
There were a lot of lean years, right? Like, what was the early part of that tenure, of your tenure?
Yeah, I mean, it's as an 18, 19, 20-year-old kid, you're getting your feet into it a little bit. You're getting a feel for being a pro, and I think it's almost better to go through that when you're that age and that young, and it definitely gives you a hunger to make the playoffs and be on a good team. And of course, we've taken that step, but it's been a lot of guys who, I mean, all around the league, most guys have to go through some hardships. It's not easy to just be on a good team and every single season if you're going to play a long career. So kind of went through it my first few years, but always believe that the core and who we bring around can find a way out of it.
There was Ryan Nugent Hopkins, as this stat just came in from the NHL PR department. The Edmonton Oilers are the 211th team.
Sevens are always, like, it doesn't matter how you get there. I think game sevens are always going to have their own life. So, I mean, when the puck drops, we got to have our best foot forward.
There's no, they say that momentum doesn't carry over, but you guys are a rolling train here into game 7.
Yeah.
Tell me about your team heading down there.
I mean, we've for sure, like, they had some momentum early in the series. We've had some here. But like I said, last question, I think game sevens have their own life. I think the start of the game will be big. You want to keep that momentum, but we can't count on any momentum. We got to create it for ourselves in the next game.
Okay, that is Matthias Janmark, who's been playing great after the Oilers beat the Florida Panthers 5-1. Rob, the feeling, and I know you played in an elimination game. I don't know if you ever got to a ninth game in those best of nines in the dub. But
No, we didn't. We were good enough. We didn't need it.
You were beating teams in 5 straight. The feeling now for a player, I know a lot of the dialogue from players and coaches is, well, once the puck drops, just play. If you were in either team, would you give yourself a moment tonight, maybe tomorrow, or after the morning skate, or after a practice, to just soak it in and say, okay, I'm in Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Final. I'm going to just allow that to sink in for a bit, and now I do everything I normally do getting ready for a game?
Well, I don't think you have to give yourself a moment. You're going to have a lot of moments between now and Monday where that's all that'll cross your mind. I know that when you're busy and you're on the ice with the practice, you out for dinners, or if you're with your family, there's so much else going on. But when you're by yourself, you start thinking alone, and there's a different mindset now for the Oilers. For the longest time here in this series, it's we've got to win one game, we've got to get back in this, win one game. They won it, then they won 2, then they won 3. Well, now they have in their mind that, if we win the next game, we win a Stanley Cup. And that's a different mindset. That's a mindset that the Florida Panthers just had. They knew that they were one win away from a Stanley Cup, and the difficulty of winning that 4th game and the excitement of what might happen, holding the trophy, spending time with your family and friends in the trophy, that was going through the minds of the Florida Panthers. Well, it now can go through the minds of the Edmonton Oilers. So there will be, as much as they say one moment at a time, yes. But over the next few days, there will be a lot of thoughts going to what if we win? And everything will come to a head on Monday night once the puck drops. It's much easier, and I speak from experience, it's much easier playing in a game than it is watching a game. When you're playing, there's no stress. It's just not there, because you actually can make a difference in the game. The stress is from having to watch it, knowing there's nothing you can do, and just hoping and praying that it turns out for your team. So come Monday night, once the puck stops or gets dropped, both Florida and Edmonton will be playing hockey, and every fan in Edmonton will be holding their breath.
All right, 5-1, the Oilers take it. So it's a $500 donation to 630 CHED Centers, anonymous from James H. Brown Injury Lawyers. When accidents happen, go to jameshbrown.com. James H. Brown filling the net with $100 every time the Oilers score all season long. All right, 780-496-0063 is our open line. We have Big Bad Joe calling in tonight. BBJ, go ahead.
Hey, you guys. You know what? I already forgot about the game for tonight. You know, and I'm already looking forward to Game 7, and we can talk about Game 7. And when it is all settled and done, and the cup is in Edmonton, then I can enjoy the whole thing. But I'm only living for Game 7. The rest is in the past. And you know what? The boys tonight, it was just amazing, though. What a team. And you know, I just don't know what to say today, though. I must have won. So I give it to the next caller.
Okay, thanks, Big Bad Joe. Well, he calls us regularly, as you know, Rob, and he was staying optimistic even when they were down 3-0. So yeah, it has been one game at a time, and that's how they've got to Game 7, and now that one game is for all the marbles. I mean, Rob, this series is going to be, all Stanley Cup finals are remembered. This one's going to be remembered, I think, regardless. And I think it's, to me, I was talking to somebody earlier today who was saying, you know, man, oh man, I'm so proud of the Oilers either way, even if they can't get it to Game 7. And I said, well, it's a big league, and there's more than one championship caliber team, and I think both these teams are. There's just only one's going to get it on Monday night.
Well, you're right, and both teams have done their job to get to Game 7. They've done it differently. Florida Panthers came out with the 3 wins early, obviously, and the Oilers have come back since then. But this is the way a series is supposed to go. You know, you go back and forth, and finally the home team, the one that had the better regular season, gets to host Game 7, and the Florida Panthers do. I think if you would have went to either team at any point during the season and say, you know what, you're going to be playing in Game 7 for the Stanley Cup Championship, the excitement level would have been through the roof. So as much as Florida's dropped 3 straight, if you would have said to them, hey, you're going to play Game 7 on home ice to win the Stanley Cup, it would have been a pretty happy bunch. And the Edmonton Oilers now have a chance to have one of the greatest turnarounds of a hockey season as you could possibly have. And then on top of that, one of the greatest comebacks in a playoff series that you can have. So this is, history will be made on Monday night. Either the Florida Panthers will win their first ever Stanley Cup, or the Edmonton Oilers will add to their glory with one of the greatest, if not greatest, comebacks in the history of the National Hockey League.
Okay, so yeah, the Panthers have seen the lead in the series become a tie as the Oilers take it 5-1 in Game 6. We do have some post-game remarks from Florida head coach Paul Maurice.
Into the series saying you'd be prepared to play 7 games now that we are at Game 7. Just what's your message to the guys, and kind of how do you flip the script here after these last 3 games?
We talked about tonight how we'll handle tonight. I think I'm going to get the opportunity to meet with you people 5 more times before the next game. We'll start building that out. It didn't happen after the game.
Stay in that same row, left side, Jordan.
Paul, all 3 games, you guys struggled out of the gate. Just what are you seeing, especially in the first periods over these last few games?
So I didn't feel we struggled in the first period. Last game we gave up a shorthanded. I liked their first period an awful lot. They were good in the first period. They were quick and they were honest. We didn't move the puck well enough to pull that off.
Right side, first row.
Paul, understand the emotion in the moment, but I'm wondering now what you thought of the offside review, and did they get the call right?
I have no idea. It may well have been offside. The lines person informed me that it was the last clip that they got where they made the decision that it shows it's offside. I don't have those. So the video that I got at my bench, so I was upset after the call based on what I see at my feet and what my video person looks at. There was no way I would have challenged that if it was reversed. There was no way I thought you could conclusively say that was offside. I don't know what the Oilers get. I don't know what the league gets. I just know that when I would have had to have challenged that based on what I saw, I would not have challenged. I'm not saying it's not offside. We'll get still frames. We bring in the CIA. We'll figure it out. But for in the 30 seconds that I would have made that call, I would not have challenged.
Left side, fourth row.
Paul, the power play, it's been a topic of conversation. You've been able to survive without it, but now it's a Game 7 and you guys can't seem to get it going. What are you seeing on the power play? Like, what's missing right now?
I think we're lacking a little bit of offensive speed, and that would be true of our 5-on-5 game. We're getting jammed into corners. So we'll look at places that we can generate speed or keep our speed.
Right side, front row.
Yeah, Paul, you guys didn't have a shot from a forward until over half the game had been played. Is that what you said before, speed, or are they doing something else?
Yeah, both. We would have had some that didn't go in or missed the net or things of that nature. So that would be it. Yeah, correct.
Take 2 more questions for Coach, front left.
To have Sasha score 10 seconds after they make it 2-0 would have been a huge pivot point in the game, obviously. What kind of emotional drain was that for you guys on the bench to get it knocked off?
Well, you're looking for a jump start at that point. The shots are 11-2 in the first period, so we need something to go. I think they ended up 11-4 in the second period. They scored on 2 of them. And it would have been a spark for us for sure. His next goal was, I thought we had a little bit of juice there after that, but it was unfortunate that it was called back.
1 more for Coach, front left.
How would you gauge your team's mental state right now after 3 straight losses?
Well, right now, if you walked in the room, there won't be a lot of happy people. And I'm not worried about what it is tonight. It doesn't have to be right tonight. You suffered a defeat. You feel it. It hurts. You lick your wounds, and then we start building that back tomorrow. But who you are tonight means nothing to who you're going to be 2 days from now.
Okay, that's Paul Maurice, head coach of the Panthers. I do not think the CIA will get involved in the coach's challenge. He was asked about the power plays, Rob, for Conlon Motorsports. He'll help get you out there. Visit one of Conlon Motorsports' 4 locations across Alberta or online at conlonmotorsports.ca. Oilers 0-2, Florida 0-3. Both PKs have been actually pretty good in this series, though the Oilers has been better because they've also killed and scored. When he says we got to generate or keep speed on the power play, can you dive into that for everybody listening?
Well, it's foot speed and puck speed. If you watch the Panthers power play, they get stuck holding the puck and just kind of like they're in neutral. Verhaeghe a number of times had the puck, and he was thinking after he got the puck of what play he's going to make. If you're facing an aggressive penalty kill, the puck has to move quickly. It just has to. If it doesn't, you're in trouble. That's what the Panthers, they're very stagnant. They don't move around much. Their feet are standing still, and they don't move the puck quickly. So it's easy for the Edmonton Oilers. They're just picking them off. They're just attacking them. And a lot of times on an aggressive penalty kill, when we saw the last game, the Connor Brown breakaway goal is you deflect a puck because you're so aggressive, you're forcing them to make a play, and you deflect a puck. Well, the Florida Panthers are so slow right now that the Oilers are actually attacking players in the middle of the ice and stripping them of the puck because they're not quick enough making a play. That, and when the Florida Panthers are bringing the puck in, I can tell you what they're going to do every single time because they do the same thing. They skate across the blue line and pass it to the one dude that's standing still at the blue line, and the Edmonton Oilers just attack that guy. Doesn't have his feet moving, and he's in trouble. So you have to get both your feet moving quicker, but more importantly, the Florida Panthers have to get the puck moving quicker, and they're not doing that, and the Edmonton Oilers are feasting on them.
5-1, the Oilers win Game 6. We'll get to more of your phone calls, and you're going to hear from Ryan Nugent-Hopkins, who will have a chance to win the Stanley Cup on Monday night. Live in Studio 99 for Heartland Ford Overtime Open Line.
Grant from Leading Edge Physiotherapy.
Let me talk about injured professional athletes. When they get hurt, getting them back in the game can mean the difference between winning and losing. And technology plays a role in getting them back. When we come back, we'll talk about that technology.
In Stanley, but there's that grease in beating unity, and he had to
period over.
Looks.
It's a great play. All right, Cam, let's right now.
Tonight, how we'll handle tonight, I think I'm going to get the opportunity to meet with you people 5 more times before the next game. We'll start building that out. It didn't happen after the game.
Stay in that same row, left side, Jordan.
Paul, all 3 games, you guys struggled out of the gate. Just what are you seeing, especially in the first periods over these last few games?
So I didn't feel we struggled in the first period. Last game, we gave up a shorthanded. I liked their first period an awful lot. They were good in the first period. They were quick and they were honest. We didn't move the puck well enough to pull that off.
Right side, first row.
Paul, understand the emotion in the moment, but I'm wondering now what you thought of the offside review, and did they get the call right?
I have no idea. It may well have been offside. The lines person informed me that it was the last clip that they got where they made the decision that it shows it's offside. I don't have those. So the video that I got at my bench, so I was upset after the call based on what I see at my feet and what my video person looks at. There was no way I would have challenged that if it was reversed. There was no way I thought you could conclusively say that was offside. I don't know what the Oilers get. I don't know what the league gets. I just know that when I would have had to have challenged that based on what I saw, I would not have challenged. I'm not saying it's not offside. We'll get still frames. We bring in the CIA. We'll figure it out. But for in the 30 seconds that I would have made that call, I would not have challenged.
Left side, fourth row.
Paul, the power play, it's been a topic of conversation. You've been able to survive without it, but now it's a Game 7 and you guys can't seem to get it going. What are you seeing on the power play? Like, what's missing right now?
I think we're lacking a little bit of offensive speed, and that would be true of our 5-on-5 game. We're getting jammed into corners. So we'll look at places that we can generate speed or keep our speed.
Right side, front row.
Yeah, Paul, you guys didn't have a shot from a forward until over half the game had been played. Is that what you said before, speed, or are they doing something else?
Yeah, both. We would have had some that didn't go in or missed the net or things of that nature. So that would be it. Yeah, correct.
Take 2 more questions for Coach, front left.
To have Sasha score 10 seconds after they make it 2-0 would have been a huge pivot point in the game, obviously. What kind of emotional drain was that for you guys on the bench to get it knocked off the board?
Well, you're looking for a jump start at that point. The shots are 11-2 in the first period, so we need something to go. I think they ended up 11-4 in the second period. They scored on 2 of them. and it would have been a spark for us for sure. His next goal was. I thought we had a little bit of juice there after that, but it was unfortunate that it was called back.
One more for Coach front left.
How would you gauge your team's mental state right now after 3 straight losses?
Well, right now, if you walked in the room, there won't be a lot of happy people, and I'm not worried about what it is tonight. It doesn't have to be right tonight. You suffered a defeat. You feel it. It hurts. You lick your wounds, and then we start building that back tomorrow. But who you are tonight means nothing to who you're going to be 2 days from now.
Thank you for your time, Paul.
Okay.
There's Panthers head coach Paul Maurice, of course, his team dropping this one by a final of 5-1. What do you think is going on in that dressing room? I mean, you're up 3-0. Now you're 4-7. How quickly can you press the reset button?
1, Florida, nothing in Game 6. Well, that got it going. 7:27 into the first period. Fogle with his third of the playoffs from Draisaitl and Kulak. Fogle was tonight's first star with a goal and an assist as the Oilers beat Florida 5-1 to force Game 7 in the Stanley Cup final. Yeah, Rob Fogle with a couple of goals. Hadn't scored since the first game of the playoffs when he got the empty netter against LA. Was scratched for a few games. Now has 2 goals in this series.
Well, and we've seen that throughout the finals here. McLeod with a couple of goals in back-to-back games. Henrik scores again. Brown is scoring. Janmark has scored. This is an Oiler game that just won Game 6, an elimination game that took them to Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Finals. Connor McDavid had 0 points. I mean, it just shows you the type of depth this team has. I thought Fogle was excellent in this hockey game. And it also talks about how Chris Knobloch has his finger on the pulse of this team. Connor McDavid, the last 2 games, had 8 points playing with his line mates, and Fogle was on that line. And all of a sudden tonight, he decides to change the lines. Fogle goes down and plays with Leon. You're like, okay, well, why is he changing the lines? Connor was on fire. He goes down, was it 5, whatever, into the game. First goal of the game, Fogle scores. He has these thoughts or these inklings or these gut feelings of what he should do. And I don't know if he could ever doubt anything he ever does because it always seems to work out for a positive. So Fogle going down and playing with Leon. Leon looked good, sets Fogle up. Not an easy play, but he buries it. And he forced the Florida Panthers at that moment to chase again. And the Oilers are a very good team when they've got the lead.
Okay, we will welcome Patrick on the open line. Patrick, you're on with Robin Reed. Go ahead.
Hey, I'm calling from Dallas. I'm a big Stars fan. I listen to pretty much every game. And after we lost, I really wanted nothing more than for Edmonton to lose. But at this point, I'm a believer. I want Connor to win it. Listening to the games, I chose to listen to the Edmonton call over the Florida call. And it's just been a lot of fun to see this come back. After the start of the season with a rough start and a coaching change, it's just, we have a saying down here in Dallas on sports radio, we've run into that effing team. And Edmonton seems like that effing team. And I really, there's a lot of us down here in Dallas that really want to see Edmonton win and pull this off. I was kind of hoping the Cup would stay in the U.S., but at this point, I would love nothing more than for Edmonton to win the Cup at this point. It's been such a fun run, and thank you guys for extending the season and taking it to a Game 7. That's all I got.
Okay. Well, that's not the sentiment we get from the fans of another team that the Oilers eliminated, Rob.
No, but that was a nice call. It is. And what that gentleman sounds like a hockey fan. This has been an incredible hockey series. If you had no real vested interest in this series and you're just trying to sit back and enjoy it, wow, what a story this 6 games has been thus far. And you want it extended. You want to see how this story ends. And on Monday night, somebody's dreams are going to be made true, and someone's going to have a broken heart. But wow, what a ride it's been.
All right, we have Tammy calling in as well, one of our newer regulars. Tammy, go ahead, please.
Hi, guys. Hey, I don't know why Rob got benched tonight, but I hope you feel better, and that I'm sorry you can't be with Reed in studio tonight. I wanted to say, after I left my mom's house to come home after the game, I ran into about 4 Oilers fans. I'm in the Okanagan here, and we were all high-fiving and, you know, happy about the game, and then we all looked at each other and we just said, one more game. One more game. And I just think it's been a fantastic ride. No matter how the story ends, I know how we all want it to end, but it's just keeping that faith and that belief that we just have one more chance to do it. And, you know, I do have a question for you guys. I noticed in the game, every time there's a scrum after a call or a whistle and the guys are all, you know, punching each other in the face and doing whatever. What is it with the Panthers that they are always going for the throat? Whether it's an arm around the neck or a hand on the throat. I saw it several times tonight and several times throughout the series. And I just wanted to know, where does this come from? I've never seen a team do that as much as these guys do. And anyways, thanks, guys. Love your show, and thanks for taking my call.
Thank you.
Well, the Florida Panthers are very well known for mixing it up after the whistle. That's the way this team was made. Probably not as much in these playoffs or in this series as you would see in the regular season, just because of how high the stakes are. As for going at the neck, I haven't noticed it, but the one thing that you will get singled out by a referee is if you punch a guy in the head. So if you're gonna give a guy a little punch or a little rabbit punch, you know, you don't want to hit him in the head. So I guess the throat's a little bit lower, and the referee might not make that call. But I haven't noticed it as much. But now that it's been mentioned, I think next game, every time there's a scrum, I'm going to be watching to see what they do.
Yeah, we'll see how many of their scrums there are in the 7th game, but there might still be a few. 5-1, the Oilers win tonight. We have Lion calling in as well. Lion, go ahead. Do we have Lion? No, we might not. Okay, that's all right. Let's try Anthony at 780-496-0063. Anthony, go ahead, please.
Hey, fellas. Good evening. How you doing?
Good.
Listen, I hate to say I told you so, but after the trade deadline, I let you know that Stuart Skinner wasn't good enough to, win a cup, nor was Joseph Wall. And I just want you to know, Rob said, you never know until you know, but I'm like 50% right in that, and I'm glad that I was wrong about Stuart Skinner. Tongue-in-cheek, of course, and I'm headed to Fort Myers tomorrow, and looking forward to being in enemy territory on Monday night. So
oh wow, you'll have some fun.
Yeah, I honestly, guys, love the show. I mean, I'm hoping to call in Monday night, but I'm not sure it'll work out. But it's been a great season, and go Oilers. Hopefully big win on Monday for bringing the cup home. Love it.
Right on. Thanks, Anthony. Yeah, well, Skinner's got a shot. He's had a very good playoff overall, and when he needed a break, the backup went 1-on-1. That's why you have 2 goalies. I've talked about this a lot, Rob. I don't like the word never. Ovechkin was never going to win it. You never know. That's the only time I'll use the word never. And again, with Skinner, it's his 2nd time in the playoffs, right? And look at all the experience. Andy Moog was here earlier and said, of course you want to win this year because you don't know how many chances you get. But look at everything Skinner's been through already, basically, as a 25-year-old goaltender. That's pretty good content to put in the bank of experience there.
Well, it is, and he's a 25-year-old goaltender that, with one good night, could have a Stanley Cup championship on his resume, and that's pretty good for a guy that was supposed to be the backup. So he has exceeded, I think, a lot of people's expectations this early in his career. He's good. He's very, very good. And what we've seen thus far in these playoffs, he, throughout the series, has eventually outplayed every goaltender he's gone against. And the last 2, Ottinger for the Dallas Stars and Bobrovsky so far with the Florida Panthers, are great goalies. They're elite goalies in the National Hockey League. And Skinner has come out on top in the one against Dallas, and he's been the better of the 2 over the last 4 games in this series.
Skinner with 20 saves tonight as the Oilers beat the Florida Panthers 5-1. We will get to the Ryan Nugent-Hopkins postgame. Skinner and Draisaitl are at the podium. We have all that coming up, and we'll squeeze in a few more phone calls as well. Final game of the season at Rogers Place is victory for the Oilers to set up the final game of the season overall in 23-24. Back in a couple minutes. Heartland Ford Overtime Open Line.
Grant from Leading Edge Physiotherapy.
Let me talk about injured professional athletes. When they get hurt, getting them back in the
here at Rogers Place.
Derek.
Hey guys, Stuart, this is for you. Just the penalty kill has been unbelievable. What are you seeing on it? And it looks like you guys almost, you're up for that challenge when you guys got to kill a penalty, and it just looks like no one's ever going to score on that power play.
Yeah, we're hoping that stays the way. But yeah, the guys are just battling really hard. I think that us being able to win the face-off on the first draw and being able to get it out is a big help, just because we're doing a really good job on our forecheck. We're keeping guys on the outside in the neutral zone, and when they do get their chances, we get big blocks. I think we just got a really good flow going right now, and we've gotten a lot of opportunities on the PK, so for us to have that sort of chemistry has been great, and we got to do that for another game.
Left side, front row, Daniel.
Leon right here. How would you describe the way Zach Hyman has scored this year and the way he's been able to keep it up in the playoffs as well?
It's impressive. He's a heck of a hockey player. Very unique. He's like a little bull, and obviously he jumps out of the gate like nobody can. His first couple strides are so powerful, and I think you really see it today on the goal. He just explodes out of there, and he's gone. And then obviously he's calm, cool, and collected in front of the net. Just knows where to go. Really smart hockey player.
Left side, third row, Dan.
Yeah, Stu, you guys are down 3-0, and I think you said something along the lines of, if any team can do this, the Oil can. And it sounds like just words at that time, right? But you guys believed. Why? Like, why did you believe that this was possible?
Having a belief, I think, it's kind of an untold, it's hard to really put it into words. There's just a feeling, a really strong feeling of belief with this whole group, and we've had that for a long time now, and no matter what situation that we put ourselves in, we always do have that belief. So me saying that felt very just normal. I really do believe in this group, and I'm sticking to those words. If anyone can do it, it's the Oil. So, we got a lot more work to do here, though.
Left side, front row, Bob.
Leon, the numbers speak for themselves with what you and Connor have done over the last several years, regular season and playoffs. But can you speak to your teammates and what they've accomplished in the last two rounds against two really deep teams? Because that's part of why we're going to have a Game 7 here.
Well, that's the reason why we're sitting here, right? Our PK, wins us games most nights. That's just a fact. And this league's too good to, outscore every team and be scoring every single night. So you need depth. You need, other guys to step up. And, we've had that throughout the run.
That same row, Josh.
Leon, it's a big call for Chris to make it that with the offside challenge at 2-0. What's it about him? He's made so many big calls in these playoffs. He seems to have the Midas touch when it comes to some of these. And what was the feeling on the bench? As Paul Maurice said, he wouldn't have challenged that.
It was obviously very tight. I personally thought it was the right call, but you never know, obviously. And Knobber obviously has the right touch. He knows what he's doing, and he seems to make the right decisions a lot more often than not. And that was obviously a big one.
In that same row, Mark.
Leon, you should know these commercial flights are killing us old guys, but
I don't feel bad for you.
You know, you've got to this pinnacle. You're going to play one game for a Stanley Cup, but you've got here in a way that no one gets here. No one does this. Does it make it any? Can it be any more special? Does it write a? You know, it's for us, it's a hell of a story. But how do you guys look at it?
Yeah, it's been a hell of a story so far, but at the end of the day, we play to win, right? And this is going to be the hardest game for us, and they're going to come out hard. They're going to play at home. We have to bring our game again, and you know, I'm just really proud of the way, you know, we gave ourselves a chance, right? That's what it's all about, and but by no means is this going to be easy walk in the park now. This is going to be the hardest game of the series, and we know that. We're aware of that, but that being said, obviously really, really proud to give ourselves a chance.
Third row, right side, Corey.
Leon, you were pretty hard on yourself in here this morning and talking about how you needed to play better. Getting the game off the way you did, kicking it off with that assist, getting it out in front. How big was that for you personally?
Yeah, I mean, listen, like, I'm an offensive guy. I put up, like, confidence comes from putting up numbers sometimes. That's just the way it is. Do I have other things that I'm good at? Yeah, of course, but sometimes it's nice to make a play and get rewarded for it. You know, you could ask any offensive player, that's just the way you feel. And yeah, it felt good to make a nice play and get rewarded for it, but still got lots more to go.
Right side, second row, Andrew.
Stu, can you take me through the save late and the assist and the celebration you had in the crease and hearing the fans chant, "We want the cup" after?
Yeah, I don't compliment myself much, but I thought that pass was right on Darnell's tape. Kind of looked like Leo there for a second. But no, it was... obviously, they put the puck on the net. Kind of an unlucky bounce. It hit off Broby, and then I was just able to kind of get it, and I saw an opening, made a nice pass, and I think Doc, he was just able to get it in. So I'm happy that he was able to score that, give me a little assist. But at the end of the day, being able to hear the crowd after, the most important thing is just being able to, you know, be up at that time and being able to win the game at the end. So again, got a lot of work to do, but yeah, very proud of how we finished the game out too.
Last one, left side, fourth row.
Leon, the job's obviously not over yet, but what was it like to give this fan base, this crowd in the last game here at Rogers Place this season, that kind of moment?
It means the world to us. You know, I've been here for a long time and been through some pretty bad years, and it's seemingly, you know, the people that were there tonight, they showed up every night and still showed up at games and supported us. So to give them that is really special. You know, hopefully we can finish the job for them.
Thanks a lot, guys.
Thanks.
Chris Knobloch will be along shortly.
Thank you so much to Stuart Skinner and Leon Draisaitl as they prep for their flight tomorrow to Florida, down in Sunrise for game number 7 on Monday night. By the way, I've been lying to you. It's not 11 different point scores. It's now 12 because Philip Broberg
sitting on the bench watching it. What was your sense? Did you think it was counting, not counting? We saw it right away, and it was very close, but the one angle we saw was definitely still touching the blue when he was his skate was over. So we had a good feeling. It's just kind of it still makes me nervous about whether they're seeing it, if it's conclusive. But yeah, I think we had a good feeling about that one.
That's a big call for Chris to make. What would you say about his confidence and the belief that he has in the conversation with guys?
Yeah, I think he saw it right away too, and we were all sitting there. We saw it. The other coaches, same thing. So at the end of the day, he's going to make the call. So I know it's probably a little stressful to make that call at that time of game, but made the right decision, of course.
Ryan, the job's not done yet, but what's it like to give this crowd in the last game of the season here that kind of a send-off?
Yeah, I mean, it was awesome. It was amazing. These fans have been behind us. I mean, since I've been here, and the season's been incredible. And to be able to do a job tonight in front of them, and it was really special. We know the job's not done, and they know the job's not done. So we're excited for the opportunity.
What's the preparation for Game 7 in the Stanley Cup Final going to be like for this team?
I mean, our focus is going to be on the start. We know what we can do and how we need to play to get the result we need, but it's going to come down to a good start and play with confidence.
Ryan, this is year 13. You made the playoffs once in your first 8 years, some real lean years, and now you're one game from winning the Stanley Cup. Kind of take us through the journey and what that Monday night game is going to mean to you.
Yeah, it's 13 years sounds like a lot. In some ways, it's flown by, but this is what we've all played for our whole lives. So an opportunity like this, I'm excited. I want to get it going for sure and just get on the ice Monday. But yeah, I mean, it's certainly what we play for, and dream come true to be in this position, and couldn't be more proud to do it with this group.
After speaking of journeys, just the journey you guys have done for the last 7 to 10 days, can you take us inside this room? What's it been like?
Yeah, it's. I mean, you get down 0-3, it's easy to fold, but I think we've truly believed in each other this whole season and throughout the whole playoffs, and you're in the Stanley Cup final. So I mean, it's a lot of fun. This is what we play for. So nobody's going to give up. Nobody's going to turn on each other, and we've shown that belief and the character that we have in this group.
Ryan, there's one thing about talking about having belief in your team and belief as a group. What's it been like to have that actualized in front of you guys here?
Yeah, it's nice to obviously see it. I think that first game where we kind of poured it on in Game 4 after going down 0-3, it was a big one. I mean, it's nice to step up and be able to put some in when really we hadn't in the series a whole lot, and I think that kind of got us going. I think you need a moment or a few moments to rally and get the confidence built up, and I think parts of that game, especially in the first period, kind of started us, and we've kind of gone from there.
After seeing what McDavid did the last 2 days, how satisfying is it to have 11 guys get a point and he's not even one of them and still win?
Yeah, I mean, we have so many guys in this room that can step up at any time. He's our leader on and off the ice. We know what he's capable of doing. He's showed it his whole career, really, and all series. And but I think this is what makes great teams great, is the ability for other guys to step up in big moments.
What do you think of the fans chanting we want the cup?
Yeah, I mean, it's... They should. Yeah, we're obviously 1 away here. We know it's going to be the hardest one, and but they've been behind us this whole way, and it was a ton of fun to be able to get Game 6 in front of them.
You said with Zach Hyman, 16 goals, Pavel Bure and Joe Sakic, guys with that many in the last 30 years, 70 goals this season.
Yeah, I know. It's unbelievable. He doesn't take a night off, and he gets to the dirty areas, but he also can score in many different ways. So he's been a horse for us all season, and tonight was obviously probably the biggest one he's had for us this whole year since he's been here.
Ryan, is he fast as people? I mean, he
skate a long way.
Yeah. Well, I think we all think he's fast. I don't know. You guys not?
I guess compared to Connor and Leon's first round.
Yeah. I mean, he's extremely powerful. So I think he can get out of the blocks fast, and he's determined. So I think that also plays a big part where you want to beat that guy to the puck and be strong on it. So, but he's a strong guy, and he sure can skate, and he showed it tonight.
When his puck wasn't, what is that feeling like?
It's exciting for sure. I mean, I'm kind of behind him, waiting to see if it gets past him, and yeah, I mean, just kind of elation in the moment, and crowd erupts. So you don't doubt it too much with him. He's shown that ability to score all season and all his career. So it was a big one for us.
But the save that Stu made after the first empty netter, and then you can see a goalie get mobbed after empty netter.
Yeah, I don't even know how he made the save, to be honest. I'll have to take a look, but pretty special save to make in that moment, and yeah, he stepped up at big times, and obviously we're going to need him Monday.
You've been there for 13 years. Can you describe the journey to get to this line?
Yeah, I mean, I've been extremely lucky to be able to have been here my whole career, and not too many guys have made it 13 years, and so I've been extremely fortunate, but we've built something in here, and we have an unbelievable opportunity for us.
There were a lot of lean years, right? Like, what were the early part of that tenure, of your tenure?
Yeah, I mean, it's as an 18, 19, 20-year-old kid, you're getting your feet into it a little bit. You're getting a feel for being a pro, and I think it's almost better to go through that when you're that age and that young, and it definitely gives you a hunger to make the playoffs and be on a good team. And of course, we've taken that step, but yeah, it's been a lot of guys who, I mean, all around the league, most guys have to go through some hardships. It's not easy to just be on a good team and every single season if you're going to play a long career. So kind of went through it my first few years, but always believe that the core and who we bring around can find a way out of it.
That is the Nuge, who will play for the Stanley Cup on Monday when the Oilers visit the Florida Panthers. The Oilers will travel tomorrow to get ready for that big game. All right, 780-496-0063. We have Chris standing by. Chris, you're on with Rob and Reed.
Hey, Reed. Hey, Rob. How you guys doing tonight?
Good.
I tell you what, I don't know really what words to describe. You know, wasn't at the game, but I tell you what, I just finished driving through downtown right now, safely, obviously, and the buzz around here is absolutely amazing. Just to watch everybody going through right now. The performance we saw tonight was. I'm sorry if I'm losing my lots for words here right now. It's just, it's amazing we're in this spot right now, that we're on the verge of, you know, Jack and Bob said it, like this will go down as probably one of the greatest comebacks in professional sports. Like, doesn't matter, hockey, basketball, baseball, you name it. But I do actually I will have a question for you. And I don't know if maybe you guys will be able to answer it or not, but, like, you know, the final chapter is going to be written for both teams on Monday night. And, you know, there's going to be the Oilers side of, man, if Oilers win, it's the greatest comeback we've ever seen. And, you know, on the Panthers side, it's the biggest choke we've ever seen. And I don't know, you know, it's interesting on how when you're on a neutral side where you don't have a dog in the race, but you wonder what how you lean on it towards, like, is it the comeback or is it the choke that you look at from the team? Just my thought on that. But hey, listen, it's a pleasure listening to you guys all season. I look forward to hearing you guys for Game 7. And I do got one request for you, Reed. Now, listen, I know you probably wouldn't be able to do this, but this is just more of a humor. I know you'll usually tell, you usually say no profanity and stuff when you were calling. I think if we should win, you guys might need to make a request to have an exemption for one night, just with the calls you might get.
I couldn't do that. I couldn't do that, but thank you. That's an interesting request. I would say, Rob, if I were to talk about this series or other series, I would talk about the comeback. I would celebrate the team that accomplished something, whether it was
100%
or somebody else. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. And to me, in this one, the Florida Panthers, I mean, Game 1, the Oilers were the better team. In Game 3, I thought the Oilers were the better team. So I don't think the Florida Panthers have ever been completely comfortable with their lead. There was games that they won that was on the back of great goaltending and some timely goal scoring, but they weren't the better of the two teams in that game. To me, it's simple. When something like this happens, you always talk about the comeback. Anytime there's a miracle on blah, 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 baseball or football or whatever, let's celebrate the team that came back and did it. Because this is going to be about Connor McDavid and Stuart Skinner and the penalty killing. It's not about a failure of someone on the Florida Panthers side. To me, it's let's look at the good story, the fun story, and that'll be, if it's the Edmonton Oilers, that'll be their story.
We know there are a lot of Oilers fans in Australia. We have Hugh calling in from down under. Hugh, go ahead.
Hey, boys. Thanks a lot for our season. Now that we know when the season ends, you guys have been great. Even though I'm in Sydney, I think I know more about Edmonton in the last few weeks. I've been listening after every game. And funnily enough, I'm with three of my players. I'm coaching the Pee Wee team down here, and we're on our way on our road to go play Newcastle tonight. So big game for us, and just thought we'd give you a cheer, and let's go Oilers. Let's go Oilers! Go Oilers!
Well, that's awesome. Thanks, guys. We appreciate that. That's honestly, Rob, we've talked about this before. That's, I think, for both of us, one of our favorite things is just finding out, as we found out many times over the years, like the Oilers are an international brand. We get a lot from Australia, but we've gotten from all over the world. People who watch at different times or like adjust their work or sleep schedules around games. It's pretty amazing, and they're being rewarded with a great playoff run here.
They are, and it's just one more game. So just one more game to believe, and hopefully the final chapter of this story will be a happy one.
Okay, we will take a timeout here. You're going to hear from Leon Draisaitl and Stuart Skinner. The Oilers have won Game 6, 5-1 at Rogers Place over the Florida Panthers. This is Heartland Ford Overtime Open Line.
From the field to the rink, you work and play hard. When it's time to recuperate, think World of Spas. Whether you're aching after an exuberant workout or just exhausted after a long day with
has been added. I think it matters. Stanley Cup game to go.
And it just looks like the guys are taking
winning goals in a singular Stanley Cup Final Series. Here is head coach Chris Knobloch.
a penalty kill dominate the way you guys are doing right now. What are you seeing in it? And it just looks like the guys are taking so much pride going out there. I don't want to say you can't wait to take a penalty, but they're going out there with so much pride and so much confidence right now.
Well, yeah, they have. One, they're prepared. They know what they do, and I think that we have a good system for the group that we have. But, confidence is an amazing thing where you see with one player who gets on a roll, scoring goals or whatever it is. But now we've got, 6 or 7 forwards, 4 or 5 defensemen having that same confidence and being able to work together for the penalty kill. And then, hey, we do have breakdowns. There are things that don't go perfectly. That's where your goaltender has come up big, and Stewie's been outstanding.
In that same role, Mike?
Chris, most of the decisions that you've made, we've talked about this throughout the playoffs. You seem to have pushed the right buttons. That video review is a very close play. If it goes against you, not only you give up a goal, but they go to the power play. Can you take us through what went through your thinking as that video review went through?
Our process is it starts with our video coaches. Noah and Mike are the ones who look at it. They headset Stewie, Mark Stewart, And, you know, then we talk about it on the bench. Obviously, we can see it down by our feet. And, you know, I actually didn't think it was that close. Like, you know, we were going to call it right away, and we had a little more time to review it, and we're like, okay. You know, the only hesitation was maybe there wasn't the right video. Like, in my mind, it was definitely offside. Like, but I guess you never know. But, yeah, it was something we wanted to challenge almost immediately when we saw it.
Left side, front row, Daniel.
Chris, for the last few days, it seems like all we've been doing is talking about Connor and his offensive exploits. To get big contributions from Leon Draisaitl, Zach Hyman, what does that mean to the group, and what would you say kind of about the way they've started to step up in this series?
Yeah, no, they've been, you know, Zach's got, I believe, 2 goals in the last 2 games. You know, not that early in the series he was playing bad, they just weren't going in. Same with Leon. Leon's first 2 shifts, you know, he almost scored on the first shift off the wrist shot just inside the blue line, and then you know, beautiful pass to set up Fogle. Yeah, those 2 have been really good, and maybe they're not showing up as much on the score sheet throughout the series as they usually do, as you just get accustomed to. But their contributions to the team have been huge.
In that same row, Josh.
Chris, just, you know, you guys were dead and buried for most people, you know, 10 days ago. What have the last 10 days been like for you, and watching this turn the way it has?
It's been fun. It has been stressful. It has been, we're just playing, and I know we've surprised a lot of people.
This is the Heartland Ford Overtime Open Line. Here's Reed Wilkins on the official voice of your Edmonton Oilers. 6:30 CHED.
The biggest game in the history of the Stanley Cup Final is about to be played. Edmonton, Florida, Monday night, 6:20 Mountain. The Oilers will look to do what only one other team has done, and that's all she wrote. One final face-off. What a night.
Well, quite a way to cap off a season of hockey at Rogers Place. The Oilers win their final home game 5-1 over the Florida Panthers. And now they'll try to win their final game of the season on the road against the Panthers on Monday night in Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Final. As Rob, it's I mean, what a ride. I mean, you look back at all these moments in the playoffs, and down 2-1 to Vancouver, didn't have a very good Game 3, down 3-2 to Vancouver. I mean, I know they lost that game in the final minute, but they had like nothing going on. You got to win 6 against Vancouver. You got to win Game 7 in Vancouver, and then Dallas. I mean, it's such an incredible journey. I mean, it's 2 months tomorrow since they played Game 1 against the Kings, and you made a great point. Like it's over a quarter of a season on top of everything you've already done, a quarter of a regular season to get the Stanley Cup.
It is. It's the hardest trophy in sport to win, and that's why the ride and the journey is so incredible. And there's so many ups and downs, and then the absolute ecstasy when you do eventually hold Lord Stanley over your head, because you've earned it. If you win the Stanley Cup, you've earned it. It is not an easy route to playoff game number 1 to winning the Stanley Cup championship. And 2 teams on Monday night will have that opportunity, and that's why it is must-see TV. Everyone will be watching that game, and they should be, because somebody's story is going to end with a very happy ending.
We had Hugh call in from Australia. It's 3 in the afternoon there. It's 1 in the morning where this gentleman is calling in from. It's Abbas on the line. Abbas, go ahead, sir.
Hello, guys.
Hello.
What's up? Can I tell you my boys are going to come and show what they're made of?
You did say that. You've been very confident the whole time, Abbas.
Here's my other prediction. Oilers going to win Cup, baby. It's going to be 5-1. Sorry, Bobby. You're done. Canada is now going to rock.
All right. Well, Abbas has the first score prediction from us. I think I'll probably decline to make a prediction, Rob. But I mean, the Oilers they got to be feeling good. And you referenced it off the top of the show about how, you know, we know athletes are incredibly confident and focused and all that kind of stuff. But it's human nature for the Panthers, I'm sure, at some point to think, like, wait a minute, like last Saturday in Edmonton, we had a 3-0 series lead, and now it's 6 days later, and we're in a winner-take-all game. We're down to our last chance.
Well, it'll be a long flight home. It really will be. That's a lot of time to think. Once you get home and you're with your family and you're back practicing, then all of a sudden your focus will change. But the flight home, going home without the cup, you're like, where did this go wrong? How did this go wrong? But Paul Maurice talked about it. He said, you know, I don't care what they're like in the dressing room tonight. They're hurt, and they should be. My job is to get them ready for Monday night's hockey game. And everything that's happened over the last 6 days mean nothing if the Florida Panthers are able to win on Monday. A championship is a championship no matter how you win it. So they have to win. They have one win that they need. The Edmonton Oilers have one win that they need. Hopefully it'll be an epic game, and we as Oilers fans will be able to celebrate Monday night.
All right, 5-1, the Oilers take it tonight. Here are Leon Draisaitl and Stuart Skinner.
Hey, guys. Stuart, this is for you. Just the penalty kill has been unbelievable. What are you seeing on it? And it looks like you guys almost, you know, you're up for that challenge when you guys got to kill a penalty, and it just looks like no one's ever going to score on that power play.
Yeah, we're hoping that stays the way. But yeah, the guys are just battling really hard. I think that us being able to win the face-off on the first draw and being able to get it out is a big help, just because we're doing a really good job on our forecheck. You know, we're keeping guys on the outside in the neutral zone, and when they do get their chances, we get big blocks. You know, I think we just got a really good flow going right now, and we've gotten a lot of opportunities on the PK, so for us to have that sort of chemistry has been great, and we got to do that for another game.
Left side, front row, Daniel.
Leon right here. How would you describe the way Zach Hyman has scored this year and the way he's been able to keep it up in the playoffs as well?
It's impressive. He's a heck of a hockey player. Very unique. He's like a little bull, you know. And obviously he jumps out of the gate like nobody can. His first couple strides are so powerful, and I think you really see it today on the goal. Yeah, he just explodes out of there, and he's gone. And then obviously he's calm, cool, and collected in front of the net. Just knows where to go. Really smart hockey player.
Left side, third row, Dan.
Yeah, Stu, you know, you guys are down 3-0, and I think you said something along the lines of, if any team can do this, the Oil can. And it sounds like just words at that time, right? But you guys believed. Why? Like, why did you believe that this was possible?
Having a belief, I think, it's kind of an untold, it's hard to really put it into words. There's just a feeling, a really strong feeling of belief with this whole group, and we've had that for a long time now. And no matter what situation that we put ourselves in, we always do have that belief. So me saying that felt very just normal. I really do believe in this group, and I'm sticking to those words. If anyone can do it, it's the Oil. So you know, we got a lot more work to do here, though.
Left side, front row, Bob.
Leon, you know, the numbers speak for themselves with what you and Connor have done over the last several years, regular season and playoffs. But can you speak to your teammates and what they've accomplished in the last 2 rounds against 2 really deep teams? Because that's part of why we're going to have a Game 7 here.
Well, that's the reason why we're sitting here, right? Our PK, you know, wins us games most nights. That's just a fact. And this league's too good to you know, outscore every team and be scoring every single night. So you need depth. You need, you know, other guys to step up, and you know, we've had that throughout the run.
That same row, Josh.
Leon, it's a big call for Chris to make it that with the offside challenge at 2-0. What's it about him? He's made so many big calls in these playoffs. It just seems to have the Midas touch when it comes to some of these. And what was the feeling on the bench? As Paul Maurice said, he wouldn't have challenged that.
Yeah, it's It was obviously very tight. I personally thought it was the right call, but you never know, obviously. And Knobber obviously has the right touch. He knows what he's doing, and he seems to make the right decisions a lot more often than not. And that was obviously a big one.
In that same role, Mark?
Leon, you should know these commercial flights are killing us old guys, but
I don't feel bad for you.
You've got to this pinnacle. You're going to play one game for a Stanley Cup, but you've got here in a way that no one gets here. No one does this. Does it make it any? Can it be any more special? Does it write a? It's for us. It's a hell of a story. But how do you guys look at it?
Yeah, it's been a hell of a story so far, but at the end of the day, we play to win, right? And this is going to be the hardest game for us, and they're going to come out hard. They're going to play at home. We have to bring our game again, and I'm just really proud of the way we gave ourselves a chance, right? That's what it's all about, and but by no means is this going to be easy walk in the park now. This is going to be the hardest game of the series, and we know that. We're aware of that. But that being said, obviously really, really proud to give ourselves a chance.
Third row, right side, Corey.
Leon, you were pretty hard on yourself in here this morning and talking about how you needed to play better. Getting the game off the way you did, kicking it off with that assist, getting it out in front. How big was that for you personally?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm an offensive guy. I put up, confidence comes from putting up numbers sometimes. That's just the way it is. Do I have other things that I'm good at? Yeah, of course, but sometimes it's nice to make a play and get rewarded for it. You can ask any offensive player, that's just the way you feel. And it felt good to make a nice play and get rewarded for it, but still got lots more to go.
Right side, second row, Andrew.
Stu, can you take me through the save late and the assist and the celebration you had in the crease and hearing the fans chant, "We want the cup" after?
Yeah, I don't compliment myself much, but I thought that pass was right on Darnell's tape. Kind of looked like Leo there for a second. But no, it was... Obviously, they put the puck on the net. Kind of an unlucky bounce. It hit off Broby, and then I was just able to kind of get it, and I saw an opening, made a nice pass, and I think Doc, he was just able to get it in. So I'm happy that he was able to score that, give me a little assist. But at the end of the day, being able to hear the crowd after, the most important thing is just being able to, be up at that time and being able to win the game at the end. So again, got a lot of work to do, but very proud of how we finished the game out too.
Last one, left side, fourth row.
Leon, the job's obviously not over yet, but what was it like to give this fan base, this crowd in the last game here at Rogers Place this season, that kind of moment?
It means the world to us. I've been here for a long time and been through some pretty bad years, and it's seemingly the people that were there tonight, they showed up every night and still showed up at games and supported us, so to give them that is really special. Hopefully we can finish the job for them.
Well, that's Leon Draisaitl, who has an assist tonight, and Stuart Skinner, the winning goaltender in this playoff season. He, in games 4 through 7, he is now 10-0 with a 1.50 goals against average, a shutout, and a .940 save percentage. They need one more win, OilCountry. One more win. As the Oilers are the 10th team in the history of the NHL to force a Game 7 after trailing a series 3-0. 4 of them have been successful in winning Game 7. The Oilers will try to make it 5 on Monday. Of course, we have it for you on 6:30 CHED. It's our next game broadcast and the last one of the season, presented by the Butcher Shop at Friesen Brothers. Bob Stauffer will have Oilers Now at 2. I will have the face-off show at 4, and then the game at about 20 after 6. You can get more on the Oilers on 630ched.com, globalnews.ca. Big thanks to Kellen Kennedy, our studio producer this evening, and to our game day engineer here at Rogers Place. Another incredible season by this guy, Troy Bowler. But live in Studio 99, on behalf of Rob Brown, I'm Reed Wilkins. Oilers win it 5-1 over the Panthers to force Game 7. Thanks for listening to Heartland Ford Overtime Open Line.
By Florida and held in from the high slot. Funneled down low, but stolen. Barkov had it, lost it. We've got an empty net. Ryan McLeod to seal it. Backhander, score! There will be a Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Final. Monday night in Sunrise.
And there they go. To Sentinel Storage, they unload the snowblower, grab the lawnmower, snowblower's a lawnmower, they shoot, we store.
Just playing and back there, just momentum change, but